operations group, the fourth POG, not easy to say, actually builds their tapes and their audio and their video tracks depending on what the target audience is. And it's fascinating if you ever get to meet someone or talk to someone about the fourth POG, right? Because they tell you, like, look, you can't just, you can't just go out and broadcast, hey, you're an idiot, you're supporting the wrong team, because nobody wants to hear that, right? So there's this, there's this long broadcast, and it takes multiple hours, and they play music, and then they report the actual weather, and they get people to actually to trust and believe in the station and go, oh, it's just playing good music, and they tell me the weather, and then all of a sudden they'll say something like, I'm at Karzai. Maybe we should give him a chance. I don't know. What do you think? And then they'll act like that there's some people calling in and stuff like that. It's really, really fascinating stuff. Anyway, I've gone on a diatribe too long, and I guess I've tried to influence too many people on this show. But anyway, that's my take, and I love the discussion. So please keep it up.
Yeah, and that's another good term, information ops, that or operations. That it's not in common use, but it's another apt description, I guess, if you wanted to make the distinction between our propaganda and their propaganda, like Jorn had said. But I use the term more like Tim had described. It's just in a non-pejorative way, because we know all sides do it. I don't think we should be ashamed of it. The only thing I'd be ashamed of is if I produced something that was so cringeworthy and obvious and full of technical errors that you should be embarrassed to show your face after you posted it. And some of the quality that's come out of Ukraine has been, unbelievable. We have a television program down here in Australia called Gruen, which is based on the old advertising marketing thing called the Gruen transfer, in relation to marketing in malls years ago. It's now just called Gruen, but they basically dissect and analyze commercials. And the next time the season for Gruen starts up, I 100% think that they probably will, because they're usually quicker. If I think of something, they think of it first. But they will probably be looking at some of the commercials or fake commercials that have been produced in this war, because the one on the Hawkeyes and Bushmasters that the Ukraine Ministry of Defense produced is just phenomenally high quality, funny, engaging with people, and a really fine piece of propaganda, I think. Tim?
Yeah, I mean, I was just going to say that it's embarrassing for us, as normal people, if we put a message out there that's incorrect, falsifiable, full of technical error. Like, that's something we'll cringe about, mainly because we don't like being wrong, and we don't do that deliberately because we don't like lying, right? It makes us feel uncomfortable, and we don't like people who lie, and we think less of them if they lie all the time. And this isn't true of Russia, right? The way the Russian state messages is the truth is a very distant consideration, always and everywhere. They care about the effect, the political effect of the message. They don't care about the truth of the message. They don't care about being proven wrong, because they'll just move on to the next thing, or they'll just keep repeating the wrong, right? So it's a wholly different mindset, and this is one of this is basically the logic behind NAFO's tactics, right? Is you don't try and argue with these people, because proving them wrong doesn't mean anything to them, right? They will just spout their nonsense, and they'll keep spouting it. They will ignore any criticism. They will not be, you can't do a gotcha moment on them. It doesn't work, because they know it's not true. So proving it's not true is just it's no skin off their nose, right? So the NAFO tactic is just fill the feed with stupid memes and make it all look ridiculous, make it look like the clown car it is, rather than just dissecting and replying in seriousness or in any kind of good faith. It's the NAFO's working assumption that Russia always lies is very, very sound, but it's worse than that. Russia always lies, and Russia doesn't care that Russia lies. Russia doesn't care about being proven wrong. And Russia will repeat that lie over and over again, until they feel that enough people have at least seen it, if not believed it. So two very, very different mindsets at work here. And the way you respond to these tactics, as I said, I think NAFO probably got this one right. Just make them look ridiculous.
Yes, mock consistently and vociferously, because that's the only thing you can do with them. They want respect, in the same sense like the mafia kind of type folk want respect. Therefore, mock. You won't persuade them that they're genocidal maniacs, because that's not how it works, right, Tim? What you can do is deny the one thing they want that they can get from you, and make sure that they would never ever remotely will. Much the opposite.
See, I have a stock response to everything, to every single official tweet from Russia that makes a factual claim, or at least makes a factual claim, makes a claim of something. And my response is, nobody believes a word you say. Now, I'm starting to question the wisdom of that, because they know that nobody believes a word they say, right? So I'm kind of thinking maybe that's not the best response. Depends who my audience is, right? Because my audience is not the person writing the tweet. My audience is the people reading the tweet. So yeah, I don't know. I'm kind of a bit torn on exactly how to respond, because I'm not in the NAFO. I'm not in the NAFO thing. I do tend to strike a slightly more serious tone, even if not that much more serious. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know about the wisdom of that. What do you think, Will?
So the approach that we've used, that they've even published, that is probably a good idea, is to basically do a better, when you're thinking of responding to something that looks like absolute Vatnik BS, you should first evaluate the sender and see if it's a person, if is it anybody of substance, and if it's somebody of substance, and they've put forward some sort of straw man or some logical fallacy argument, the kind of thing you would love dissecting, for instance, you in particular. But if they're a nobody, with 14 followers that set their account up a month ago, and they're likely to have almost no reach, you just basically smash them with your, you go to your memes. And if you are having a discussion with somebody who you initially identified as maybe somebody that's worth dismantling, and they go ad hominem, or racist, whatever attacks they start doing, then you basically try to identify some characteristic of them and go for the most cutting, biting, puerile mean you can possibly come up with, in a hope that they then block you, because that's considered a win. But yeah, I mean, you got to pick your targets, right? Because you wouldn't want to spend all day having an argument with a nobody, Tim. You want to not waste your time, but use your time on A, somebody you could possibly turn, or B, have an argument with somebody who has some size and credibility, so you can turn some of their listeners or some of their followers in, who show up to find out, who they're having a conversation with. That's been my approach anyway.
And Jeff?
Yeah, I think what Tim's saying is 100% correct, right? And obviously I also agree. Don't waste your time on someone that's a nobody. But I love studying information and influence operations, and I would tell you that we talk about it now, but man, this stuff has been going on for centuries. And there's a very famous painting out there. I really, really love it, and it's one of the things that I use in my arguments, or when I actually am trying to teach how we shape information and influence operations to younger officers when I'm teaching them about that, right? And the painting actually exists. It's in the War Museum here in Austria, and it was a painting that was done about Prince Eugene of Savoy on the Battle of Vienna and the siege of Vienna by the Ottomans. And if you look at that painting, right, everyone who's on the side of the Austrians, right? It looks very noble. They look very chic. Their faces are painted very wonderfully. And then when you look at the Ottomans in the painting, I mean, to be honest, they're in their regular regalia, and they look, from a attire perspective, they look sharp. but their faces all look like very, and I mean, I'm not trying to be rude, but they look very piggish. Their noses are turned up, their ears are very large. They're almost cartoon characters in a sense, right? In other words, that these people are just so vile. They're literally pigs, is what the artist was trying to convey. And I mean, so when people tell me we shouldn't try and do this, and that propaganda is really just kind of a modern thing, I'm like, no, look at this painting. It's 100% true. And if you want to see some more stuff, go to, when you walk through the museum, go down and look at how Austria tries to share their experience from World War II. I would tell you that Austria is trying to do some information operations on explaining World War II from the losing side, and how they were, swindled by Germany and had the rug taken out from underneath them, and they were hoodwinked and all these kinds of things. So yeah, it's really, really, I mean, I love the study. So you keep going. We can do this all day.
Well, you are right. It has been going on for a long, long time, and it is really, really important. Communications of all sorts in areas where we wouldn't expect it is incredibly important. I was sold on this maybe 15, 20 years ago when we're doing engineering work like health, safety, and environmental consulting, and rather than just fixing things the way I would normally go do them. There was a lot of talk around making sure we're communicating, basically running marketing campaigns inside the companies we're working for that would be of the standard of quality you'd use to the outside world, because selling somebody inside the company on a solution was incredibly important. And and I initially thought, as you expect, being an engineer, I fixed that thing. Just the fix itself will sell itself. But that's not true at all. The internal communications campaigns, very slick ones, and very well produced, well thought out stuff, tended to be the thing that turned something that was mildly or moderately successful into something that was being very successful. And essentially that's what I think people look at today, Colonel Jeff, in relation to these information campaigns. That if you're good at it, you really have to make sure that your technical quality and delivery is really top rate, so people can't tell it from essentially a well produced ad, and do the kind of stuff Tim had been talking about before to make sure that you absolutely identify the market you're going after with that communication, and you target the message and the means of delivery so that it's going to have a maximum effect on those people, and then balance out, as Wardogo was saying earlier, the use of negative messages with positive messages to try to have an effect, because the negative messages, if they go too far or they're highly objectionable, can actually work against you in the target audience. As he was saying, the execution videos and leaked videos of people who've killed children don't those don't scare people in Ukraine. He had said they simply make them angry and heighten their resolve. And so, yeah, it's something you need to play carefully with, and also be good at. Right? You can't just put any old piece of crap on anymore that people are going to see through immediately for the negative stereotyping, particularly that you see and you describe from the things that you were talking about from Austria. Lie Sniper,
yeah.
Welcome.
Hey, real
ahead,
quick.
Colonel.
Yeah, no, I got a question. Did you see the video that some guy put together that says yeah, that's me, and it's a picture of Vladimir Putin, and it goes through the war? Did you see? I mean, that one is hilarious. It's true to fact.
Yeah.
And, dude, I love it. It's unbelievable.
Yes, I did, and I saw it when it first came out, and I actually retweeted it yesterday because I noted when he went through all the things, and it's one of those great narrations that with that, I think he probably used the actual character actor that does some of those commercials or voiceovers in America, because phenomenally well produced, and the only one of the hits that he missed was stopping him in Chernihiv as well, because it had all my favorites in there, that's for sure. And if you if you want to see a phenomenally well-produced piece of propaganda, you can check out my timeline and see the one I'm talking about from yesterday that I said I retweeted because it does have all the hits in it. Yeah, well pointed out, Colonel. Live Sniper, good morning. How are you, sir?
Good morning, sir. I'm fine, thank you. Enjoying the sunshine, walking outside. I just want to go back shortly to this, how to react or interact with these accounts which have 14 followers or something. Basically, I very carefully think if I do it at all. And I probably would not be the first one. If there are no replies yet, I will not amplify their message by replying to it, because then they get sort of, I don't know how many followers I have, some 4,000 or something. Those people will also see it. But if I have some verified source to debunk, then I might, if others have already started replying and bonking and so on, then I might join the crowd and throw something in. But normally, if there are such accounts which only have very few followers, I just ignore them basically. Because that would just amplify their, or let their original message be shown to more people than it originally has. Just my 2 cents to that. Thanks.
Yeah, exactly. Like there's no point in trying to fight someone who has a fresh account, 2 followers, both are name and a bunch of numbers. No point, right? Because all you're doing is you're increasing their reach. Just mute, block, move on. And did you see yesterday, actually, Live Sniper, Ambassador Ulyanov saying something like, what did he say? What am I even doing? Something along those lines.
No, I didn't. Has he pronounced some nonsense again?
I think it's becoming self-aware.
Oh, that's a big surprise. But I'll check for it. Thanks for the hint.
Let's see if it's been taken down. I kind of half saw it, and I got distracted from it, and then didn't go back to it. But there's something very amusing from him a day or two ago. If you find it, send it to me as well. If you identify something particularly amusing from him. Let's. I think he might have taken it down. Let's go to Sir Fella. Morning, Sir Fella.
Morning, Damon. Morning, guys. Yeah, the other tactic that we're starting to see in NAFO is some of these low-numbered followers accounts are actually goading NAFO fellas to try and comment upon them, because they know that's a way of actually increasing their followers, boosting their posts, and actually getting them noticed. So generally, as a rule, if I see something and it's a very low number account, you look at the tweets, you can see quite often very early on in their tweeting, they start mentioning NAFO to try and go NAFO to try and bomb them and to increase their reach. So nowadays, most of the NAFO fellas, if they're seeing a low hanging fruit, then leave it. Go for the ones that have got followers in the thousands.
And to be clear, I get quite often frustrated with people who are just going and fighting completely useless trolls, especially in my replies. So please, if you see somebody completely useless, reply to me. Just don't bother fighting with them, because then I get all these notifications. I don't like it. There's no point, You have some guy with an April 2023 account and 7 followers, but it's probably not a real person behind it, right? It's probably, and if it is, he has another 100 of these. No use in doing it. Complete waste of time. No, positive messaging as well. Highlight good things or actionable things, not just fight utter complete nonsense. When it's coming from an ambassador, and I found what Ambassador Ulyanov said, by the way. He said, quote, "What is wrong with me?" ? End quote. But he's deleted it by now, I think, after hundreds of thousands of people saw it. I wonder how that ended up. So if anybody has more of a saga to this, I'd love to know. I only briefly saw it yesterday, 2 days ago, whenever it was. But yeah, there's him. Fight him. That's amusing. Other than that, mock him, mock them. There's a great parody account of the of the Russian embassy in Sweden. Does really well, mocking people. So they're not the only ones, but they've been kind of visible the last bit. I know sometimes it's difficult to tell what's a real Russian embassy and what's a parody Russian embassy. The parody Russian embassy will make more sense some of the time. It's kind of the problem.
Or at a minimum, produce something that actually looks believable.
Exactly, and this is where they should really ask themselves, what are they doing? What's wrong with them? If in the bulk of cases, complete utter self-designated nonsense is believable that it's coming from Russia, that should tell them something.
Hey, Doman, I don't know if you do, but I tend to get questions from listeners through DM as we're talking, and if we have a bit of a break, I actually have a DM that's come through that somebody wants me to ask Tim something, if that's all right.
Go for it.
Hey, Tim, there's an Australian who believes that you find out even more than we do about our bushmasters that are entering the country. And so I got a message to ask Tim whether or not you have heard anything more about the different protection packages that are coming through on the bushmasters that are being donated from Australia. Have you seen which of the protection packages that they're providing those up with? Which different ones?
No, is the short answer. I'm afraid it does, as you've said. Bushmaster does come with a varying degree of protection, all the way up to Stanag level 5, which it's level 5 is, gosh, if I can recall, it's the ability to withstand a 155 round at 25 meters distant, and your vehicle is going to survive, or at least its occupants are. And it's also it's proofed against kinetic strikes by 25mm AP. So Bushmaster can go all the way up to there. So it's actually just a pretty flexible vehicle on the armor front. I'm not familiar enough with the vehicle to be able to tell from looking at it what kind of armor package it has. Presumably, if it's got the full Monty, it's going to have bits stuck on the outside of it. So it's going to have applique armor. Perhaps explosive reactive armor as well. But looking at it, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to tell, as I'm not overly familiar with this vehicle. I'm afraid. So sorry to disappoint.
Yeah, that's
Bearded
all right.
Brit is up. Bearded Brit is up. Maybe he has a better take.
Sorry, I was reading something else, so I missed the last 60 seconds of that.
So go ahead, Tim.
Yeah, Bushmaster, spiffy Australian MRAPs, has been supplied to Ukraine. A listener wonders what kind of armor packages have we seen in country on the Bushmaster, and I don't know because I'm not overly familiar with the vehicle. Have you seen anything? Do you know anything about it? What it looks like with the different Stanag standards on it, or are you not familiar?
The only images I've seen of late, I think some of them had some anti-RPG grilling on the side and back maybe, but other than that, nothing immediately springs to mind, no. I mean, it's a similar question regarding the theatre entry standard applique armour for the Challengers model. We haven't seen that yet, hopefully.
Well,
I think
hopefully.
Sorry, Will. I think the spaced armor, the cages, that's a local application. I'm not sure the vehicle as manufactured comes with that, if I remember correctly, because it's I don't think I've seen an Australian vehicle. I don't think I've seen it in Australian service with the grill on it, but I may be wrong.
Maybe
I have,
maybe from Afghan. Sorry.
yeah, that's what I was going to say, Bearded. I have those are locally produced. I wouldn't be surprised if there's actually engineering drawings sent around with them, but yeah, those appear to be all locally manufactured anti tank missile grilling sort of stuff that we did see in Afghanistan, but that was all locally produced too. I haven't seen any come off the line here in Australia that have any of that, nor have I seen any obviously ERA or anything like that. But I'm sure Doman and Wardog will be really excited if they see some ERA applied to the Bushmasters.
I think the bigger question is the AMX 10RCs, right? Will they get ERA onto them? Because yesterday they got introduced and there was a report that said, Ukrainians fixed them up to be able to go up to 120 kilometers an hour, which is kind of fast, right? And then what they didn't do is put any ERA on it, because obviously that would slow it down, right? So what do you do, Tim?
Can you put a rocket on the back?
Sure, you could.
Supercharger.
More hamsters. You put more hamsters in the wheels, they run around faster. Problem solved.
A blower and maybe a nitrous package.
I've just been googling the Afghanistan spec Bushmaster. Yeah, it looks like the so-called cope cages were not applied by the Australians. So yeah, this will be a local modification. I can't see any pictures at all of Bushmaster with the anti-RPG cages on them.
And I think we finally figured out what those cages were for, right? Russians said, yeah, we need to defend ourselves against this thing that we alone have. And the thing that they alone have is, the sort of Lancet drone type loitering munitions, right? So Russians kind of showed the way of how to combat Russians.
Well, the Lancet is not a uniquely Russian capability. I mean, the Switchblade is a very similar system, right?
Okay, sure, but like Ukrainians didn't have anything like this at the outset of the full-scale invasion, right? But the Russians did. But the Russians already had the cope cages.
Sure.
Yeah. Anyway, it is what it is. There's some big news from the Nordics. Let's see if Denjon wants to talk about it. Otherwise, I'll raise it after Denjon. Denjon, morning.
Morning. How are you doing? All good.
Good. How are you, Denjon?
Not bad. You know, in the Nordics, we're always kind of, in a good mood, kind of, unless, well, if there wasn't a war in the, country nearby, otherwise good, all good.
And I hear the sun is shining all over the Baltics today from Tim and everybody else who's joined from there. So you got to be walking around in the sunshine feeling good.
Yeah, at least I can see it from my window. Yes, it's the weather is excellent. It's I think it will reach 15, 16 degrees today, if not more. So yeah, it's getting hot. Need to we can put the jackets away and so on. Yeah, very good. All good.
So what's the big news today, then, Sean? I've not had a chance to talk about it yet, even though I been tweeting about it 2 hours ago by now. What's breaking news today on every single public broadcaster in the Nordics?
Well, SVT, the Swedish broadcaster, have they've done some journalistic digging. Been out on the NATO lake and following Russian commercial ships, and they have. I don't think this is only SVT. I think there's a collaboration between the Nordic.
There, and
Yeah, exactly.
Ule, all of them have it together.
But,
yeah.
but I can only speak for what's in the Swedish media. But anyway, so they have. I don't think it's breaking news from the point of view that is now kind of documented and out there. But it is probably something that's been going on for quite some time. But there's several ships. I think it's up to 50 ships have been mapped where they've been. What they've done, and they've been hovering close to critical infrastructure like electric cables, communication cables, and so on, and gas pipes, I guess. And also, one of the ships were approached by the journalistic crew, and they were met with armed guys in green clothes on a civilian ship. So yeah, this is kind of headlining now.
You know, green clothes is one thing. Assault rifle is the other, right? Assault rifle and body armor is the other. So if you have a look at the thing I put in the nest, I was halfway through writing my own thing, but then I was like, nah, no point, because H.I. Sutton just published his own, and he documented it better, and it works better this way anyway, right? But go read not just the BBC article, have a look at the other ones from the other outlets, because they'll have a bit more stuff in them as well. And look through that. I think you'll find it quite interesting. And this is really what they were doing, right? What the Russians were doing was mapping the seabed infrastructure. Now, if you look at a map of Europe, Norway and Sweden aren't that well connected with places further south, right? Because there's the sea between them and the rest of Europe. Sorry, Finland, not counting Finland here. There's a big gulf there as well, literal gulf. And because of that, there's a whole lot of underwater infrastructure. Telecoms cables into the internet, gas pipelines from Norway down south, electrical cables, or all sorts of stuff, right? And this is what they were mapping very diligently. Not to mention the place like Denmark, also Sweden, not Norway, of course. Lots of islands disconnected from the mainland. Lots more connections there. Much shorter. The electrical cables, the telecoms cables, etc. It's a big deal, right? It's a big deal. And this is kind of what the Nord Stream explosions were really why they were so shocking, because people don't usually do that to underwater infrastructure. Now, Russians have been doing that. There's some cables around Svalbard that just over a year ago suddenly went missing. Connections broken from the Shetlands as well. And it's quite clear when it's not accidental, right? Saying, oh yeah, it was a fishing vessel that did it. Yeah, but a fishing vessel doesn't do it twice in a week. on 2 different connectors to the same island. After that hasn't happened for years priorly at all. And this is why immediately after the Nord Stream explosions, there were the huge meetings by all the security, defense establishments, intelligence establishments of the various Nordic countries, because this is the context, right? It's like a mobster torching an empty warehouse to kind of indicate to the guy he wants to extort protection money from that, yeah, I can do it. I'm willing to do it. I'm able to do it. Now you should expect me to do likewise to your operating warehouse or business. That's kind of why, that's the logic behind it. So last night we were talking with Jakob Kosbo here on the MriyaReport about the nymph, the Danish nymph photographing Russian ships over the Nord Stream explosion sites. And then today, this comes out. Now, what else they reported on is that Nordic journalists managed to intercept communications, radio communications from these vessels back to Russia, while the ships were going dark, right, without transponders on. When they tried to approach one of them, like John said, masked, bulletproof vest wearing men with assault rifles emerged, onto the ships in the Danish Straits, right, or in the Kattegat, wherever it was, just north of the Danish Straits. So not exactly the sort of waters where you'd be expecting pirates or some such, where it'd be reasonable to have armed escorts, right? Not somewhere like that. It's a big deal. It's context surrounding that, right? Russian operations go far beyond the influence operations we were discussing and go into some very physical stuff as well. Then John, go ahead, and we'll go to Bearded.
Yeah, I think this is it's a big deal, even though this has probably gone on for some time, but most likely has intensified lately. And also, it's a very aggressive move, right? I mean, to have armed people. Not being shy about it as well. Just showing up on deck. That's a big deal, and it's a sign of aggression. And and also, I really hope this now leads to proof coming out on of what happened to the Nord Stream. Even though I agree to what happened, that should have been done. If the Russians didn't do it, then someone should have done it, because we don't want that shit back, do we? So yeah, really, it should lead to pressure now to reveal proof of what happened there with the Nord Stream. And if it was the Russians, well, when the proof is out, that was an act of war, basically, and it should be taken very seriously. I can also add that I don't know if this comes out from the investigations that was done by this media teams, but the Swedish media team, they actually handed over a list of I think it was like 15 or I might confuse this with 15 spies in Norway, but anyway, they handed over a list of suspected Russian spies connected to the embassy to SAPO, which is the security police, and that was just announced a couple of days ago. So I assume it's connected to what they have unveiled or revealed with this investigation they have done.
Thank you, then John. Bearded.
Thanks, Doman. Just putting my so what head on and going, okay, that what you posted is a big deal. I mean, it is a big deal. It shows an aggressive capability. And when you delve into the thread, somebody's made a comment about the fiber optics as well as the gas and oil pipelines. And that got me to thinking, okay, that's pretty much critical international infrastructure there. So what? At what point, if that critical international infrastructure was degraded in some way, where is the red line before it's considered a potential Article 5? Bit contentious, but I thought I'd throw it in.
It's a good question, right? And nobody quite knows the answer. The point is that Article 5 is kind of malleable. There's no ultimatism to it. But I'm very glad that we have Delta 2 Juliet, the former submariner, here with us to add to this in the technical terms. Delta, good morning.
Good morning, Domin. How are you?
Pretty well. How are you?
Yeah, pretty good, thank you. I've only just sort of joined the space, but obviously reading through reports this morning, etc. I think it's really important to remember that this is what the Russians have been doing for years. Back in the Cold War, their AGIs were really, really active, and they just reverted to type really in the early 2000s. Back with these sort of assets, using them for intelligence gathering, etc. My dad was in the Navy back in the 80s, and his submarine was actually rammed by a Russian spy trawler. So they're really not adverse to doing stuff, if you know what I mean.
The thing that came out of all of this, when the Nord Stream explosions occurred, right, Delta, was a comment from a number of Nordic militaries, allied militaries around the area, saying basically, well, we can't actually patrol all of this. We can't actually surveil all of the sea floor, all of this infrastructure, all of the time, right? That's genuinely beyond the capabilities, and this is why it's so important to, I guess, monitor all the Russian activity in the area at all times, because at least then you know where they are and you know where to look.
Yeah, I totally agree, and that is the way to do it, is to track these assets as they're coming out of ports, and do everything we can to sort of stay on them. But I mean, I've got no idea how many of these sort of assets they've got, but I would imagine information gathering wise, probably got quite a lot. Actual ships equipped to do this type of activity, probably fewer. So those are the ones that I think we should be on a lot more. Absolutely.
Thank you, Delta. Quick question. I know this is above water, not underwater, but still. How regular is it, do you reckon, to have armed guards on what are purportedly civilian vessels in, say, the Danish Straits? I'm not talking off the coast of Somalia, right? Not of the Horn of Africa, but say in the Danish Straits, in the Baltic, in the North Sea.
Yeah, well, obviously it isn't very regular, is it? But that's obviously a Russian naval vessel and not a civilian vessel, even though it purports to be. It's not very surprising. They're good at sending their messages, aren't they?
Yeah, exactly. And what I'm getting at that is, they're very much showing their hand when they send people with assault rifles out on deck, right? Because it is such an unusual sight in the area. It's literally saying, yeah, this is who we are. This is what we are. We don't care.
Yeah, absolutely. They really don't care, and they're really blatant about it. I mean, I'm in a group. We've been chatting about some other assets, naval assets, been hanging around certain areas in Shetland, etc., off the Irish coast. It's just another way of putting pressure on and stretching NATO. That's my take on it.
Yeah, have people run about, change allocations of defense budgets, stuff like that makes perfect sense. Then, John?
Yeah, I mean, how many ships are there? I think 50 were identified in this investigations that was done. So yeah, quite a lot. I mean, and most of them obviously commercial ships, not officially Russian Navy ships. And also, I mean, yes, this has been been ongoing for a long time, but to what purpose? Probably to gather information, and maybe to plan for something, and maybe it hasn't been a big deal up until what happened last year, 24th of February, because now it's been done with the backdrop of a war. They actually have initiated what they probably planned. Plan those activities to be useful for intimidation and then possibly crippling our defense in case of a war. And we are at that point now. There's a war, so it's kind of a big deal the way I see it. And it should be handled accordingly.
Yeah, 100%. I guess the real question is what can be done. What can you do to protect this underwater infrastructure? What's the closest you can get to properly securing it? Delta, do you have any ideas, any suggestions?
Yeah, monitor those 50 assets, and throw absolutely everything we've got at tracking them, and closely as well. I think it's the only way I can see that you'll actually prevent any of this activity.
And Bearded?
I was going to say, wouldn't you consider some form of high-level back channel saying this is an effing red line, and if you cross it, we will retaliate in kind, or something of that nature? Because as people have said, the amount of assets you'd need to physically track, okay, you could do that remotely perhaps, but to physically protect, perhaps it's a solution of our higher diplomatic words rather than swords.
I think that's kind of why they blew up Nord Stream instead, because it wasn't in use, because it was the proverbial empty warehouse that mobs their torches, right? Because it was we can do this if we want to, we have the ability, we have the willingness, don't you dare cross us. It's a very mafia type messaging, was it John McCain who said that they're just a mafia running a gas station run by a mafia? Either way, because that is very much how they function, and I think that that says a lot. I think it was kind of their indication of what they think of escalation, and a signaling that they're willing to do it. Then, John?
Yeah, the way I see it, I've been, I've become quite radicalized by this whole situation. But anyway, so now the approach is probably, what can we do? It's Russia. They have nukes. Instead of thinking, okay, if this was Venezuela, what would we have done? I think we would have done a lot already, and not doing it now because we're hampered by the fear of the big thing, and I think that's wrong. I mean, we shouldn't start at that end. What we cannot do, we should start at what would we do if this was just a normal actor? What would be done? Most likely, ships would have been stopped and searched. Can that be done now? I don't know. It probably should. And also another thing, how do we know they haven't already planted devices to destroy? Basically blow up the infrastructure. We don't know that, I guess. So yes, strong message in the back channels needed to draw the red line. If you do this, then gloves are off.
And you know what else this is, right? This is where Seymour Hersh, with his reporting, was the ultimate useful tool for the Russians, because try to do exactly what you're suggesting, right, then, John? Try to see if they've put anything anywhere. How does that look like? That looks like exactly the thing that then Seymour Hersh wrote about. And says, yes, you see, they did it themselves, and they're doing it to themselves again. It's yet again they're tracking these things, and this time it would actually be true, because you would have to inspect every centimeter of each set of cables, lines, etc. Then, John?
Yeah, you're right. I mean, but that only supports the propaganda from Russia. Even if maybe I say only take it a little bit too lightly. But the people who needs to know, they know who did it or not, or actually who didn't do it, right? I put trust in our governments and defense forces that they know they didn't do it, or allies didn't do it. So meaning Russia needs to be told that if you do that, that's a red line, you crossed it with 1,000 kilometers already. If you do that, you crossed it, and you can take a step back. And so it doesn't matter what he said, that stupid journalist, or what Russia is saying, because we know, hopefully, and we should use that. You get what I mean, Dom?
Yeah, for sure, and I agree. You don't really have a choice. I'm just saying this is the utility of that nonsense, and it's good to be cognizant of it, right? And it's good to recognize it ahead of time, because you can deal with some things preemptively, sometimes a lot better than you can later on. And if you know what this is about, and if you know what types of messaging they're going to be engaging in, there you go. Then, John?
Yeah, but again, looking from what we have seen with hesitant our leaders have been, and scared of this escalation, I still assume decisions are made based on, it's Russia. What can we do? They don't look at it from the other side. It was a normal country, or without nukes, and that's where they need to start. What would we accept from anyone else? That's where it needs to start. It can't be held back by their rattling, because if we do, then we might as well stop everything, stop all the orders of new military material and so on, because they will consume us, they will engulf us if they get away with this kind of crap.
I think it's all a part of building resilience. And resilience isn't just a physical thing. Resilience, importantly, is also both a mental thing, but also awareness against influence operations from Russia, right? And therefore, if you know with what purpose something is being done, it's much more difficult to be swayed by it. It's much more difficult to be swayed by what they want to. By what they want to do, right? That's why.
Yeah, I agree.
And that's why I think it's worth highlighting, right? This is why Seymour Hersh's nonsense is useful to the Russians. This is how it is useful to the Russians. I think it's worthwhile considering that and including that. Yeah. So, of course, this ties into a bigger thing, right? I mentioned Svalbard earlier. Just before the full-scale Russian invasion of Ukraine, Russians cut the line that was connecting Svalbard in the far north to Norway more generally. no, they have done these things before, and I guess this is kind of part answer to Bearded's question. It wasn't considered an Article 5 triggerable thing then, right? And they do that because it is always somewhat deniable, because it's always, oh, it's just a fishing boat, you know. Yeah, of course, it's just a fishing boat. It just always happens to be a Russian fishing boat. Yeah, more or less always. Then, John?
Yeah, just a slight change of topic, even though it's in the same realm. So today, Lloyd Austin is visiting Sweden, and there will be a press conference. Let me see. It says 10 minutes to 2, but I'm not sure if that's when they start the meeting or whatever. But yeah, no, anyway, there will be a press conference between, with them. I hope it will be televised. So really looking forward to that, see what they have to say. I should say with the Swedish defense minister, of course, and Lord Austin.
That's pretty interesting, actually, in itself. You know, is it going to be some comments on some F-16 parts, maybe, that were quite possibly the price of Finnish entry into NATO, or might be, you know, prepayment for Swedish entry into NATO? Let's see if it gets touched on explicitly. But also, of course, then, John, right, the big exercise, multinational exercise is going on in Sweden right now. So no wonder that the U.S. Secretary of Defense, while he's also having to go to Europe because of Friday's meeting at Ramstein anyway, you know, might make a little trip to where the big exercise is being held.
Yeah, exactly. The planets are lining up nicely.
Might do some shopping at IKEA.
No,
I think they have those in America.
Yeah, or he might. I mean, we're not too far away from Belarus, so maybe he will stop by Swed, whatever the knockoff was called. It's probably cheaper, but quality maybe even worse. But you know, IKEA has two things. They have furniture, and also they have hot dogs. And the founder, Ingvar Kamprad, he made a decision because they didn't always serve hot dogs, but now they do. It's quite, yeah. If you've been to IKEA, you know they have corner with food and both to take home and also to eat in place. So they have hot dogs, and in Sweden, he made a decision that it can only cost 5 Swedish krona, which is about 50 cents to the euro, and that's still the case. So yeah, maybe they can go there and have a hot dog as well together. That would be nice.
Be very Swedish.
Apparently, the meatballs are something to go for.
Yes, and if you can buy them frozen there, I think. I'm not sure you can buy them in Swedish IKEA because you know you can go to any other supermarket to find them. But yeah, they serve in the restaurants, which is kind of yeah, well priced. Maybe it doesn't matter to you know, to the Secretary of Defense or the Defense Minister. Maybe they can afford it once. But yeah, that's a good one.
See, I don't think they're going to IKEA. And the Swedish Defense Minister will be fine with it, but I don't think the Secret Service would allow the U.S. Secretary of Defense to go to IKEA. Imagine trying to secure an IKEA. Look at how many hiding places that there are. The place is already a labyrinth. There's all the wardrobes. You can hide under all the beds. You know, it's a prime space for an assassin to hide in. Say, oh, I'm just a lost shopper. I was looking at some drapes or you know, some furniture, whatever. It's a complete nightmare. I don't think they're going. I'm pretty sure they're not. That sounds very unlikely. Right. In some other Nordic news, I mean, there's only so much we can do on these ships. I'll try to actually watch the documentary at some point because I know it'll be airing tonight. Maybe there's some other.
Did you speak about the Yanta a little earlier?
We didn't touch on the Yanta, but the Yanta is one of these quote survey ships, right? Maritime research vessels that Russia operates. It didn't come up because it's not the one that the Danish journalists intercepted in the southern Kattegat. But they have a bunch of these vessels, including Yanta, which is probably the most propulsive one of them, right?
Yeah, Yanta seemingly has the strongest engine, also the capacity to hide itself quite neatly, and has always been rumored as having at least 2 of the research submersibles on board.
I've got a possibly a silly question about these vessels, though. Do any of the EU or NATO countries have vessels out there that are continuously monitoring their undersea assets so that they could relatively quickly identify if anybody was tampering with them?
Royal Navy and US Navy are on it. This is a classic submarine issue.
Right, and so there's evidence of increased Royal Navy and U.S. Navy in the Baltic Sea now, or in this the Norwegian Sea.
There's a lot of submarine activity in recent years. The Baltic Sea is less relevant. That's a lake.
Okay, so in the Norwegian Sea, then is there additional activity, I guess, since the beginning of the war, or has it always been thus?
Gunny and H.I. Sutton and others have reported this, that there has been a significant uptick in activity in the run-up to the full-scale invasion and throughout since then.
And let's not forget, these aren't always naval vessels, right? In a lot of cases, it's fishing vessels that also have additional tasks. So, for example, throughout much of last year, we were reading news about drone sightings at Norwegian gas and oil platforms, 100+ kilometers from the coast. They must have been launched from a ship, basically. But it's just too big an area to keep control over everything that's 2 meters across, flying through it. Especially something that can be launched from fishing trawler, or something that looks like a fishing trawler at the very least. Not to mention that even in the Kattegat, right, like they were saying here, that's quite a small sea, right, between Denmark and Sweden and to some degree Norway, I guess. It's quite a small section of the sea, and yet vessels that turned off their transponders were kind of able to go dark at least some of the time, and weren't able to be tracked consistently at all times, right? Now you can do it through satellites somewhat well, more or less, but how detailedly you can track their activity also matters, because what exactly they're doing makes a difference. One of the things that was reported by, I think, the Norwegian, was it the Norwegian? Must have been the Norwegian Ministry of Defense, right after the Nord Stream explosions. There was a question: can you control all of the underwater infrastructure? The answer was no. No, we can't actually make sure that all of it is. We don't have the capacity to do so. We would require just so many more vessels and so many more planes and so many more everything to keep an eye on actually all of it at all times. It's and while the thing has been expanded, right? The monitoring missions have been expanded following that. Will it ever be comprehensive? No, of course not. I mean, it's like saying, can you prevent pickpocketing in a city? Well, you can't have enough police to prevent pickpocketing, right? And that's why earlier we were talking to Delta 2 Juliet. The best you can do is you can track the vessels as best you can, so at least you know where they were going, where they are going. So at least you know where to look afterwards. But you can't do it comprehensively. You can't do it in a watertight way. It's quite a consistent threat, therefore, and that's why it's so much more important. It's a fundamentally hybrid threat, right? Because there's the threat of something being done, and then there's the threat of the threat, which is psychologically important, but also is driving quite considerable expenditure. It's a distraction from the very obvious thing to do, right? And the very obvious thing to do is what? The very obvious thing to do is trying to keep an eye on them, trying to figure out what they're doing. And they're very happy, apparently, to take up a very threatening posture, a very overtly threatening posture. Now, again, this isn't of the Horn of Africa. This is between Denmark and Sweden, and there were men with assault rifles and full military gear on the deck of ships, looking at journalists. That's not something that is exactly common, and that requires a psychological shift, right? A mentality shift in those responsible for these areas as well. And I think that shouldn't be that shouldn't be forgotten either, right? This isn't normal. This isn't something that's expected. This isn't something that's considered anything like normal. It requires an actual change in behavior, but for a change in behavior to be useful, there needs to be a mentality shift first. Well, was that enough? Would you like a drink?
No, I think that's good. I was just interested to know whether or not there is any regular or increased monitoring now, and also if any of those assets were attacked, that would be subject to as if it were attack on the country of the owner that possessed them, I assume, and Article 5 might then come into question, would it not?
In principle, yes, but I will once again say this. Article 5 is whatever is considered necessary and is also considered the right thing to do at the time by the collection of the defense ministers or heads of government state of countries in NATO. So there's not an automatic thing. Sometimes it's said, and then this would trigger. Well, what it would trigger would be a meeting. There would be a meeting, but there is no automatism because, and this is something that I think gets underappreciated, strategic ambiguity is a thing, right? You don't draw red lines willy-nilly because then the other side gets to decide what takes you into war, right? And what leads to what response. You should always maintain a degree of strategic ambiguity. This is why, for example, when Macron said something about French nuclear weapons are there to protect France, not allies, or some such last year, I forget what exactly it was besides the point. But he was drawing red lines where there shouldn't be red lines drawn, or rather he was boxing himself in. Right? He wasn't allowing France appropriate flexibility through strategic ambiguity. And in the same way, Article 5 isn't written in a way that there's an automatic trigger, but it comes down to figuring out what's the appropriate thing to do at a time, and that's the right thing for there to be. Frankly, no. Could it be considered an Article 5 thing? Yeah, of course. Has it been thus far? No. Then John?
Yeah, we're obviously not in NATO yet, but yeah, I mean, whether it's Article 5 or not, I mean, isn't that the next step? The first step is whether was that an act of war or not, was a red line crossed, and then does it call for the alliance to get involved or not? So the first step is to, I guess, to assess what happened and what's the level of severity. So I have some people are working in house.
No, but that's it, right? That's exactly it. It is an assessment. No, anyway, I think we've exhausted what we can. But I'll ask you this then, John. So, Absolute not going to Russia. Other things from Pernod Ricard apparently still going to Russia.
Yeah, the pastis is still probably still very very welcome. And I just responded to a tweet from Lars Wildering, Swedish author, smart guy, where basically what Absolute has said, if we just look at Absolute, they will stop selling to Russia. But the explanation is not satisfying because it's not that we did something wrong. It's more that this will hurt our company and it will hurt our employees. Nothing about supporting a genocidal maniac regime. So I think it's not good enough. I think this should not restart the Swedes' good relation with Absolute or any other country for that matter. I think what they now need to do, which is my suggestion, you heard it here first, if they want to come back, they should make a public announcement and apologize for stupid decisions, and they should skim off some profit from every bottle sold and donate it to Ukraine, and then maybe they can become a good citizen again. And also, I mean that would be win-win because it could promote the sales, and also it would support Ukraine. So I think that's the way. That's what they need to do to fully come back. But likely, many people don't see it like that. But that's my wish.
Yeah, I suspect that's not actually legally possible in Sweden because it would be a part of marketing of alcohol, and that's not allowed, right?
Yeah, likely. But I mean, you don't have to market it. But you're probably right. It was the same issue Olaf Beer had, right? He explained the same thing.
Exactly.
And likely Sweden is less liberal here than Finland. I'm not sure, but I think so. Because we are quite extreme when it comes to alcohol. So yeah. But anyway, they wouldn't have to announce it like that. They could do it, saying that we will donate to Ukraine, and then they can do it in the way that suits them. Can I also now when we're in the Nordic hour, can I plug another news? The CEO of Saab was interviewed by, I don't know if it was CNN or I think it was CNN, and basically.
And this is me scrolling through, and I don't see Daniel listening. This is very frustrating.
I'm so happy I can break this. He was the one who sort of broke it on Twitter, but now I get the fame for once. So he was interviewed, and he explained that they are investing. I would say heavily. He of course didn't use that word or that phrasing, but they are investing, and not only. This is now the European arms manufacturer complex are investing heavily, and actually investing without having the orders, because they obviously can see they can read some of the tea leaves what's coming. So they're investing heavily in increased capacity. He said that before the war there were already a decision to double the capacity for supporting weapons, whatever that is. I don't know what he meant. I tried to figure it out, but I haven't so far. And so before the war, they decided to double the capacity of the supporting weapons. And after the start of the war, they took a decision to actually up it one more, so it tripled compared to sort of the baseline they had before, which is quite encouraging. And also, obviously, you got the question about the Gripen, whether it was something that could be we could be see flying over the Ukrainian plains. And from Saab point of view, absolutely, if this is only a political decision needed, so they would support it and would be ready to support it if the question came. So there you have it.
So there we have it. And there was something else that he kind of indicated, right? As though a decision was already maybe made, just not public.
Oh, that's beyond me. Please expand on that.
That's just what I read from Daniel. Maybe I misread it, but that's it sounds interesting.
Yeah, I'm reading his tweet now just to see what he says.
I think there might be something very, very interesting, buried somewhere in there. Mockers.
Good morning. I've had a coffee. I'm very grateful to Will for my lie-in. Have you done any numbers yet, or would you like me to go through them with you?
Like we do the numbers before you showed up.
Yeah, we've done lots of numbers, just not any of those numbers.
Oh, you're so good to me, guys. Would you like them then?
Love it.
Excellent work. Right. Let me find them. Sorry, I was looking at pictures of kittens. Here we go then. Scores on the doors for the 19th of April 23. So we have...
Mockers, break.
Yeah.
I need to ask. So do your cats get jealous when you look at pictures of kittens?
No, they don't care. They're all asleep. Sorry, my friend's fostering a mother cat with kittens at the moment, so she keeps sending me pictures of them. It's not that I just look for random ones. Anyway, here we are, 19th of April. So we have 620 liquidated personnel, 4 tanks, 12 armoured personnel vehicles. Liking that. 9 artillery systems, again, more artillery systems. Now, we were aware of a UAV attack overnight, and the 23 downed UAVs will attest to that. They were in 3 waves, I believe. And 16 vehicles and fuel tanks for you there, Doman. But no more special equipment today. They're having a day off. I'll live with that.
That's not great, but it's still reaching behind the lines, taking out some artillery pieces, especially, always a good thing. Bit more tanks for change. Tanks showing up again. Interesting to see. Not much else to really say. I do like the focus on trucks. Whenever there's a focus on trucks, that's always really good. Lale, morning.
Good morning, everyone. Have you guys seen that there, and this is for Denjon and all the Swedes here, you have a former member of parliament that has joined the Ukrainian army. So hats off to her. And she is former member of parliament for the Sweden Democrats, Caroline Nordengrip. Cool.
I haven't seen that, Nala, but yes, that's definitely something. Nordengrip.
Yeah, because isn't she like the first member of any parliament non-Ukrainian to do this, I think.
But wasn't there someone from Norway as well? Or was it Iceland or somewhere? I'm not sure, but yeah, either way, I mean, this is, yeah, that's impressive. And so we have the first grip in Ukraine now. So let's bring the others as well.
Yeah, but she is, I think, of the Moss torpedo kind and not the flying kind.
What was she previously in the military in Sweden, or who can tell me?
Googling.
I have no idea. But a further comment, I might henceforth be known as the guy who founded the NAFO PMC.
Oh my! No, we're not. No, it's no, not that. Not a real option. But yeah, I think that's very interesting. I should certainly bring it onto front pages. But also, it's funny, right? Because it seems to have been a little bit of a day of reckoning as well, perhaps for some in the Sverigedemokraterna. Seeing that you've had one of their previous members that got expelled. I don't know. He had some fun with John, didn't he? And Edvard on the internet. And then you have another one who actually says, no, this isn't any good. Where can I get a rifle and try to rid Ukraine of Russian soldiers?
Yeah, you're right, man. And actually, that guy, the Absolute Man, he blocked me, and he blocked others as well. And I wonder if he now stopped buying Absolute. Likely. Now he must be really, indecisive. On the
Switching to
knife's
pastis.
edge. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you have options, right?
Nalle?
Yeah, what was the name of the Absolute one? Because I want to check if he blocked me too.
Nalle, I can give you a hint. If you check the account of the Russian embassy in Sweden, the parody one, not the real one, there's a main battle tank versus main battle tanky graphic that he's involved in.
Okay, thanks, Domi.
I think that's the easiest. One.
Mikael Waltersson. Vanligt V, inte W.
This is that time of day where Domin and I do the Mexican standoff and see who will let the pregnant pause last.
What pregnant pause? There's no pregnant pause. It's given birth already. John?
Yeah, I actually really want to thank Nalle. Are you there, Nalle? Because I want you to hear this. Yeah. Okay, good. Because you came up and you didn't mention now that we are in NATO, because every other Finn is doing that whenever they see a Swede on the panel. So really good gesture. I like that, Nalle. I like you a lot. You should talk to the others.
That's because I have memory issues and I can't even remember if we are in NATO or not.
He's not. He's trying to not remind you today, then, John, right? Because today Finland is trying to take Gotland, so they don't want to highlight that too much.
Are we in NATO though?
Yes. Actually, I want to, every time I come up and I see a Finn on the, I shouldn't say Finn, that sounds bad, Finnish person on the panel. I should start with, and now that we're still not in NATO, and then I can blah, 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 whatever topic I want to lift.
But according to Domen, I'm only half Finnish, so there we go.
And half Moomin, or what's the other half? Well, that's Finnish as well, isn't it?
No, it's half Swedish, half Finnish, all Moomin. That's the deal.
But you know now that half Swedish means that's Swedish. You know, there's no such thing as half Swedish. So if you have, even if it's 1%, you belong here. We will come and save you, liberate you.
Save me from what?
From
myself,
yes,
or
your evil deeds. The sauna is too hot.
Good Lord. According to that logic, I'm actually Native American.
That's up to you. I think that's completely up to you, or down to you.
No, that's according to my genetic makeup.
Oh, okay, interesting. I don't know what to say to that. I would just gloss over it straight away and say South Korea has been saying some things. Specifically, the South Korean president Yoon Suk Yeol is going to be going to the U.S. to meet with Biden this week, next week, something like that, and it will be to celebrate the 70th anniversary of the South Korean alliance with the United States. But also, he said some interesting stuff in an interview. Among other, he said, if there is a serious situation that the international community cannot condone, such as any large-scale attack on civilians, massacre, or serious violation of the laws of war, it might be difficult for us to insist only on humanitarian or financial support, he said, indicating that there might be an opening for South Korea to directly supply weapons, send, sell, deliver, whatever, directly to Ukraine. And he continued, and this is quite interesting, I think. I believe there won't be limitations to the extent of the support to defend and restore a country that's being illegally invaded, both under international and domestic laws. However, considering our relationship with the parties engaged in the war and the developments in the battlefield, we will take the most appropriate measures. What I think this says is, I think this is more legitimizing the lending of 500,000 shells to the US than anything else. But you know, it does kind of contextualize where we are nowadays. I have more thoughts on this, but I see that John's hand shot straight up when I mentioned South Korea. So. Dan, John?
Yeah. So I didn't hear that, but you were talking about South Korea and they're doing good things, I guess. But I had some just last Nordic Swedish plug, what we're up against. There's one guy called Göran Greider who's he's a leftist, you know, stuck in the past utopian. I mean, he's a communist, not left, communist. And he put out a post saying, "No, I'll translate, paraphrasing." So he says there's a lot of attention now on the defense forces, NATO, and the Aurora in the public space. Maybe it's time to ask the responsibles about how much carbon dioxide this exercise is emitting. I mean, come on, this is what we're up against.
What? Oh, the exercise
Yes.
in Sweden.
It's bad for the environment. So yeah.
I think I have an idea. How about they tell the Russians that, and get Russia to quit, you know, invading its neighbors.
Actually,
just demilitarize generally. And if they did that, I don't think there'd be any need for these exercises.
I think he might go into something actually. Has anyone tried that? Macron, has he tried that yet? Maybe we should. I can put him in the, you know, can retweet and put Macron in the copy.
No, I don't think it would work. Nalle?
Yeah, I think good old Göran is trolling us a bit. Nobody can be that stupid? Or can
Oh,
they?
you have no idea, Nalle. They can. If you ever listen to him, he's
Well,
quite.
Is he serious about that though?
I think he's generally against being against Russia. Put it like that.
So he's for Russia then?
Yes, I assume so. So
Yeah.
you know, to get the former Soviet system here at any cost, any price is probably the goal. It's stupidity.
Yeah. I have a hard time figuring out this fetishizing of Russia among the leftists. What's so great about that country according to them? It's weird. Stop it.
Well, so this is the funny thing, right? Because Russia kind of does this to both ends of the political spectrum, and they used to only do it to one, right? They only used to do it to the far left, and they're like, yeah, you know, the home of communism must be the best because, you know, communism. But now it also does it to the far right, you know, like traditional values. Russia's some sort of bulwark of family values, you know, the country with, I don't know, highest levels of domestic violence possible, and I don't want to go through the rest of it. You can imagine. Yeah, yes, that's why I said I didn't want to go through the rest of it, because apparently that's such a good thing, and apparently they're really good at traditional values. I question, you know, whenever something like that comes up, is what are these traditional values that they're referring to, that they like so much, and that they're such a good example of? Because I don't see it in them, and anybody who likes what Russia does and what Russia tends to is that either they have no idea of what they're talking about and completely have a complete misconception of what it actually is, or they themselves are very troubled.
I agree with that, Dom, and that was a good analysis of the situation at hand.
So where were we? South Korea. So for the first time, you know, it seems like South Korea might be willing for its weapons to at least somehow go straight to Ukraine. And I think that's quite notable. I'd love to see if there's any details on what their industrial capacity is currently doing. I think that'd be quite interesting. That's, can I say, you know, kind of rare, right? And yeah, they have their own special neighbor just to the north of them. There's a reason why they have as much armaments as they have, and why their industry is able to produce as much armaments as it's able to produce. Right? It's really because of the special neighbor to the north, and that's also why they've not been sending stuff straight to Ukraine. Now, the other component here is also whatever they are sending to Ukraine, North Korea can kind of send to Russia, right? And we already know that North Korea has been supplying at least Wagnerites, I guess, with stuff. So how does this equation square is kind of the question as well. Now, in some ways it does, in some ways it doesn't. But at the very least, as long as they persist and maybe ideally massively expand the sort of creative solutions as they've already done with, for example, Americans lending, quote unquote, lending 500,000 shells, I'm quite happy with that, because that can actually very substantially increase the ability of other partner countries to end up supplying Ukraine with what they already have in stocks. Right? All right. Really, nobody cares about South Korea. Nobody's interested in South Korea changing their stance of not supplying any weapons. That's a new one.
No, I'd be very interested if they did. I'm just not sure they're going to, especially if they are capable of doing these transfers without having to do it by this sleight of hand, by shifting them to America first or a third country and then supplying them. They might, unless of course the conversations in America bear a lot more interesting fruit than I guess I would expect so far.
Whatever it takes, right? Per, I see your hand going up and down, and I think it might be a glitch on my side that I don't get to see it all the time.
Yeah, no, it's. I wasn't sure if maybe he kind of answered the question. I kind of feel it would be fantastic if South Korea would supply weapons, but I doubt they would because of North Korea. I mean, then they don't want to get in trouble with North Korea because Russia and North Korea, they're allies. So they might not want to make the situation even more complicated. So I think they would kind of stay away from it.
No, and this is why I don't think it's very likely for this to happen. And I think all of the context of it here is really the question of kind of showing their home, their domestic population. This is why we're doing the lending thing, so we don't have to do stuff directly, so we maintain plausible deniability or whatnot. And I think this is really the underlying situation, and the underlying purpose of this. Think ethical. Good morning.
Good morning. I think the South Korean situation always has to be in the context of the China card and what Big Brother in the Asiatic dominextrous scenario would react with any decision that they might make. But the Japanese are actually the ones to look at as far as their nascent militarization, especially with their ships and the building of their navy. And this is a real. This is really where the eyes are. The intelligence eyes of the world are on the reaction of the Asian Rim countries' perception of American resolve in Ukraine, and they're actually following through to the end. Words mean nothing, actions mean everything, and the Koreans are completely and absolutely dependent on American protection. 40,000 troops still are providing them that tripwire, American troops, and I believe that they believe that they are beholden to the source of their protector to provide that protector with whatever is asked of them in terms of an industrial capacity, maybe becoming the finest in the world. So these shells are just an offering to the effort in an obtuse way, in the lend-lease way, the lend-lease providing them this option to not make it an actual delivery of a gift, but but to be subsumed in this whole this is what I'm reading a lot about now, the China card, and the China card has since 1948 has been that Maoist communist it's genuine communism in the sense that it's an infiltration of the soul, and it's a total the Chinese communism, when Chiang Kai-shek went to Taiwan, he had been decimated by protecting China, and deserved to be supported in that time, to actually turn the card and be the one to be taking back the mainland, and that was not something that the Americans particularly had the resolve to do at the time. So the very suspect of American resolve, the Koreans have the 70 years of experience of it being a real resolve. So I think that the Koreans are what would you say, a test case for seeing how the Chinese would react, because they're being held to the standard of non-delivery of weapons to their supposed ally, the Russians. So it could be that this could trigger something, but my belief is that the U.S. needs to begin to be the power that it needs to be in order to prevent the war in the invasion of Taiwan, because that is exactly where every eye is looking at this moment in time in the intelligence community. So all of these things mean something. I don't know. I would like Jingu has some interesting comments on this, and it'd be nice if he were in the space to just provide some background and insight. So that's what my thinking is about the China card. In the Japanese or what I'm really looking at closely, because I believe that they are now understanding that they have to throw some weight into the militarization of the area, and they're doing it. So maybe South Korea is next.
So there's a part of this that is a China thing, but the much more imminent one for the South Koreans is, of course, their actual neighbor, who, yes, they're connected to China, but that's not the only thing they are, right? They're also a loose cannon all of their own on top of that. So it's a twofer in a way. Whether that's a good thing or not. And you're right. Japan has a lot of capacity, to add to this as well. Right, they're in a different situation to South Korea for historical reasons, obviously, right? And I think you laid that down pretty well. The slight difference being that Japan is much less imminently threatened, right? So Japan kind of has to deal with history, but not with the imminent threat. South Korea has to deal with the imminent threat, but not the history. And they're almost like mirror images of one another in that sense, right? Of what the actual priorities are. But yeah, let's try to figure that one out. But you're right. At the end of the day, it comes down to the U.S. It does come down to the U.S. at the end of the day. Without the U.S., this doesn't get fixed. But you know what? I think there's a reason why Jens Stoltenberg and Lloyd Austin were doing that tour of Far Eastern allies a few months ago. And there's a reason why they went to Japan and to South Korea. And I think there's a lot closer cooperation now coming forward between European NATO members and those partners as well, and that's a consequence of the actions of the US. Is it happening quickly enough? No, definitely not, but it's starting. Think ethical. Do you want to come back to that? Go for it.
Yeah, history. Yeah, history is 100-year cycles, and that 100 years is coming to the point of conclusion for Japan, Manchuria, and all of the memories of that fading away, hopefully. But this idea of responsibility, of participation, and the feeling that Americans have as in terms of isolationism and tending toward isolationism as a de facto ground zero for them to feel secure in their own cocoon, and not understanding their role in this $40 trillion militarism, if you account for everything that America has the obligation to oversee. But this isolationism, this tendency, and I call it Lindberghism because it's from that era, retracting rather than responding to the threat. In a militaristic way. The Japanese are being required now, I believe. I think Lloyd Austin's probably the guy to do it, to instill the what we would say the kamikaze spirit again into the soul of the Japanese. Having lived in Sweden now for over 20 years. I have been silent because I've been forced to be silent about the perceived neutrality and the misconception of what that is. I'd like maybe Dan John's opinion about this, because I really am now alive again, and it's been this war that has brought me back to myself, and it's almost as if I've been in post-traumatic stress syndrome. The denial of threat, the denial of the need for your neighbors helping you in a conflict with the greater power. So the NATO membership, when I first came, probably was supported by 20 to 30% of the people, and it was frightening, actually, for me. I having a family and thinking, well, what would I do? I'll return to the States with my family, but what will the Swedes do? What will the Swedes do? How will the Swedes? This is all about the neutrality of the Japanese have incurred. I don't believe they've been emaciated to the point that Sweden was, and I use that word very, very carefully. But yes, indeed, it was an emaciation of the soul of the Swede, the fighting Swede, the 12th fighting warring Swede, the metallurgist, the warring horde to actually Ukraine, the Vikings. So the idea of this soul being demilitarized, which Japanese have been. Now, I believe it's very. We must be very careful, because you don't want to elicit the opposite ideal of them going to this extreme that they had gotten to.
Can I say something here? Sorry, I don't think it's right to say demilitarized, because they're far from demilitarized. They have hundreds of tanks, hundreds of howitzers. They have a not insubstantial military force. Frankly, they might put the Bundeswehr to shame in the sheer quantity, right? And they're not that much more populous as a country. They're far from demilitarized. They're just very limited in what they may do outside of their home islands, and that it's a mentality thing much more so than capacity equipment thing.
Yeah, exactly. And I yeah, take that. Yeah, absolutely. Definitionally, that's absolutely true. So, but this asking daddy for permission now to actually deploy that military is what's occurring. The permission to wander down to the South Sea and to maybe challenge a little bit of the nascent Chinese adventurism in establishing this hegemony that they're establishing. So how far? And this is a political question in America, because the arsenal of democracy is the arsenal of democracy only when that arsenal of democracy isn't diluted to believe that it isn't responsible for providing that protection, for providing that police force to create channels of commerce that are free and clear. So it becomes then this this observation about the political electorate of America being absolutely over 25 years disinformed, and an intentional brainwashing, literally, of an entire party that has given itself to this isolationist perspective. So how far does militarism go? Well, in America, only as far as the reigning president will allow it to. So I'm so very, very grateful for one that does understand the nature of the world and how it now must be stopped. This horrendous act of genocide. So there's no in between. We have until January 25th, 2025 to win this war. That's it for me.
All right.
Yeah.
And let's hope it's done well before that. Vojta, morning.
Good morning, everyone. I just wanted to return to the Korean supply of the military material. Well, I'm afraid it might not work out, because Dmitry Medvedev warned South Korea not to provide any material, because in that case, Russia would supply the North Korea with super modern equipment, and it would be like such a great threat to the South Korea. So don't even try to do this. So I'm afraid there will be no result from the South Korea. I'm afraid.
No, see, I'm not afraid, because I know that that's what's going to happen, right? What's going to happen is there won't be direct deliveries from South Korea to Ukraine. But that's fine, because there's already now kind of a system in place, right? The sort of lending of shells to the US, right? So 500,000 shells go from South Korea to the US. They're in US arsenal. And the US therefore has, 500,000 extra shells in stock, and they can take 500,000 American-made shells that are in stock and send those to Ukraine. And I think that frankly works all right. And it's kind of a bypass, and that's good enough. I'm not expecting a lot more from South Korea, because they have a very, very special, super special neighbor next to them. And this is good. And I think this sort of messaging is kind of just saying, we are also on the right side of history here. To be clear, we know what's going on. We're on the right side of history. Our population knows that we're on the right side of history. I think that's the real context here, rather than saying, we're now expecting container ships full of stuff going from South Korea to Constanza, and then by by truck from Constanza to Ukraine. I don't think that's happening. But it all makes sense. I will say Medvedev is very sad now because he can't get any absolute vodka. Per, go ahead.
Yes, you were talking a little bit about Japan earlier, and what role maybe they could play in this, or which role they have. So I know that Russia is very nervous about Japan wanting back the Kuril Islands. So it would be nice, if the Russians were a little bit distracted, maybe that Japan is kind of pushing and threatening a little bit to do something around these islands, so that maybe the Russians will be even more stressed, and they might divert troops or whatever forces to the east. So being attacked from both sides would be maybe a good idea. I don't know, like not physically attacked, but like pressure.
Well, yes, right. Maybe a little bit. The thing is it worthwhile for Japan to push for that? Probably not. Probably not really. But would it change a whole lot? Probably not really. What it does, and I think something that's actually very interesting here, is think of it this way. Look at the Russian Pacific Fleet. Right? A couple of days ago, we were saying the Russian Pacific Fleet has declared that it has the highest level of combat readiness. But 3 days ago, we were saying, hey, the special anti-submarine warfare people were deployed in Vuhledar as infantrymen, and died in Vuhledar as infantrymen. Those two things just don't gel, do they? Right? The actual people who have, let's say, abilities, capacities to do something or other, they're not actually there, right? They're not actually they're no longer part of the Pacific Fleet. How many sailors were redeployed as soldiers into Ukraine? Right, not few. That's for sure. Definitely not few. And I think that context kind of at the same time says it's kind of easy for Japan to do whatever right now, because what does Russia have right now to really answer with? Pressure in a military sense, like you said, isn't a good idea, right? As you noted. Pressure more generally, yeah, absolutely. Making it clear that this isn't a place for Russians generally, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, very nice. Thank you very much. Oh, can I ask another question?
Sure.
It's kind of unrelated to this. It's kind of about referendums and the idea of having referendums. I don't really know how referendums work, or I kind of know how it works, but I don't know the legality behind it. Or, for example, they say always in Ukraine, they have these referendums. I always talk about this. Donbass voted for this, and or Luhansk and Donetsk, they voted. All these referendums taking place all the time, and to me, it just seems so weird that that's even a thing. The referendums, because I live in Bergen in Western Norway, and they suddenly we joke that the people, the bergensere, people of Bergen, they kind of joke that they are their own country, and then if they suddenly started voting, no, we don't want to be part of Norway anymore, so we're gonna have a vote. Bergen is now, we want to be annexed by, I don't know, England or Iceland, I don't know, who cares? Germany. We want to be part of Germany now. It's like the rest of the country will be like, no, we're not having that, mate. That's not happening. I don't care if 100% of Bergen would like to be part of Germany. No, that's not a thing. So what's going on with these referendums? To me, it seems ridiculous to even have this. Now, maybe if the whole country voted, okay, we don't like these people of Bergen, they are annoying,
I can try to explain. I can try to explain. Okay, so referenda are a very different thing in every country. I think that's important to understand. In Switzerland, referenda happen 4 times a year, several referenda each time, because they have a different constitutional setup than, for example, Norway has. Norway has only 2 referenda, I think, 2 national referenda in sort of public consciousness, I think. I think that's it, which would be the two referenda in regarding the what's that regarding EU membership or common market membership. It wasn't even EU yet, right? And then there were a few other referenda, but I don't think they were national referenda. There were some like local, regional, municipal referenda, whatever. There were some of those in between, but nobody really cares about those. Like merging of counties, basically, that sort of thing. So there's only 2 referenda in Norwegian national consciousness that I can think of, which are the 2 common market referenda, so to speak, in the 70s and the 90s. And then the only other referenda were things around like the splitting Norway away from Sweden, and who our king's gonna be and stuff like that. That's 100 years ago. So anyway, there's prohibition referenda in Norway. It's really rare. It hasn't really happened much since the Second World War. And this is why for you as a Norwegian, it seems really weird, right? For a Swiss person, it's like, yeah, referenda, we do this all the time. This is how we get stuff done, or not done, more importantly, if you're Swiss. Usually, so many times the status quo, affirming the status quo is what comes out of it. There was a big spate of referenda after the First World War. A lot of let's call it the dissolution of the central empires led to a bunch of referenda on, where do you want to be, on which side of the border do you want to be, which side of the border do you want to be, and region by region, wherever populations were mixed, because unlike what Woodrow Wilson's points said, in some places there were different groups of people living next to each other, like the same village or the same area. It was very difficult to draw borders because of it, right? Because the point was self-determination, so everybody is where they want to be. The problem was the map wasn't as simple as that, right? Those borders like Colorado, Wyoming, and stuff like that, it's just a straight line. The Americans thought, yeah, we can do Europe like this too. You can just say, well, you're on one side of the line, you're on the other side of the line. The correct people on each side of the line. We'll make it squiddy, that's okay. What they didn't think of is that people actually lived in mixed areas. Plenty of them. Anyway, that's besides the point. What Russia does with referenda is Russia is not really a democracy, right? They pretend to be a democracy pretty well. They have these elections, and then Putin doesn't get like 107% of the vote. He only gets like 70% of the vote. So it looks kind of legitimate to people not paying close enough attention, right? They look at that and they say, "Hey, it is what it is. It's reasonable. They just really like him. It's not so much that it's a complete obvious sham." But what does that lead to? Well, that leads to Russia looking at elsewhere and saying, it's saying, well, we can go somewhere else and we can stage a referendum, and then the West will have to listen to it because that's what they like, because they like democracy. So we're going to have an exercise in democracy, which will basically be serving as a basis for propaganda. And I think Will can speak to this a little bit, right? He's had some interesting experiences with the Russians. So this is why they do them. And what they don't realize is that, the democratic norms that should be a part of it aren't a part of it. Normally for a referendum, you need a constitutional basis. For example, in Ukraine, there wasn't such a constitutional basis. Normally, such things are done, over years, and there's careful planning involved. And if there is a secession referendum, so to speak, and we've seen some of them, right? In Yugoslavia, remember, in the early 90s, there were some referenda. they weren't trivial. They weren't trivial in nature, right? The referenda that were there, they were serious things. The referenda that were there in Yugoslavia in the early 90s, they were done in a serious way. The referenda that were there in the early 90s. But why? I guess is the question. Do Russians do this? Well, because they kind of look at referenda that took place in former Yugoslavia, for example, and say, "Aha, the West supported those. Therefore, we'll just have a referendum, and then we can do whatever we want because we will make sure that we stage a referendum in a way that gives the answer that we want." No, I think it was Stalin who reportedly said, "It doesn't matter who votes; it matters who counts the votes." They're still kind of following that, but not just that. They also, literally conduct them under barrels of guns. They literally, disenfranchise populations that wouldn't vote their way by preventing them from voting, or make it clear that there's no point in them voting in the first place because the number has already been decided on. Remember when the shamarenda, as I like to call them, in occupied Kherson, Zaporizhia oblasts, also occupied Donetsk, Luhansk, were happening earlier. Well, what was this? 6 months ago, thereabouts. No, what did we say? What did we say about those at the time? Well, they had the numbers out. They were shockingly close to one another. They had the numbers out before voting was really concluded. Everybody knew what the answer was going to be. What they didn't take into account is that 2/3 of the population of those areas already left because they didn't want to be a part of being occupied by the Russians. So that's why it's a sham. It's do you know why they do it, Per? They do it to give tankies in the West something to complain about, some basis to speak, to talk, and to legitimize it also in front of their domestic population. It's another thing that feeds the Russian domestic propaganda apparatus. The Russian domestic propaganda apparatus is pretty good and pretty successful at what it does. And people say, "Oh, but why would they need to lie about this then? Why would they need to stage this then?" Well, actually, this is why. This is part of why the Russian domestic propaganda apparatus runs pretty well. Because they plan stuff out and they give themselves content. They plan out content for themselves way ahead of time. The state plans out content for the Russian propaganda, domestic propaganda apparatus. And because this content is well planned out and well designed, they get to succeed with it. Does that kind of make sense? I don't know if I answered your real question, Ted. If you have a follow-up, go for it.
No. So no, that's plenty of answers. Thank you. Yeah, you know a lot of stuff. No question about it. No, it's just, to me, it seems just ridiculous. I don't even want to discuss. They voted this, they voted that. I don't care. And I think I read somewhere that you can have referendums in Ukraine, but the constitution says that the whole country needs to vote if one oblast wants to separate somehow. I think they did in Crimea somehow. Crimea has been a little bit outside, or as far as I understand, but it's still Ukraine. But it was a little bit autonomous somehow. I don't know if you know anything about this, but I don't care. I don't care. They cannot be annexed, and they cannot have referendum to belong to our country. To me, it's ridiculous. I don't even have this discussion with people.
Exactly, it's completely ridiculous because it's staged, right? And it's really difficult to attack because it's so absurd, and it's designed to be really absurd. So yeah, Crimea in independent Ukraine had a degree of autonomy more so than other oblasts. And again, this is kind of normal, right? In lots of European countries, there's a degree of autonomy. For example, the Åland Islands, right? They have a degree of autonomy from Finland. And they have a different, they operate under different rules slightly than the rest of Finland. That's not a weird thing. That's kind of normal. Lots of countries have stuff like that. For example, South Tyrol, Alta Adige, right, where Thomas Taine is from. They operate under slightly different rules than the rest of Italy. They're still a part of Italy. So the fact that Crimea was operating under slightly different rules, that doesn't change anything. That's really normal. That's a really, really normal thing to have a part of a country that kind of governed a bit differently, a bit separately, with some additional, local governance powers. It's a really normal thing. It's a really, really normal thing. Nale.
Yeah, hi, Domen. I'm trying to keep it PG this time. But have you actually encountered any comment or any such thing from a person who actually believed the Shamarenda results? I've seen one myself.
I'm not sure. I don't really engage so much with tankies, but there definitely have been, and I've been sent some some writings, some articles from Western magazines saying, yeah, look, but they had a referendum. It's totally legitimate. What are you even talking about? So they do exist. These lines of logic do exist.
That's incredible to hear. That's
No, but like
incredible.
Nale, imagine like Johan Beckman would totally use that.
Well, I know he would, but I don't know. He's not well in the head.
No, probably not. Because it takes a particular level of disconnectedness with the rest of society if you're Finnish and still a tanky.
Absolutely.
Fancy Pants, you will have had many more experiences with such people, I trust.
Sorry, I've been engaged in some silly shit. What are those interesting people that I have had engagement with? Tankies?
Yeah, and specifically people who believe in the Shamarenda as being legitimate, right? So the Shamarenda in Crimea and Eastern Ukraine, last year in Kherson, Zaporizhia.
Yeah.
I'm guessing you've met quite a few people who said, yeah, but they had a referendum. They want to be a part of Russia. Something along these lines.
For sure. Yeah. So 30% or 20% at least in Austria believe that garbage because it's pushed by Russian propaganda. Absolutely.
Sinale wasn't making it up after all. Well,
yeah, and we've actually had one here on the space a while back, Domin, a Russian from Crimea that was no longer living in Crimea. He was living in China and working, and came on the space to talk to us about his perspective of things. And it was his, he's a Russian from Ukraine. His family had been moved in there a generation ago, and his impression was that regardless of the history, that essentially right now, if everybody cleared out militarily, that the majority of the people there now, a significant majority of the people there now, would want to stay as part of Russia if a vote was held. But he admitted that was because they've moved hundreds of, like 800,000 additional people into Crimea since the 2014 takeover. So, yeah, even the people who say they believe the referendum, if held today, would come out that way, are easily, they'll admit to the reason why.
some will, for sure, right? And Pep, this is the other thing that Russia does, is literally stack the deck. And by stack the deck, I mean engage in large scale, let's call it with the PC term, population transfer. But really what it is in a lot of cases, it's genocide, right? That leads to that. So yeah, it's a way for them to say, they agree, they want to be a part of Russia. Yes, of course, because you moved them there 2 days ago. Of course they do. Yeah. Nale?
Yeah, regarding this moving of people, how do they actually do it? Because I guess they have to have some kind of advertisement campaign that, hey, now you can move to Crimea, it's beautiful and the weather is nice, or something like that.
Well, for a start, people in Russia already know that Crimea is nice. It's kind of a part of culture, to be aware of that. But the other thing, and that's quite a big thing. First of all, they move people out, right? And for example, in 2014, when Russia occupied Crimea, a lot of people packed up and left immediately. They left of their own accord because they knew what was coming, and they knew what was coming was, torture prisons and stuff like that. And they said, we're going to leave before we're a part of that. We're going to leave before we get arrested for not being desirable elements by the Russians, right? That's one part. The other part is arrests, mass deportations. Now look up what the Soviets did during the Second World War to the Crimean Tatars. I think it was in 3 days, they loaded up almost the entire population of Crimean Tatars, many tens of thousands of people onto trains, and sent them to Central Asia. Right? That's the other part of it. Just as I'm saying, it's called population transfer. In practice, a lot of the time, it's the mass deportation and, frankly, genocide, right? And that's how they free up space, and then they say to Russians, "Hey, want a really cheap house somewhere where it's not 3 meters of snow and minus 40 degrees for 3 months straight every year?" It's pretty easy sell. If anything, actually, Crimea specifically, it's kind of for high class people, basically. Lots of intelligence officers, families type people got dibs on that. Very, very desirable. They needed no advertising whatsoever. Now imagine Finland, like, invaded. Let's say, where can you invade? Let's say Finland invaded Corsica, right? If Finland invaded Corsica, to Corsica from France, like, would it be hard to persuade Finnish people to now move to France, to Corsica? No, people would love to be somewhere warmer. Some people.
Yeah, but I've seen their cheese and it's nasty with the fly larva eating it, so I'm not moving
That's
there.
Sardinia, not Corsica.
Sorry. Same sea though.
Same sea next to one another, that's true, but slightly different place. Ever so slightly different place. No, but they do it genuinely, literally all of the time. This isn't something new. This is something that they're very, very used to, and that really shouldn't be getting ignored in the slightest, right? It's a systematic approach that they've been doing for a long time. Nale?
Yeah, have they? Because Russia has expanded their territory like many times throughout the centuries, but have they ever used the British method of populating Australia, that they send the prisoners there? Probably
No.
to Siberia then.
Yeah, exactly. So not to other places like Crimea, for example, because what they wanted to make sure is that those areas become, let's say, amenable to being a part of Russia, if that makes sense, right? So they sent people who were loyal already, as opposed to places where nobody wanted to go to, like Siberia. That's actually the original gulags weren't really established in Siberia. The original, let's say, prison camps were established kind of north of Moscow, way north of Moscow, towards the Arctic. In large part because of transport connections. Actually, it's much easier to get them there than to get them to Siberia. Siberia is a faraway place. But indeed, those were more sort of forced labor camps. And you needed forced labor for people to want to be there in the first place, because they didn't want to be there. They had to be forced. That's kind of how forced labor works. Whereas and this is massively oversimplifying. There are various types within that, whatever. But Crimea specifically was very popular for the Russians as well, and it's very easy to get the most loyal of the most loyal imperialists to want to go there in the first place. That's why that was kind of an easy one for them to populate, right? Between naval establishments and various intelligence types, it was fairly straightforward for them. This is the highly abridged version of history, right? Because I can't give you a full, 16 hours on what Russians have been doing to Crimea over the centuries. I think I'd need to prepare a little bit for that one, but there's also better people whom you can listen to about that, like Serhiy Plokhy, for example, or I forgot his name. Was the historian Snyder? That one, right? You have better options than me for a comprehensive look, Mali.
Yeah, absolutely, because we actually have a Crimean Tatar community in Finland too, in Helsinki. That has been there for, 150 years, maybe a bit more.
Yes, and that would be from the times when both parts were still a part of the original Russian Empire, really, so to speak.
Yep, absolutely, and they keep a low profile for some odd reason. Because in my youth, I didn't even know that they existed here. But they had one guy who was good at football, and he was actually in the national team and stuff. So I knew him, but not anybody else.
That's funny. Cheers, Mali. Mockers, could it possibly trouble you for a DI update?
A pardon? A what update? A
Defense Intelligence, UK MOD DI.
Oh, I thought you said TI, and I was like,
I don't know what that is.
No, me neither. That's why I wondered.
I know you don't
Of
like
course
tea,
you
so
can.
it wouldn't be that.
Of course you can bother me. Yes. Today's Defence Intelligence Report. Good job I've had a coffee, I think. All right, so let's see. For the 19th of April 23. Since the start of its full-scale invasion of Ukraine, the Russian state has systematically used information operations as a major element of its strategy. It has cultivated multiple channels and proxies to spread disinformation, the intentional creation and sharing of false or manipulated information. One component of Russia's disinformation is narrative laundering, whereby Russia promotes the information from proxies or unverified social media sources, which then permeate to more mainstream or state-run media. This aims to cloud the source of information, making it easier for the Russian state to distance itself from the message. It then promotes misleading fragments of narrative while masking its vested interest. Russian state actors present manipulated narratives in both orchestrated and opportunistic ways. Their current priorities almost certainly include discrediting the Ukrainian government and reducing international support for Ukraine. It sounds as though the British MOD have got them figured out there. What do you reckon, Domin?
In part, it's what I keep talking about, right? It's the smorgasbord of, or the buffet of bovine excrement. Let's put it as that, right? Because that makes it very easy to also distance people from what truth is and from the concept of facts. Not just facts themselves, but the mere concept that there are such things as facts. It's something that they've been employing against their own population exceedingly well for a long time. It's what's enabled them to affect their own population exceedingly well for a long time, right? Because then nobody cares about what truth is or could be, because what does it matter? You're always going to get 17 different explanations for whatever happens anyway, right? It's always going to be somewhere in there. Let's say something bad happens, right? Let's say the Kerch Bridge blows up, for example. Not a bad thing in itself, but obviously bad for Russia. Immediately, you're going to have Solovyov saying one thing. You're going to have Skabyeva saying another thing. You're going to have some mill bloggers saying a third and a fourth thing. You're going to have the official line in Pravda, saying another thing, and so on. All of these things together, what does it do? It confuses. It says, "Oh, I will believe whatever I decide to believe." Right? Everybody kind of picks up the one that intuitively fits them best, or the first one that they hear, or maybe the one that they just understand best, perhaps. Right? There's options, and they kind of go home and they're done with that, or they say, well, we can't possibly know what the truth is, and open another bottle of vodka. And people might think this is stereotyping. It's not stereotyping. It's true. That's actually what happens, right? It promotes disinterest in what fact is, and as long as all of the underlying messages promote the glory of the empire, it's fine. They're fine with it. It doesn't matter what truth is. What matters to them is for the empire to be great and to be considered to be great. The other component here, and you see, this is where they're less successful. They're much less successful in exporting this approach, is the phenomenon of apoliticalness. Sadly, we don't have Will around anymore, but it's something that's very common in Russia, especially. It's kind of a survival tactic. You ask someone about anything really, and they say, it is how it is. I'm not such a political person, they'll say, a lot of the time, especially in public, especially in a more public context, right? So I'm not such a political person. It's both below me and above me. It is for the politicians to figure this out. I'm just a normal, ordinary person. I'm going about my business, off to the store to look at selection of vodka and whatever. But that's really what much of the attitude is, and it allows them to distance themselves from whatever's going on. It also, they feel as though they're absolved of responsibility. But the real underlying trigger for that is the ability to not misstep, because sometimes, even if the people in power stay the same, what correct messaging is, what the expected things that are being said can be very different. So let me give you a non-Russian example, or a non-Soviet example, because I quite like it, and it's one people don't often think of. It's the example a few people here would have heard once, maybe twice before. But it's the example of Yugoslavia after the Second World War. Right, immediately after the Second World War, Tito's communists took over in Yugoslavia, and initially they promoted a pretty Stalinist line. Tito was quite good friends with Stalin to start with. He was quite happy to work with Stalin and all the other communists. Pretty straightforward in a way, right? Pretty straightforward. And there were a lot of people from, let's call it the intelligentsia, the elites, so to speak, who propagated the same ideas. 3 years later, there was a split. Now, in English, it's usually termed the Tito-Stalin split. In the Warsaw Pact nations will have heard of it. There's a Kominform split. In Yugoslavia, it was called the Informbiro split. Whatever, it doesn't really matter. There's a few names for it, but there's some for you to Google there. And immediately, what happened was everybody who was the most hardline communist, most avowed communist in Yugoslavia, very soon got locked up. Not all of them, but many. They became the first real political prisoners in Yugoslavia. The real class enemies, those already fled or were summarily executed or were lying low. But all of these communists who were still heavily praising Stalin in Yugoslavia, those are the ones who got locked up. Those are the ones who became political prisoners because they didn't change their tune quick enough. Now, but you see, if you're apolitical, you don't get into such a situation because you just don't comment on it. You don't say anything. You don't have your own opinions. No. Life just ticks past you. Politics just go straight past you. And it's a defense mechanism. But they also feel as though it absolves them of responsibility. I don't think it does, though. I don't think when something like this is being done by the state which you support, anything really, really genuinely absolves you of responsibility. And well, I'm glad that you're back up. I wanted to ask you this. You've worked in the area for a while, quite some time ago. In, let's say, the more immediately post-Soviet years, right? How often people comment on politics in public? And how often, if you ask somebody, you'd get back the "I'm not really political" kind of answer?
So the answer to the first question in public is virtually never. And the answer to the second question is a significant majority of the time. Don't know the exact number, but I suppose there would be other reasons, which I'll get into in a second. But clearly the easy answer is I stay out of politics. Now they all say they stay out of politics because if you explore it with them a bit more before it becomes tedious and you need to change the subject, or you're not going to be talking to that person much longer. So it's boring. It doesn't interest me. But a big one was it doesn't make any difference because in the Soviet Union, if these people were old enough to be adults, say just barely adults or 17 or something like that when the Soviet Union broke up, they would remember a significant portion of life under the old Soviet Union and then into the I don't know, what do we call it? The interregnum between 1991 and the rise of Putin. They, even during that period of time, everybody is very distrustful of the government typically, and they know that they have a sense the government's not out to help them. They avoid being in contact with police officers most of the time, right? Because everybody knew, even at that time, those guys were going to be so low paid and low respected, the cops you'd meet on the street, that you would want to avoid them because it would become an uncomfortable situation for any number of reasons, one of which would be you'd need to pay them off to leave you alone for some reason. So that fear of their government, resentment of their government, and the other thing is there is big and reasonable fear of the Soviet government all the time in Russia even today, because if you look at the Russian government or the Russian system now, something like 1.5% of the population is involved in the security apparatus, the police, Oman, the riot police, the FSB, the GRU folks, the internal intelligence people and the external intelligence. The security apparatus is quite big, always has been in proportion to their population. And they are suspicious of government agents in general, having enmity for them, and avoiding them as well. The tax agent, the labor law guys. I very rarely ran into a Russian bureaucrat that you thought that the situation was going to go smoothly and easily and without complications, right? So that a long history of no government being for them, for doing things, delivering services, actually being relied upon in a way that you trusted your government to take care of some things. A very low level of trust in government, a very understanding that they want to be disinterested in politics. But I'm certain that there is a large portion of that disinterest that was derived from self-protection, or just wanting an excuse for when things fail, that they're not associated with those things. And in particular, the conversations I had with people about supporting of the parties that were probably almost dead even by the time I got there. Yabloko and the Technocrat Party, and these little minor parties that had an opportunity to gain some support in the nascent period of democracy back when, or representative democracy that they could have turned to right when Yeltsin was breaking things up. But the manner in which, of course, the old guard that he gathered around them broke up the country made it an oligarchy, a kleptocracy. I mean, they just basically looted the government and handed it over to people. So people didn't expect much. And by that point, they were untrusting of where the world was going to in politically for them, right? The oligarchs were new, but they were taking over. They obviously had power and money and influence. The old portion of the government that you relied on to do the bureaucracy of day-to-day life under in Russia was very untrustworthy and considered corrupt. And the Putin seemed like a reasonable way out, right? Bring back some prestige to Russia. He started out seeming just patriotic, but his drift into Russian nationalism was relatively quick, and his takeover of the United Russia Party and essentially rigging all the elections to push it to the point where it was a one-party state had progressed while I was living there. And at this point, people are, really convinced that their vote can do no good, and their elections are all rigged anyway. And they'd lost all hope and interest in at that point. But early on, when I met them, I couldn't understand why so many of them just said, "Oh no, I want to stay out of it. It's apolitical." Because being the idealistic dumbass Westerner, you think, "Wow, you've got a real opportunity here," and you don't recognize it and get together and take advantage of this, because these don't come along that often, right? They're unicorns, but if you handle them correctly, you can have a lovely thing. I will use Ukraine as an example of that. So it was really disappointing to me. But then you get on with your life, and your friends get on with their lives, and you recognize that the government they're in isn't good, and it isn't getting better. But I didn't recognize at that time how bad it would become. I probably should have. I feel guilty about not recognizing it back then. But yeah, there's a lot of people in Russia who they say if they had to do it over again, they would, but I'm not sure they would, because you're talking about 1,000 years of history, at least 1,000 years of history, where I mean, it's almost like biologically built into people at that point. 1,000 years of people living that have absolutely no concept of how a regular, boring, old, bog standard election runs in the West. The mechanics of the voting areas and the people, the volunteers who carry it out. What a free and fair election looks like. They had no history of it, so I don't think they had any concept that they would get to a representative liberal democracy, because I don't really think they had conceptualized what it would be like living in that sort of situation. They were downtrodden by, well, I don't say they're downtrodden because they're not victims, but they were living steeped in an environment of propaganda that contained at least a core of it, a Russian supremacy sort of message, and glorifying war and glorifying the military, and covering up and hiding the social ills that were growing in the country, whilst militarizing and increasing the security apparatus. So it was becoming the bad old days. You could see it coming even by the time I left. Well, certainly by the time I left. Halfway through my visit there, it was clearly not going the right direction. But at that point, you just try. They were all then trying to get out of the country, and I'm happy that I helped a whole bunch of people exit Russia. That's my only good feeling about it at this point. I probably rambled way too much on there, Domin, but was that answering part of what your question was?
Yeah, of course, but this gives context, right? There isn't a healthy society to start a democracy in the first place, right? And even if it's designed to subvert it and pervert it, the establishment designed around subverting and perverting it. Thank you. Well, let's go to Christopher, followed by Danny and Pat. Christopher, very good morning.
Thank you, Dylan. Very good morning to you. It's amazing. Last night, well, first all, let me just say that the topic that just came up is exactly what I encountered yesterday with a young woman that of Ukrainian. Am I still here? Oh. Okay, very good. During my normal course of business yesterday, I had to work with a young Ukrainian woman who was the same. She was in her late 20s, married to a Russian, for as much as I could get out of the conversation. But she said the same thing. I am not political. I don't get into politics. And she had been here in this country probably a number of years. She has family back in Western Ukraine, and thank goodness they're fine. When I asked her about that, and she had some troubles, and she related some stories about incoming, air raids and bombs and things like that. But she just had this weird sort of like, I don't want to take sides. And she did mention, she said, well, my husband's Russian, so I really can't take sides. And I just thought, wow. And I kept saying, this is a genocidal war. And she said, oh, yes, it's very bad. It's awful. It's tragic. And I couldn't really put my.
Now you're hot marking, my lovely.
Sorry.
Carry on, Christopher. Sorry.
Oh, no. Okay. I thought you wanted to say something. But I just couldn't quite put my finger on the interaction. And she was kind of surprised that I knew the song in response, the say in response, but it took her a couple of me saying Slava Ukraine to her for her to actually answer me, and it was just I don't know. I felt my previous encounter with somebody about a month prior to this, who was an older Ukrainian woman, was absolutely the opposite. One that was just so just upset, and we both broke. We both came to tears talking about it, and it was just a different conversation. So I mean, thank you for bringing this up, because it was something I just couldn't quite put my fingers on. Back to you.
Thank you, Christopher. That's maybe an even slightly different. Apologies for the hot mic earlier, by the way. That's even slightly different from what the usual outcome is, right? That's even slightly different from what the usual situation is. But yeah, you get these sort of responses for sure. Politicalness being bad, and especially for some that isn't. Especially for some that have, for example, moved, quite a while ago, and maintain more of that mentality, then absolutely. it's very pervasive still. And in a way, you know, those who have been away from Ukraine for a while can have greater trouble sometimes conceptualizing what exactly is going on, especially if they've been at the same time, you know, infected by Russian, both domestic and foreign-facing propaganda. Because the reality of things is evading them much more because they don't perceive it in the same way and they don't live it in the same way. In some cases, not far from all the cases. I'm just, you know, highlighting there's a possibility for some, right? Especially depending on what media landscape they put themselves into to a degree.
You took the thoughts right out of my head. She had said something that was sort of strange. Two things that were kind of strange, right? The first one was the army. The army's not, she said, the army's not here to protect you and me. It's to protect the money. It's not to protect, it's to protect the pockets, the people above. And she points with her finger upwards. And then the other curious thing that she said, and I kind of giggled at this, she's like, well, you know, there's rumors that Putin has passed away a long time ago. She says, you know, that they have clones. Putin has clones. And I said, yes. And I relayed the story of the latest one that we saw, footage coming from far away and from the front in Donbass. And it was just weird. I was thinking to myself, is she on a diet of Fox News here in the States? Anyway.
No, it's worse. It's this is a lot of Russian Telegram and mainline Russian media.
Yeah. All right. Well, thank you. I just want to add in, and it does put my mind a little bit centered on it, kind of where this potentially would have come from. But I still think she's. I feel, you know, it's one of those conversations I'm sure I'm going to have again with her, and I'll try somewhat of a softer tack because I knew she was getting uncomfortable. Thanks, Tom.
Cheers, Christopher. Yeah, it can be very difficult. Again, very much depends on what she's been consuming for the past 15 years in terms of media. That can have a huge effect. Danny, how are you? Danny?
Hi, sorry. Really difficult getting off of mute. Apologies in advance for my audio. I'm on my bike and it's a little windy.
All good.
Okay, great. So it's really interesting listening to folks about their experience with totalitarianism, etc. And it's so true. It's such a self-fulfilling prophecy. It is because everyone's in the system, essentially. If you're a citizen of a totalitarian nation, by default, they will integrate you forcibly into the system, or they will eliminate you either through labor camps, through extrajudicial killings, through sending you to political prison. So essentially, in some countries, it's easier to evade just because of the country's geography and the way it's organized. So when you have mountains, people flee to the mountains, they live off the land, they create dugouts, and then they do partisan activity to fight back. But that's not the default. That is an extremely small percentage of population that can do that, and not everywhere, right? And since everyone else is part of the system, they perpetuate it through pressure, through people getting used to a bad situation, and it carries on for years and years. And then we kind of try to rationalize it and think, well, people are like the example that was shared earlier of that Ukrainian woman that had a Russian husband. There's 40-something million Ukrainians, right? Some of them at least will have these types of tenuous ties and not be fully able to explain why they're accepting the situation, or they find excuses. And it's not unnatural for this to happen. It's something that will happen in at least a percentage of the population, just as you would have seen during very repressive communist times, or in other countries such as mine, where brothers would rat out their other brother. Let's say that the brother was a partisan hiding in the mountains, through pressure, repeated pressure, even through torture, through other means of coercion. They are either forced to give up their own kin or their influence to do it, they'll fabricate evidence that your brother has been screwing you over for years, and that he actually stole this plot of land that would have been yours. They'll make something up. They'll turn you against your own. They have been doing it for centuries. It's tactics, right? So that's why it's very difficult, and you'll never see one of these regimes implode by itself. It's because everyone's part of it. If you're not part of it, your relatives are. If you hide, you cannot do much but hide. So it does require something to happen that would trigger a change. Something that will show people that, well, we know you've been a part of this system for so long, and implicitly you're even culpable for taking part of it, right? So people are kind of reluctant to renounce the regime for fear of what will happen next. Of course, it so happens that people that were part of that system will either forcibly try to take control of it and perpetuate it just under new leadership, or they will try to disguise it, just like it happened in the very late 80s, early 90s in Romania, when former high-ranking members of the Communist Party suddenly, after giving up Ceausescu and summarily executing him, said, "Oh, let's build a new country together, and I'll be your leader," right? And everyone that tried to protest, saying, "Well, you're just their secretary," because now that the dictator has been ousted, you're just trying to be the next one, right? And they've tried to put it down violently by instigating certain parts of the working force, calling them to the capital city and saying, the intellectuals are trying to coup our new country, our new vision for the country, and let's stop them, right? And that generated sort of a civil unrest that led to the murder and the violence against other citizens in the capital of the city. So democracy is not gonna be a default. It never is. It's just because it's so difficult to maintain, isn't it? And because of its nature, that you have to allow all voices to take part in democracy, there's always going to be an element that tries to infiltrate it and destroy it from the inside, just taking advantage of the way that democracy is constructed to exploit its weakness of inclusivity. Of course, it's something that's innate to a democracy, and without it, you can't have one. But it's also its weakness, and we have to realize that it's never going to perpetuate itself on its own. That's why we have to vote, we have to be vocal, etc. But it's not going to happen by its own. I was mentioning the cases of people fleeing to the mountains to escape communism. There's a bunch of books and movies about it, how that worked in Romania, which is very interesting, and I would recommend you look up and kind of understand how long-term partisanship works and how difficult it actually is to do it. So all respect to people that are fighting back there. And of course, we'll see people that act against their own good just because they've been brainwashed, they're part of the system. They have fears, which are normal for any human being to feel, but it's their weakness, and they need to overcome it to be able to find something better. Yeah, I'm not sure if I rambled or made any sense, but thank you.
No, it makes perfect sense, Danny. And by the way, for anybody who heard two explosions in the background of Danny, those weren't explosions; they're just gusts of wind that overwhelmed the modern, phone software.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, it was quite impressive. And for somebody who thought that there were shells exploding next to Danny, there weren't. It's just that there's lots of wind where he is, lots of wind, and then sometimes it overwhelms the software, the noise cancelling, the voice isolating software.
It doesn't help that I'm riding like 35 kilometers per hour as well, so it's gonna be windy. I can't even hear the booms from my side here, so apologies everyone. I just need to dodge traffic. So thanks for the opportunity to speak, and talk to you later.
Thank you, Danny. But this really illustrates things, right? and it also let's bring one important lesson from this. Democracy is something that needs attention and that requires effort to maintain. Now, if you're in a very, eventually maybe it kind of works on its own most of the time if you're in a very healthy society, a very, very healthy society. But other than that, to get it started and to stabilize it and keep it going, it takes a lot of effort. And then eventually, maybe you might get lucky and you might, ingrain it deeply enough that it is the default. But it's not easy. It's not straightforward. Per, please.
Yes, sorry, I just my phone had gone into screen lock. So I guess what I have to say is related to what Danny talked about, because there's a new mobilization coming now from Russia, and it's more efficient and it's digitized. They worked on this system for a long time to make it, more difficult to escape. And there are like procedures in place to really prevent or to optimize the mobilization. So I just heard that there was some news from Berdyansk where they are now mobilizing people from Berdyansk to partake in this war. So they're using, they did to a certain degree before, but now the newly annexed areas will be also, or people in the newly annexed areas will be mobilized also. So they are basically Ukrainians that will now be forced to fight against Ukraine, which is part of which is genocide also. So this is just completely mind-blowing and outrageous and incredibly frustrating, because it feels like when I'm watching this war now, it's like I'm watching a slow-motion train wreck. And Russia is doing this with impunity. This war has been with impunity completely. They are allowed to do whatever they want. And they could execute like 1,000 civilians, Ukrainian civilians, and the West would be outraged. Yes, outraged. So what? So the West is so slow and, I don't know, impotent. It's really, really frustrating. So the Russians are making it worse because the West is so slow. I mean, this war should have been over a long time ago. So, and also, regarding this political indifference, if you're not interested in politics, politics is very interested in you, as I've heard this expression before. Indifferent people, that's what's happened in Russia, I guess, that they are not interested. They have like a deal with Putin where, if you're not, just stay out of, they just tell Putin to stay out of their way. The Russians tell Putin to stay out of their way. And then they're fine with everything he does. So I don't know if it's inherent in Russians to be this cold-blooded, that they don't care that Putin is committing genocide and that they are fine with it and that they are accepting now that they will be mobilized. So I don't know, maybe the mobilization will be fine without any trouble. I don't know, what do you think? How will this mobilization work? Will it be successful or not? How will it go?
So that's an interesting question. So I don't know if it's going to be more efficient somehow now. Maybe a little bit. But if you think how the previous big mobilization went, they got plenty of people, right? They collected plenty of people. Their problem was they didn't know what to do with them. And we were still hearing, a month later, and it was quite wintry conditions in a lot of, well below freezing conditions in much of Russia by then. How many were, camping outside of cities and forests without anything like equipment, without anything really to keep themselves remotely warm. And in a setting, in a situation like that, did the mobilization have problems because they couldn't get enough people, and that's really what this digital registry is solving? No, they got too many people. They didn't know what to do with them. They didn't have anywhere to assign them. They didn't have anywhere to lodge them. They didn't have anywhere to do anything with them. That's the real problem. So unless it makes it so that they can target better and say, okay, you know, we're going to send these guys there, and kind of have a better plan. But I don't think that digitalization solves that. It's a question of their own preparation. As to the rest of it, as to the preparation, I wonder how much of a difference it really makes. What do I mean by that is, they're not going to succeed in a way that a Western military would consider successful, in a way where they'd actually make a more functioning military, because they have serious cultural and equipment issues at this point as well. But cultural issues are the big issue. They don't really have that. Are they going to get more people? I think more was the problem. I don't know, Per?
Yeah, so I think we discussed this a little bit before. What, like you mentioned, what is success to Russians and what is success to Westerners? I think success for Russia is to they could just throw bodies out, with or without gun, with spade or without spade. Success for them is to just make chaos and slow down. Because I mean, after the first real mobilization, they were able to kind of plug the holes. If they plugged it with bodies or whatever they did, they plugged it. So, and now they have people, or they have reinforced defensive lines and stuff like this. So it will just kill more Ukrainians, and I think that's maybe the biggest problem. It will slow down the offensive of the Ukrainians, and it will just in general cause more damage, and the war will be longer. And I think Russia hopes that this will kind of deter the West. So I think they only need to slow down or just lengthen the war. They don't care about their own soldiers. They just care about, did we gain territory? Did we keep territory today? I think that's all they care about. And can they sustain it as far as lives go? Yeah.
I mean, they're also doing forced recruiting in occupied territories at the same time, right?
Yeah, that's what I meant. That's what in Bajans they are now sending out these. So you have Ukrainians fighting Ukrainians, which is genocide also. I categorize it as such anyway.
Yeah, and they've been doing this throughout to various degrees, right? In different places and to different degrees at different times. But it's a part of what they do.
Yeah, it's just probably a bit more organized now, more systemic or systematic. But they're doing it. They have no problems doing that.
And the fact that it is a war crime, who cares about that in Russia? In minor detail. Ivana, good afternoon. How are you?
Good afternoon. Fine. Well, almost. I had some news from the other side, from Russia, and I don't want to change the subject, but is somehow related. It's not about the mobilization. We know that there is a covert mobilization ongoing, and also the spring conscription, which is normal in Russia. But I think they want to revive the patriotic sentiment, because I guess this doesn't go very well. And we are like 20 days to 9th of May, which is a major date for the Russians. And we have seen reports that some of the planned parades in different cities in Russia were cancelled. We don't know about Moscow yet. Peskov said that he doesn't have information about this, but we know for sure that they will be cancelled in Kursk, in Belgorod, and in other oblasts. And with the 9th of May parade, there is the procession of the Immortal Regiment, which is their way to, celebrate in a way, or I don't know, commemorate the people that fought in the Great Patriotic War, as they call it, the Second World War. And yeah, it's an initiative that happens in other countries. I guess it's probably normal to commemorate the heroes, but this year it seems to be very, very interesting. For example, in Primorsk Krai, as well as throughout the country, said the press service of the government of the region, the face-to-face procession of the Immortal Regiment has been cancelled, but everyone will be able to join the online march of the Immortal Regiment. And to do this, people should upload some photos of their heroes on a certain site, and those pictures will be shown on TV on the 9th of May. And also there are other alternatives to the procession. It will be an Immortal Auto Regiment. To do this, the people should place the photos of the heroes with a nominal signature inside the car, on the rear window or the side window, and so that they will do this parade. Just a moment.
In the meantime, go ahead.
No, sorry, I got a cold, so if you give me another 10 seconds, it would be okay.
Well, you take your time. I'll just highlight. If they're all in cars, they can't interact with one another, so they can't highlight. Oh yes, are you here because your grandpa was in the Second World War? No. It's because we lost our brother, our husband. Oh, you too. This way you obfuscate that. Carry on, Ivana. Sorry about that.
Yeah. So I wondered why they are doing this way. Maybe they are afraid that something could happen on the 9th of May. Maybe the people are not so happy to participate in the parade. And also maybe they have less equipment to show off on the parade. So they practically turned it into ad hoc parade on the streets with the photos of heroes put under the windows of the car. So they specifically say that the windows should be clean, and if the windows are tinted, it's not a good thing because the people won't be able to see. Also, there are other solutions. Heroes with Us, a campaign that involves wearing a t-shirt with a portrait of your hero printed on it. A portrait of a hero in the heart campaign involves wearing a badge with a small photo of a person that had spared nothing to protect the fatherland. Also, they are encouraged to decorate the windows of their houses. The title is Windows of Victory, with appropriate stickers, and you can depict a dove, a bird symbolizing peace, or flowers, carnations that are associated with the blood that the Russian soldiers shed for the motherland. Or, of course, the St. George ribbon that we know already, which is for them a sign of the memory of the heroes of the war. They can hang on the windows and balconies copies of the banners of victory, flags of victory, and so on. They are even encouraged to pin some pictures or some symbols on their clothes and wear them in honor of this important day. And there is a follow-up to this, because people maybe ask the Ministry of Interior if there will be consequences for this display of pictures and things in the cars, and the Minister of Interior declared that it would not be an offense to place photographs of the Immortal Regiment on cars. So they did make the precision that it is allowed, and they advise people to put them in the rear or side windows so that they can see where they are driving. So that's the news about the 9th of May this year. What do you think?
No, it's exactly what it is, right? It's making sure that not too many people realize what the death toll actually is. And then even if they do realize, to say, oh yeah, but it just happened to be, the unit that was based from here was engaged in heroic battle against 17 times more NATO troops or whatever they'll say, right? And that's why. But they're really trying to minimize the possibility for any thoughts of discontent fomenting in the first place. One thing that they're not mentioning, which I think is very very important, is the Air Force. Now, at the same time, they're going to be limiting with how many ground forces in Vidivia are going to be participating in the main parades, because there just aren't that many left, right? Not the long-standing ones. So other ones will be more represented, like the Navy and the Air Force, except it looks like the Air Force isn't going to be flying again because of the like they were not flying last year because of the
It's the weather.
roosting.
It's the weather.
It's the weather. Yes, it just so happens that both last year and this year the skies will be completely clear. There will be only mild winds, minimal winds, and it just won't be appropriate weather for them to fly, obviously.
Yeah, but don't be mean. You know, the currents, the air currents are invisible, so you don't know. Maybe there is something in the air above, even if the sky is blue and the sun is shining.
Yeah, you know, there isn't any way to really tell what wind is at higher elevations, except, you know, all of those things on the internet nowadays where you can just go and check. No, but it's very amusing. It's very amusing what they're up to. The other thing that I think might be kind of worth highlighting here is I think Ukrainians, and this is something Marcus has spoken about a few times, their best to make sure that the Air Force definitely won't be flying again this year over Moscow. Because, of course, the Russians won't want to shoot down one of their own planes aiming at a alleged Ukrainian drone.
To be sure, I will be very interested to see the Red Square in Moscow the 9th of May. I'm really looking forward to that moment when a drone will land in the Red Square wearing the Ukrainian symbols. I think it will happen. What do you think?
I think it'd be very amusing. You know, I just hope that it's appropriately referenced. And references the memory of one great Matthias Hust. For people who don't know who that is, towards the end of the Cold War, there was a German chap who took off from, I think, Helsinki in a little plane and ended up landing on Red Square. He was his flight plan said he was going to go west from Helsinki, but he just went east. Went east until he got to Moscow and landed in the middle of Red Square. And it was then got imprisoned, of course. But it wasn't a very good day for the Russians. Did he land in the middle of Red Square? He landed kind of on the edge of it eventually, right? If I remember correctly. Where's our airplane geeks that would be able to describe exactly what his flight path was? But yes, very, very amusing, all in all. Very, very amusing. Let's see what happens. No, it's funny that they'll maintain, you know, the victory parade, the first patriotic war, as they try to galvanize their population to fight the one they wish to be designated as the second one, really. But it does really stink of it stinks of an authoritarian regime in decline when they know they have to launch a big war in order to maintain the regime. And I think that when history books are written about this in 20, 30, 40 years' time, there will be a lot of writing of, you know, how much did the Russian establishment know? How much did the Siloviki know about what the expiration date for the regime, this particular iteration of the regime is? Maybe that's why they ended up launching the war. Right? It distracts it galvanizes the population. It gives them some new fodder, really. You know, the Great Patriotic War, 1941 to 1945, was almost at an end. Maybe they thought it necessary. Maybe they thought it necessary to persist.
I don't know. For me, this display, this parade of symbols and pictures and it's really I don't know. It makes me think of the Ceausescu period when you were obliged to wear certain type of clothes and do certain type of things, and it's just unnatural. You know, for some families, these are heroes that died, and you don't display them in the back window of the car and wearing them on the clothes like I don't know. It feels sick. And the fact that they are encouraged to do this, to have this display of things to be very visible, because that's what they are aiming for, to have a very visible manifesto of things. It feels also very, very sick. Especially knowing how they treat their own soldiers right now, because let's not forget, they are treating those soldiers and the families of those soldiers really bad right now. So on one side you celebrate something, and on the other side you celebrate the death, but you do nothing with the living, and you push them to a illegal war, and you make them die. They're the sons of your country. So it's not that I care for the Russians, but it's just I wanted to show this contrast between what they are claiming that they appreciate from the past and what they are really doing in the present.
And it also shows the dedication of the regime to conducting the genocidal invasion of Ukraine. I think that's a big one here, right? It shows what they're willing to do, how far they're willing to go, and I think that's a good component here.
Yeah, I have another small news, kind of amusing, if you want. Also from Russia, also on Kommersant. If you want, I can read it to you, and then I'll probably leave. According to the doctor of military sciences, Konstantin Sivkov, that his statement was taken by RIA Novosti, several Russian military experts received parcels with busts with statues that looked like the figurine from the explosion in which Vladen Tatarsky died. So even this doctor of military sciences received one such bust, and he said that he transferred the delivery to the special police that deals with the explosive and something like this. It was very similar with that statue received by Vladen Tatarsky. The sender of all parcels was one person, probably from Ulyanovsk, and such parcels went to a number of well-known people. One major philosopher, I wonder who he is, a number of military correspondents and military experts. He didn't give names because there is a secrecy to this investigation, and he considers that they came from an action organized by SBU or the intelligence of the General Staff of Ukraine. So yeah, people are receiving parcels in Russia too, with statues, with small busts.
From Ulyanovsk, that's very interesting. It's very interesting.
Yeah, I thought so too.
Because you know why Ulyanovsk is interesting. Do you know why Ulyanovsk is called Ulyanovsk?
Oh, this I don't know.
It was named after a certain Mr. Ulyanov, went by Vladimir Ilyich Ulyanov before changing to Vladimir Lenin, who was born there. So it wasn't always called Ulyanovsk, right? It was called something, I forget what it was called before. But after Lenin died, they renamed his birthplace after his last name, his original last name. And Ulyanovsk is, of course, famous for something else. because in Ulyanovsk they have the UAZ factory, the Ulyanovsk Automobilny Zavod, or whatever it is. And that is the factory that produces the Scooby-Doo vans, the vans that look like the Mystery Machine from Scooby-Doo. That I really like when Oryx has to tally them up, because I think he still has a category of Scooby-Doo van for the appropriate UAZ.
Yeah, I just checked. It was called Simbirsk before being called Ulyanovsk, and it was quite a very aristocratic city. I knew that about it, but not much more. And it's interesting to know that the Scooby-Doo vans are coming from there. Nice.
Yeah, right. Yeah, that's where they're from. So Scooby-Doo vans were born in the same places as Lenin was. They couldn't have made something, less shit looking. Frankly, I'm sorry, but it is a bit. Then, John, would you like a Scooby-Doo van?
No, I'm sitting here, gasping. I mean, what are you guys even talking about? Ulyanov is only known for one thing, and one thing only. And
what?
To pronounce nonsense. I don't know where you get all the rest from.
Oh, you see, yes, Ambassador Ulyanov. Yes.
Come on, you're losing it now. You're really losing it. Come on. This is.
I'm sorry. I was thinking of the actual city.
Well, yeah, priorities and all that,
Did you see what he wrote a couple of days ago, Ambassador Ulyanov?
Yeah, no mercy. Or I don't know if that was a new post, because obviously I'm blocked, so I don't know if that was the latest. But
he wrote that, but he also wrote, quote, "What is wrong with me?"
that's very open-ended.
Yes, I think a lot of advantage was taken with that.
I must create an alias and get onto that, definitely.
You can check your messages. There's who asks the internet that? That is that's not something you should be asking the internet. In whomever you are, especially if you're him.
Oh my god! And that's not the fake account. That's him, really.
Yes.
Yeah, they're losing it.
No, the answers are very good. You can read you some answers. Everything. The short answer is you're a lame something head who works for war criminals. Posting a long answer would be too much of a waste of time that you don't deserve. Another one saying you are a genocidal fascist for starters. Alternatively, you put your talents in service to government that throughout history have committed atrocities against their neighbors. Yeah, plenty of others, but it's very very interesting. One saying that yes.
Yeah, do you think it's kind of a veiled opinion poll?
Could be. I think it got a little bit repetitive, maybe eventually, but yes.
See, someone said I'm good. See, told you.
It happens. So it happens. Now, there's one other thing that's in Ulyanovsk. Not Ambassador Ulyanov, but there's another thing that's in the city of Ulyanovsk. And let's see if Ming is ready for my pop quiz. Ming, other than being named after Ilyich Lenin, Other than being the birthplace of Scooby-Doo fans, what else is Ulyanovsk famous for in the world of aviation?
I don't know, to be honest. I mean, what is it? You tell me.
Something that we discussed 2 days ago here on the MriyaReport. Because you know that airline whose Antonov 124 got seized in Canada.
Volga Dnieper. Yeah.
Volga Dnieper is based in Ulyanovsk.
Aha. No, I didn't know that.
Now I'm out of facts about Ulyanovsk. Okay, I have one more. It's on the Volga River. That's all I know. I know nothing else about Ulyanovsk. I have shared now with you all I know about Ulyanovsk. Enough about Ulyanovsk. Ming, you've put something up on the internet this morning, which has gained great popularity in all manner of corners of the internet. And I'll put it up in the nest so people can go and look at it, because it's quite interesting and to have some visual helps. So what's going on in the world of Russian commercial aviation?
Right. Well, so the problem the Russians have is that they need to replace parts on their aircraft. So there's two types of parts. There's life limited parts which can fly a certain number of cycles or hours, and then there's this sort of general rotables and consumables, which tend to have to be replaced more frequently. And what's happened here is I saw a report on one of the Russian aviation Telegram channels talking about engine oil filters that go on the engines for Sukhoi superjets. And these things have a normal life of 2,000 to 2,500 hours. I guess they probably have to do recurrent inspections on them to see how long they're going to last. So they don't have a hard time life or a cycle life. They're probably just replaced subject to inspection. And let's assume that it's the upper end of that band, so 2,500 hours of flying hours, and that the Russians operate them reasonably efficiently, let's say 5 hours a day. Typically, you probably find a Western airline flying something like that, maybe 8 hours a day, but let's assume 5. So that means they have to get replaced every 500 days or 1.4 years, roughly. And the trouble is that these things are made by the French. So the Russians haven't been able to get their hands on them. And in order to keep their aircraft flying, they've decided the way forward was to wash them in aviation fuel. So give them a good rinse, stick them back on. But the downside there is that it seems that once they've done that process only seems to be to give the aircraft another maybe 40 hours in flying time. So it's not terribly efficient. And the other problem they have is that Rosaviatsia, which is their aviation regulator, along with the party who I think is the joint venture party in the manufacture of these engines, the Russian side of it, have popped their hands up and said, "Oi, you can't do that because we haven't certified this washing process as safe, and you need to go back and get that whole process sorted out and approved by the regulator." But in the meantime, we will start making these filters ourselves. Anyway, they've been busy trying to make the filters. Apparently, they were meant to be ready last August. That got pushed back to February, and now April. They still haven't started being able to deliver them. So in the meantime, they've got a new stopgap measure, which is that Rosaviatsia have certified the washing process. So all in all, typical total Russian disaster. Now, what I find interesting here is that if you're in the situation that Russian airlines are in, what I don't really understand is why don't they just turn around and say, look, guys, we can't get the parts. We're just going to have to use, pieces of string or something to fix this stuff. whatever works, and we'll just have to go with it. And I suspect the reason that they haven't done that is twofold. So one, Rosaviația wants to appear to be doing the right thing and be concerned for the well-being of passengers. But as we all know, that's not typically Russian state priority number one. I suspect there's a second motivation here, and that is that Rosaviația wants another lever to be able to collect bribes from the airlines in return for, certification of this type of stuff. I think a couple of weeks ago, I posted a thread from the same source, which was about a certifying deputy general of Rosaviația who'd been arrested for excessive corruption. And the problem with his type of corruption was that it didn't involve cash payments as much as exotic foreign holidays, which couldn't be shared around with everybody else. So he wasn't really paying his cut. So yeah, I think that's what's going on here.
Yeah, in other words, it's a way for someone in upper middle management to extract some funds from someone else in upper middle management, right? Is that a good summary?
I think that's what we're looking at here. Yes.
It's very amusing. What's a little bit less amusing, perhaps, is that they're still trying so hard. It'd be, I don't know, sometimes better if they weren't, if they didn't. It's just my thought. If they collectively just mailed it in, I would have preferred that, I reckon.
Well, they are trying hard, but they're not going anywhere with it. I mean, these months of delays in producing their own homegrown part, which is frankly probably quite a simple thing, just seems to be indicative that they're failing somehow. And the fact that they've had to go back to the inefficient solution, which is washing the filters as a stopgap measure, just to get them through that lag.
What I'm really curious about is how much time does it take to get to where the filter is and take it out? Is it like a 2-minute job, or is it like an hour-long job? And how much other stuff can you mess up in the process if you need to do it every week?
Well, let's assume that this is a consumable. So it presumably is within easy reach. You open a panel on the engine. You don't have to take it off the wing or anything to do that. Because taking an engine off the wing, that's
a complicated thing.
Yeah, that's an overnight job. So let's assume you can just reach in. There's a panel. It slots in. You can inspect the thing and you can take it out and replace it. That's probably, I'd guess, maybe a couple of hours. We might get more insight on this tomorrow because we're getting someone up, hopefully, who is very specialized in engine parts to talk about issues related to this. So we can maybe get some more color tomorrow.
Exactly, and I'm quite looking forward to that. This is kind of the beauty of the MriyaReport and NATO and so on. There's people with all sorts of very particular expertise floating about who can help explain exactly how much trouble Russians are in other parts of life because they've decided to be genocidal imperialists, and exactly where things are going wrong and exactly where tightening of sanctions and sanctions enforcement can really help. And it's always a good thing. Maybe we can even learn where and how they're managing to run for as long as they have. I do wonder, who came up with the solution of washing the fuel filters. Sounds a very Mahan Air kind of solution.
So they've been picking up tips from the Iranians, is your theory, Damon? That's very.
I think so.
That's very possible.
They didn't know anything specific about these planes, but they sure know how to wash a fuel filter. And so, did it indicate that they can just keep on doing this, basically washing the fuel filters, and that it could have until Rosa Viazia stepped in?
So now that the situation is now, Rosa Viazia having saying, no, naughty boys, you can't wash the filters. Rosa Viazia has now said, okay, you can wash the filters because the permanent solution isn't ready yet. And anyway, we've looked at the process and we've decided it's safe. Well, if it's safe for 40 hours, it's probably not very safe at all. So, they've kind of gone back to the point at which they've had to accept the stopgap solution because no other options were on the table and/or sufficient bribes were paid.
Dobin's app just decided to die on him right then. Perfectly good timing, obviously. So you've got me. Ming, did you have anything more to add to that before I bring up something else, which I found hilariously funny today?
No, Mockers, you go ahead. You go ahead with your thing.
Excellent. Well, I don't know if we've seen the latest translation by Dimitri of Gherkin's rant. Yes, it's a rant, I would say. Have you seen it yet?
Is he sour? Is he in a sour mood?
Oh, he is. He's not happy. In fact, I've made some notes, as you asked me to, Doman. And I will go through them. So today, he is stating that the authorities don't believe what they're saying. And it's becoming obvious. He calls Simeonian an alcoholic. In fact, he's quite derogatory about her. And there's a chap, Anton Kravosky. Apparently, he likes men, and that's a terrible crime in Russia. And so he calls him out as well. And he says, these are our propagandists. And, they talk of patriotism, but they're not living it because they're not patriots. Such as oligarchs like Abramovich, who lives in London. And aghast, he helped Ukrainians at one point before they decided maybe they didn't want to speak to him anymore because he wasn't very useful. He's going on about the authorities needing to start being honest because there's too much hypocrisy. Oh my goodness. Do you think he's noticed? I think he has. Then he goes on to a nice little analogy that the 30% of babushkas watching TV and yelling glory to Putin will the next day be shown, changing page, be shown Putin receiving something in the rear, like Gaddafi, he didn't say it that nicely, will be cheering and saying, good, because he's a terrible scumbag. And he's saying basically the propagandists' pull is only to grandmothers these days, and they need to start getting real. And maybe he thinks that he's the person to do that. But very scathing, very unhappy, and talking about Putin getting Gaddafi'd. That's a little dangerous these days, isn't it?
Maybe he is getting too big for his boots. Who knows? It'll be very curious to see, where exactly he ends up in this. It's awfully courageous, some people would say, right? It's very brave of you, Minister. Or in this case, multi-time over war criminal mill blogger. It's very brave of him. What did he say about babushkas? I missed what he said about babushkas. Sorry, I got very momentarily distracted.
Well, yeah, the same 30% of babushkas who are watching TV and yelling "Glory to Putin" will the next day be shown images of him receiving something in the rear, like Gaddafi, will be cheering and calling him the scumbag that he is. So, yeah, he's saying basically the minds that are currently cheering on Putin will change overnight the minute the news changes. Because
I see.
Because propaganda.
I think this is interesting, actually, because what he's saying is, earlier we're talking about the apolitical people in Russia, right? There's a defense mechanism, but you have the very political ones. But what he's saying is these babushkas are clever. They know which way the wind blows. They're always, ever so slightly ahead of the curve. They know exactly which way the wind is going to be turning at any point, and they're the smart ones. They're the really capable ones, not these people in charge. It's those babushkas that know which way to turn. Ming, what do you reckon? Am I extrapolating too far?
I reckon he's watching the video. Considering he'll be able to translate it for himself.
Dmitry does a good enough job. I really like it when he puts a transcript next to it, so I can just read it without having to watch the video at my own pace. I do generally prefer that, but it is how it is.
Yes, Dmitry's doing the Lord's work there.
Yeah, it's just a very good interpreter's work. So I'll not give him too much credit, maybe. For the best, isn't it?
Well, I just like the fact that Gherkin's very red-faced in this video, and I wonder how many drinks it took him to gain up that courage. You know how it is. Wonder if he's missing his absolute vodka. Yeah.
And I think Medvedev is. It's different. This is why Medvedev has been going around saying, "Oh, if South Korea does this or that, then the Russians will give the most modern of weapons to North Korea, albeit those most modern of weapons don't really exist, not in Russia, and they certainly don't exist most anything else, really. And the ones that do exist, well, they largely exist being broken, destroyed, out of service, at an unknown location.
Sorry, I was answering a message. I sent you a picture, Doman, of an extremely large fire.
There's an extremely large fire? Where? But it's not so cold anymore. Did it require much district heating?
I know, but something got out of hand. So, in the Russian area of Tyumen, I think that's how it's said, somebody appears to have been, a little bit relaxed with their smoking. Now, this city is known as the oil and gas capital of the Russian Federation. So maybe this is why they've tried some district heating here. Apparently, it's just a grass fire, but crikey, that grass burns very well indeed. Big orange flames, not what I'd expect from a grass fire.
You're saying large flames from a grass fire. I mean, when you have a when it's been very hot for a long time, that's usually when you have lots of dried grass, right? And you can have a grass fire. It's been very hot and very dry for a very long time, so that there's a grass fire.
Not particularly that I'm aware of. No.
Oh, because it's April, because it's not August, right? In August, it would be like, yeah, there's a grass fire, because there's lots of dry grass everywhere. In April, in those latitudes, is it likely to have been very hot for a long time? I don't really think so.
It does seem a bit suspicious, doesn't it, to the inquiring mind? But as you know, I like to keep my eyes on things on fire. Always good to see that. There seems to be something else on fire in Russia. Would you like to know about that?
What else is on fire in Russia? So here, we're pretty sure it's not a grass fire, and instead it's probably something else, right? Because there's lots of oil and gas fields around it. Well, what else is on fire that isn't in the middle of maybe oil and gas fields, which are much more likely to burn than, say, I don't know, very wet grass right at the end of snow melt?
The Russian budget. The Russian budget's on fire, by the way. Apparently, according to Yulia Mendel, I'm going to go with that, every third Russian region is on the verge of a budget crisis, according to Russian media. 5 regions are facing a full-fledged budget collapse, with their revenues falling by 30 to 50%. Ouch.
Oh, I know. I have an explanation here. Knocker, do you know why they have it on fire?
Why is that?
It looks bigger. Think about it. Think about it. Imagine you have a pile of, sticks and hedge trimmings. I hear hedge trimming is popular these days. Imagine you have a pile of hedge trimmings. Doesn't have to look very impressive. Small pile. Set it on fire. People, 3 villages away will see the smoke. They wouldn't have seen your pile of hedge trimmings otherwise. But now they do. Same kind of goes for the Russian budget. It was kind of shriveling there. Well, the budget deficit was growing. The budget itself wasn't shriveling. The actual the cover of it was. And you set the whole thing on fire, everybody would be able to see it. It would look way bigger. Look way bigger.
See, I just didn't have your type of thinking there, but yeah, you're absolutely right. Way bigger. Unfortunately, it does mean that they're going to also be way poorer. But it's not like they kept up public services anyway, so maybe people just won't notice. The barter system is definitely coming back in, I think. I'm not sure if Doman died on me again. Yeah, he's lost audio. Sorry, Doman. These things happen. This is what happens when Twitter decides to have a bit of a meltdown. Well, anyway, now I've told you about everything that's on fire in Russia. Shall we go to something a bit, well, this is what Russia is doing, and we've had a few reports of this today. We knew this was going on anyway, but let's just have a little focus on it. So, Russia's Youth Army. It's a state organization, obviously, to educate your children. It counts as 1.3 million members and has an annual state subsidy of $80 million. and created to prepare Russian children physically, intellectually, and spiritually for war. Obviously, it's extreme indoctrination, and this is what they're subjecting Ukrainian children to. So this organization was created in 2016, was the unification of a multiple re-education projects launched after the annexation of Crimea. Children there spend free time gathering aid for evacuated from Ukraine, meeting the heroic veterans of the ongoing war, and spending their summer in military camps, which sounds amazing. They are obviously taught Ukraine is a terribly fascist nation, threatening to obliterate Russia because, you know, I'm sure they could just run right over all that area in Russia anytime they wanted. What? Okay. Just as the Nazi invaders did in 1941, of course. So just a month after the end of the Mariupol siege, Russians kick-started an indoctrination campaign there to specifically focus on Ukrainian children, turning them into good Russian citizens and soldiers. This means a military education is becoming mandatory in every Russian school in September. And joining organizations like the Youth Army, Ukrainians are told that you are in Russia, Russia is here forever, and you must obey Russia, whoever Russia is. Russia is facing the conscripts issue after an awful lot of their millennials fled the country, didn't want to fight, so the youth is systematically prepared by this organisation and others to provide more willing soldiers. So it's basically an education program to make them think that the only way is war, because that's what they do. So it's particularly insidious, particularly gross, and I can only hope that when the children are returned to Ukraine, that that sort of thing can be dealt with, shall we say, become a footnote in history and something that they don't feel long-lasting effects from. Welcome back, Doman.
Hi, let's see how this goes.
Well, I can hear you at least now, so that's helpful.
That's an improvement because I can hear you too, which is also good because earlier I couldn't at all. Something very odd's going on. I just hope I get another co-host invite momentarily so that I can go back to doing whatever it was I was doing before, which I've clearly already forgotten. Let's see.
Well, while you're sorting yourself out, I will just do a little announcement because we have an extra special edition of the Dish with Fish today. This is the Colonel Dan Two Dogs Hampton. He's one of the most decorated fighter pilots since the Vietnam War. Through his 20-year career, he's flown 151 combat missions in the Middle East during both Gulf Wars. And he will be on today at 10 a.m. Eastern Time, 1 p.m. Pacific Time. That is 5 p.m.
No, sorry,
UTC.
10 a.m. Pacific, 1 p.m. Eastern. It has to be that way around.
Oh, sorry, they put it the wrong way around on here. I'm reading
That's
directly.
very silly.
Incorrect tweet. My apologies. 6 p.m. London, 7 p.m. Prague, 8 p.m. Kyiv. So pop it in your diaries because I think this guy is going to be really interesting to talk to. He's well up for going to Ukraine and flying F-16s for them. And yeah, I can only support that.
Yeah, he came out 4 weeks ago saying, "Hey, if they had any F-16s, I'd fly it for them. They don't need to train anyone. I'm already trained." I'm not just trained, I'm just about the best at flying F-16s. And is he the most decorated F-16 pilot ever? Maybe, if I remember that correctly. That's something. So a lot better than somebody who's just learned it. I'm pretty sure. And he knows how to do all the things an F-16 can do with an F-16.
And he's exceptionally willing to go and do it. Just give him the opportunity. Well, let's just say every credit to the guy. And I think he's just going to be great to talk to. This is the sort of thing we should be supporting, definitely.
Yeah, and it gives a quicker way to F-16s for Ukrainians. It fits also very well with what Colonel Jeff has been arguing for since at least January, in his Newsweek article. Just get people who already know how to fly these things, get them in, fly them, see where you can go with it. See how quickly you can get the Ukrainians to use these already. That would be tremendously good, tremendously useful, obviously. No, none of those timelines would then apply. And what's more, I would argue, it should be even easier to get ground crew, right? Because ground crew aren't even under question of where they are, where they're flying, how they're flying, why are they there. None of that. The ground crew already would be staying, hundreds of kilometers back from where the front lines are anyway. So it'd be fantastic. You need to amplify this message as much as possible. So in what is this? Just over 5 hours. You can come here. You can join us. You can come listen to Colonel. Is it Hampton? It is, isn't it? In conversation with Colonel Fish.
Yes, Hampton. Sorry, I had to go and check myself. 2 dogs. I like that.
I want to know how you can get a name 2 dogs. And I'm sure there's a story. There's a story there. But I'm glad that Colonel Jeff got him onto Twitter and onto wanting to join us. Marcus, do you see Rich is connected?
Yes, I do.
Okay, excellent. In which case, Rich, go ahead.
Oh, barely got my hand up. That's efficient. Click connect, guys. Just wanted to have or come up and ask quickly. Have you guys had a discussion on the comments from Ben Wallace from yesterday? Yesterday evening I saw it. He made in the US regarding Russian subs poking around a few places and doing some funny maneuvers.
I did see a post this morning about a Russian ship off the coast of some UK waters, but I haven't seen Ben Wallace's comment. Gilman, have you seen them?
I've not. No, I've not seen anything from Ben Wallace. Rich, can you give us a breakdown of what exactly the British Minister of Defence said? Because there's been interesting things coming out of the various Nordics public broadcasters this morning, and they have to do with not just submarines but also surface vessels doing odd stuff. And I think we can tie it all very well together. So if you want to tell us what all Ben Wallace said, that'd be, I think, fantastic.
You might need to unmute, Rich.
Thank you very much. Yeah, you're quite right. It ties in quite nicely because last night, effectively, or yesterday, it was like I said, it was yesterday evening when I saw it. Ben Wallace has been in Washington, having a nice chit chat with his other number, his opposite number over there, talking all things AUKUS, UK, US, Ukraine, obviously. And effectively, he said that the Royal Navy and the MOD have been monitoring Russian submarines poking around in the Irish Sea, the North Sea, and the North Atlantic, and carrying out, more or less a direct quote, strange maneuvers or unusual maneuvers that they don't normally do. Now, obviously, there's infrastructure there in those areas on the sea floor. We know already about Russian ships have been poking around the Irish Sea specifically previously and been told to do one by the Irish. And I mean, if you piss them off, you've really buggered it up. All the sea cables and everything else, communications cables that are down there, but more they've been carrying out strange maneuvers, and he didn't go into any more detail, but they've obviously been doing some funny things. And the first thing to think of is, well, they're doing something they don't normally do. They're poking around in places they know they're going to be watched, doing things they don't normally do. That's fair to say is, obviously it's deliberate. Why are they doing it? Well, the answer came less than 8 hours later. What are they possibly doing? The typical standard Russian thing of trying to get you to look elsewhere, so you don't see what we're doing over here, is obviously they're poking around in the Nordic regions, having both surface ships, military, some loosely military, non-military, some research vessels poking around, and some submersible units as well. Effectively poking around in the area, looking at things that might be on the seafloor there as well. So yeah, that tied in quite nicely. It was quite interesting when I mentioned last night to my friends, I said, "Oh yeah, what could they possibly be distracting us from?" And then this morning that news broke. So it's I think it's another iteration of both of those things. Is the latest iteration of what intelligence communities and defense industries are doing in terms of trying to combat Russia, in terms of being a lot more open with certain forms of their intelligence and what they're looking at and all the rest of it. So they're letting Russia know, not just, we're watching you, but we know what you're up to. We know what you're really up to as well. Ties in quite nicely there, I thought.
It does very well, absolutely. And this is a systematic problem, right? Earlier we had a Delta II Juliet, one of our former submariners, Royal Navy submariners, commenting on this as well. Now, what is Russia doing? Russia's trying to make sure that there is a lot of anxiety. And is anxiety the right term? Let's go with anxiety. When it comes to all of these undersea communications in the Baltic, in the Kattegat, Skagerrak, in the North Sea, English Channel, Irish Sea. Why? Because there isn't just a few things that are on the seafloor. There's a lot of things on the seafloor. Telecoms cables, internet cables, gas pipelines, of course, also electrical cables. If you look at the mainline electrical cables connecting Norway, a large energy exporter, to the rest of Europe, that's very significant. If you then also look at all of the electrical cables, for example, connecting individual offshore wind farms to mainlands, if you're looking at all of the Norwegian islands connections to Norwegian mainland, all of Danish islands connections to the Danish mainland, there's a lot of underwater cables. There's a lot of this stuff all over the place. There's a lot of oil pipelines from oil rigs back to the shore, etc. It's impossible to control all of it. It just is. It would take far too much to have eyes on all of the length of the entire length of all of these at all times. And unlike the ones on land, gas pipelines on land are vulnerable as well because they're long and somebody can, get to them, do things to them. Rich will immediately, I think among other of, for example, signals cables running on UK rail tracks, right? They get destroyed all the time and they're on land and you know exactly where they are and you still can't keep eyes on all of that. Now, imagine keeping eyes on all of the things on the seafloor. I think that's a pretty apt comparison. Rich, what do you reckon, right? Signals cables and on National Rail, they keep being taken out.
Yeah, I actually used to, in my previous job before now, used to supply the rail industry. And yeah, one of the things that you do quite regularly is remedial works because of exactly what you've just said. It happens quite a lot. I mean, there's issues there with the aging of the infrastructure as well. But yeah, and the big thing I think that you hit on that I saw someone mention earlier on in comments was not here but elsewhere, was the wind, the offshore wind. Obviously the cables connecting the power that's generated there to the grid in the Nordic countries. I can't remember which company it was, but there was some sort of cyber attack on a satellite or something November 2021 before the invasion, that caused some serious problems with that side of things, I believe. But yeah, there's a lot of stuff on the seafloor in all of these areas and in other areas. It's very much Russia poking around. These aren't necessarily nuclear submarines, but any submarine that's around, you're going to be watching. You're going to have to watch. You have to. You're forced to. You have to pay attention to that asset, those assets in the area. But obviously, when they're around sensitive things like that, and especially when Nord Stream 2 has happened, you are forced to pay even more attention, which then is going to draw attention away from other areas. It's exactly what they're trying to do, but at the same time, making it aware, saying, look, this is probably our intention. If anything does escalate, anything start, we're going to hit power cables, we're going to hit these comm lines, all the rest of it, which is nothing new. That's what we'd expect them to do. Whether they do it and can do it competently is a different kettle of fish. But yeah, there's a lot of stuff down there, but it's always worth looking to see what Russia is trying to distract you from, rather than looking what they are actually doing, because that's always the way or usually is the way they tend to operate.
Precisely, and this is the other part of it. People ask, "Oh, but what possible motivation would Russia have to blow up Nord Stream?" Right? Possible motivation, but it's their pipeline. Well, no, it was just a disused pipeline at the point when they blew it up. But it's kind of like a mobster, torching an empty warehouse to signal to the guy whom he's trying to extort for protection money. That yeah, I know how to torch a warehouse. I'm willing to do it. I'm able to do it. Beware. Take me seriously. It's very much messaging like that. Very, very mafia-like. Rich?
Yeah, 100%. It's very much we're crazy enough. We can torch our own pipeline here, just to spite you. I mean, at the end of the day, there is the realistic thing there, because it was linking gas to Germany, and Germany's heavily dependent. So yes, there is something very obvious to gain there. But even though it wasn't charged, it was charged, it wasn't in use. It's still something to gain. But yeah, it is the very mafioso and Russian way of doing it. Is this is how crazy we're willing to do this. Do you really think we're not going to go and do stuff that'll just solely hurt you? It's Russia all over. These are guys that actively go and send people into other people's countries and go and paint doorknobs with Novichok just to spite people and send messages. Doing something like that is by no means beneath them by any stretch of anyone's imagination.
Precisely, and that's exactly why and what. Immediately when those pipelines blew up, there were meetings within countries, between countries, all across the region, right? The Nordics, Britain was of course closely involved in these as well. What came out of that? Saying, well, we can't actually watch all of these cables all of the time, the whole length of them, right? Same goes for cables, the telecoms cables, the internet, massively important, but of course also electrical cables. There's a lot of electricity exported from Norway to areas further south, for example, and pipelines as well, right? Both oil and gas. And we can't control all of it at all times. This is a problem. They all recognize what the problem was immediately. That's where it matters. That's why it matters. Colonel Jeff, please.
Yeah. So, hey, Dominic, I had a new topic to come up. So before you walk away from the one that you have, I'm going to let you circle back to anyone who wanted to comment on that, and then when you're ready, I'm ready to bring up a new issue.
No, Kurt, I think we've covered it. It's the second or third time that we touched on this today. So there's no need to do it as comprehensively every time. So if you have any thoughts on that, we'd be very happy to hear them. But if you want to carry on with something instead of underwater, above in the clouds, that's fine as well. I can connect us with this here, right? We can also say, remember, it's not just the stuff that's under the sea. Remember all of those drones that were flying around the region, oil and gas rigs?
Back in he asked about the show, and I said, well, you know, we work very hard to kind of combat Russian disinformation and advocate for, you know, what Ukraine's doing in the war. And you know, he kind of looked at me. He wasn't positive. It's probably the nicest way to say that. And he said, you know, he's been following the war in Ukraine quite closely. He feels very, very informed from the Austrian media, but he told me that it was very important for me to
The mountains have got him, haven't they?
understand
I fear
that.
that
But if
yes.
we're using World War II as litmus on how people acted, I'm not so sure an Austrian has a leg to stand on. And it literally freaked me out. I didn't know how to. I literally ate my lunch as quick as I could and left.
Colonel, are you in the mountains?
I'm literally in the heart of Vienna.
Are you sure? Because you're cutting in and out like you are very deep in the mountains.
No, I'm in Vienna. I'm sorry, and I guess the message that I wanted to convey probably didn't get across, and that's unfortunate. So
No, we kind of got half of it. That you were with an Austrian chap at lunch. He was having iffy opinions, and he was likening it to World War II somehow. But that's kind of what we got. And then you packed up and left as quickly as you could. But I didn't really get much else.
okay, so he said that, you know, during occupation, Austria and Germany were actually occupied during World War II, and that the Soviet Union.
Oh.
An Austrian who wants to use World War II as the litmus on what cultures are good and bad in today's society, given, let's say, some of the atrocities that happened under the Austrians and the Germans of World War II.
We almost have all of it, Colonel. So what is he trying to legitimize by saying that Austria and Germany were occupied afterwards?
He's trying to convey that the Ukrainians are much like the Russians. So when Russia beheads people, that Ukrainians are basically the same type of people, and that Europeans, Western Europeans, are very, very different. They're more educated, they're more advanced, they're more capable, they're more ethical, and all these types of things. But he's using World War II as his litmus, and I find it ironic that a German / Austrian would use World War II as their litmus for ethical behavior in society.
And also basically arguing that people can't change or societies can't change, right?
Bingo.
Yeah, that's a weird one. That's a especially novel take by someone like him.
Thank you. I literally thought I'd converted into like a whole new freaking time. I mean, should I take the red or blue pill? I didn't know. It freaked me out.
Fancy Pants, have you heard such an explanation by an Austrian before?
I'm not exactly sure if it was congruent, but explanations like that would not surprise me in Austria, to be honest. Interesting people you're meeting there, Colonel Jeff. Are you by any chance surrounding yourself with
police people or people from a gun range, because that's where usually I encounter interesting conversations like that, or at some Stammtisch in Styria.
Yeah, so actually, no, this was not it was not a police officer. But you bring up a great interesting point, right? The other guy in my band is a police chief, and he has been very, very vocal. Against, or I shouldn't say very vocal, but he and I have debated.
Unfortunately, I think we have an issue, Jeff.
Is he driving to the Alps?
No,
we
maybe he's in the middle of Vienna.
It doesn't surprise me
in
that
the,
this occurs in the middle of Vienna.
The streets of Vienna. If I wear a miniskirt and I want to go out at night, and you want to argue that a guy feels threatened because of what I wear, that he has some kind of right to be able to attack me because of what I've done, that's inappropriate. And he thought about it and he said, you know what? You're right. That this whole he literally turned his kind of belief on this is ridiculous. I will tell you though that in his group he's the minority, and he's not going to share that because I mean at the end of the day he wants to get promoted and he wants to do good things, but he gets it. But to be fair, Fancy Pants, what you bring up is 100% correct.
Yeah, so I only got a part of what you were saying now, like I think every one of us, because you were quite chopped up. But generally, yeah, my observation among police and military is, yeah, in the area of both sidery, if not some latent anti-Americanism. Not everyone, of course, but certainly it's occupation where these kind of thoughts are more prevalent. I would say because they're more right-leaning, and the right-leaning party of Austria, of course, or right-leaning parties of Austria are accommodating more the security-interested folks. So you would have people from ÖVP and SPÖ, of course, also in the Austrian army. But a lot of them are also like FPÖ voters, and probably more that you find in other professions. And therefore, I think we encounter interesting narratives there. To some degree, I would even say that Austrians Abwehramt actually would have a job to do in the military, because there is certainly some that I think need some attention.
Ming.
Well, I can only say Harry Lime has a lot to answer for, and he needs to answer for his crimes.
Okay, and now you have to explain what you mean by that.
It's a very famous film with the script written by Graham Greene.
It's a very famous film from like the 3 generations.
1949, I think it was made, called The Third Man, with Orson Welles as Harry Lime. And what's the name of the other actor, Doman? He was in Gone with the Wind. I can't remember. But basically, Harry Lime is an American running a black market ring in post-war Vienna. And is he smuggling antibiotics? Was that what it was he was up to? But it famously sets the tone for post-war Vienna, with the various zones of occupation from the various powers and all the rest of it. And it's an absolutely fabulous film. You should definitely watch it. you know, everything about it, especially the famous chase through the sewers of Vienna, which are these fantastic architectural over the top things. They're not your normal kind of concrete boring old sewer. And
the third man.
The third man, exactly right. Yeah. And I think that if you go to Vienna these days, I've never done this, but I think if you go to Vienna, you can actually take a tour of the sewers once a week as a result of that film. And what else? Oh, yes. And the other thing worth mentioning about it is Anton Karas, the guy who wrote the soundtrack. The soundtrack is incredibly famous, and you'll recognize it when you hear it.
I've only heard of this because of Axel mentioning it some months ago. I wouldn't have recognized it otherwise. But now we know why Colonel Jeff went to Vienna, why he stayed in Austria. It's because you know, he fancies himself maybe someday as a bit of a spy, if nothing else, to give material for next book.
By the way, so I shut down and actually came back to. Is my audio better or worse?
I think it's much better for now.
Yeah. So just for your awareness, do you? Question for you, pop quiz there, Doman. What are the 3 top cities in the world for espionage today?
For espionage today, interesting. Okay, I'm gonna have Vienna and Budapest both, because why not? And then a third one will be somewhere on the other side of the world, Bangkok maybe.
So actually, you have 1 out of 3. It is Vienna, Brussels, and New York City.
Interesting. Okay. Very interesting. I guess that
Would you
makes
like
sense.
to know why?
Why?
Those 3 cities have multilateral embassy situations. You have the UN in New York, you have NATO and the EU in Brussels, and in Vienna you have the UN for atomic energy and the OSCE. So if you want to get the best bang for your buck from
and OPEC.
From an espionage perspective, and OPEC. So if you want to get your best bang for the buck for international, you know, you want to go international or multilateral, not bilateral. So those 3 cities are the ones that house those things.
Fancy pants?
Question to Colonel Jeff. Do you think our law plays a role as well that essentially permits espionage on other nations as long as you do not spy on Austria or the Austrian government?
I'll tell you that as a maybe. Sorry, your audio's off again, Colonel. I'm really sorry. It's not you. It's where you are.
I think I'll
Okay,
head
sorry,
to the
but
city
yes.
and hunt Colonel Jeff now. I'll try to find him where he is to directly ask him the question.
Nick.
I came in on the back end of Colonel Jeff's. Can you repeat Colonel Jeff's question that you were answering, Doman, about multi?
Colonel Jeff asked, "What are the?" No, it wasn't. That wasn't his question. His pop quiz was, "What are the top 3 cities in the world for espionage today?"
Oh, I see. Because you know, probably the top city in the world for multi diplomatic missions might be Geneva, not even a capital, because there are so many international organizations there. But I can echo the thought of a Russian spy. In Strasbourg, there is a rather magnificent Kaiser Wilhelm era building with the Russian consulate in it. And then there is a not quite as magnificent, but nonetheless very nice apartment building that until recently housed the Russian delegation to the Council of Europe. And it was right across the street from the Committee of Ministers room. And we used to joke that they were sitting in there with a huge parabolic mirror listening to what was going on, although they were members. So I don't think there were too many meetings being held in secret there. And the Secretary General's office was at the back of the building. So that wasn't too much of a problem. But they didn't have much to do when they first arrived. So one of the things they did in typical Russian style was start abusing their diplomatic privileges. So diplomatic personnel, and it varies depending on the country and even depending on the organization through which they're affiliated, but diplomatic personnel at the time were allowed to buy either one car up to a certain grade of staff or two cars if they were a higher grade of staff or for their spouse, tax-free. And not only could you buy the car tax-free, but some of the leading brands, notably BMW and Mercedes, even had a diplomatic price list in which the ex-tax price was also lower. And the reason they did that was that they knew that you could buy that car in the country where it was cheapest in Europe and bring it in. This was before even the European conformity certificate. So cars, for example, in Denmark are very expensive, but the pre-tax price is one of the cheapest because Denmark puts a whopping great car tax on it. And so the manufacturers sell at not quite a loss, but a far lower profit margin in Denmark. So in order to prevent these people who are entitled to diplomatic sales from buying the car in Denmark and then just driving it around on diplomatic prices in France, which was, I say, completely illegal at the time, even without the European conformity certificate. BMW and Mercedes had a diplomatic price list that was 25 to 30% less than the French price list. So overall, it meant that a 50,000 euro BMW, these people could buy for about 28,000. It was also allowed that you could drive it for a really quite short amount of time and then import it secondhand and pay VAT on the depreciated value. And so a couple of people in this Russian permanent mission basically made it their full-time job to buy cars, flip them, drive them 500 kilometers, import them as used, flip them, sell them on for the difference, half the difference between what they would have cost them. And when they were making, 8 or 10,000 euros per car on pretty much a monthly basis, and the people in the foreign ministry and the various administrative offices in Paris and in the Council of Europe were just basically spending a lot of their time non-stop stamping paperwork so these Russians could milk and arbitrage the tax-free car system. So it was changed, and after a while you had to keep the car for at least 1 or 2 years before you could import it. But just another example of how everywhere Russia goes, they just turn everything to shit because they can't think of anything better to do.
And to clarify, when you say imported, you mean move it from diplomatic plates to French plates?
Go to the customs, pay the tax, and then, for all I know, they re-exported it to Russia, where they wouldn't even have had to pay the VAT, the French VAT. But in any case, they were certainly exploiting the customs office, the people who had to register at the Council of Europe, the people in the foreign ministry in Paris who had to keep track of the diplomatic plates, and the only people they were enriching were the local BMW dealer and themselves. So just Russia as usual. It was my first introduction to the sort of crassness of Russian diplomats. And these weren't even the spies, these were just the T-boys.
Did you see a couple of days ago, over this weekend, the images of Tatiana Narishkina, the wife of Sergei Narishkin, who's the head of SVR, I think, one of these Russian intelligence agencies, in a diplomatic car in Paris this past weekend, the week before, having gone shopping all over Paris, even though she's under sanctions. husbands under sanctions, and yet she managed to, swoon about Paris from boutique to boutique.
It's interesting. As of about 10, 12 years ago, France changed its number plate system, and now all cars, including diplomatic cars, when they are sold, are assigned a number within the French system. It used to be that your number was issued by the département, and when you moved to another département, you were meant to even get a new number. So they brought in a new national system, and one of the things they did was they now, when you get a car on diplomatic plates, rather than getting a registration document for the diplomatic plates, you get a registration document for the perfectly ordinary French number, and it's got a little mention on it, and it says this car may also drive with the number 448 CD1234 or whatever. And quite a lot of the diplomats put the civilian plates on the car at the weekend, just so they won't be bothered or whatever. And that's a completely legal thing to do. So obviously, if you're a Russian, you go around in diplomatic Mercedes because you are very important and you want to sort of give a big fuck you to everyone else. But some of the more modest diplomats or more discreet ones hook the French plate on the car at weekends. Also, I mean, I think it's a kind of sign of modesty. It's also a way of saying, I accept that if I get flashed on the motorway, I'm probably going to get a ticket. There is a whole industry, not just with the Russians, I'm afraid, of people with diplomatic plates finding ways to get themselves off speeding tickets, even though for the majority of people, well, if you're an actual consular staff, your diplomatic immunity covers you during the exercise of your functions, and that's the whole time. But at the Council of Europe, for example, I was an employee. I had diplomatic plates on my car, but they only gave me immunity from prosecution when I was exercising my duties. And what that meant was, if I had to drive a kilometer to another building on the campus, I could park illegally. And if I got a ticket, I was I mean, I didn't, but there was a car park, but I could have parked illegally and said no, but I was going to a work meeting in this other building. But once the end of working hours came, I then couldn't speed and then say I was, going home from my job and I'm diplomatic. But there were still plenty of people who, the protection service at the entrance to the building was provided partly by the local police, and they got a bottle of tax-free brandy occasionally, and the odd ticket got deleted from the computer tragically, accidentally, and that sort of thing. But nothing comparing to the level of corruption that the Russians brought. We did, I must say, we did once have to get a little bit awkward with the Ukrainian embassy in the early 2000s because the computer, back then, not everyone had computers or not everyone had things in the office. And so we made a couple of computers available just as kind of like, hotel kiosk computers for the representatives to use while they were waiting for meetings. And before we got really good at securing them, we had a complaint because one of them was absolutely full of viruses and pop-ups from Ukrainian porn sites. And the head of protocol had to call the head of the embassy in, who might have been the perpetrator, and sort of diplomatically ask him to tell all his staff not to look at Ukrainian porn on the Council of Europe's computer. That was quite funny.
Sorry, you only got emojis from me until I was sure I stopped laughing. That's very amusing.
There was a time. There was the time Albania. There was a time when Albania was a candidate to join the Council of Europe, and they came along and said, "Yeah, well, we're a very poor country. Have you got some second-hand computers, that you may be getting rid of that you can give us to equip our office with?" And we said, sure, and we prepared a Red Cross parcel for them, and they turned up to collect it in a Mercedes S600.
I could reply with some other stories, but they wouldn't be very politically correct, and they'd be stereotyping and stigmatizing. So I won't publicly, anyway. Yeah, that's I've heard of similar tales before in other in non-diplomatic contexts, let's say, but not too dissimilar. And what was the response? They say, well, they got a budget for a card. They didn't get an IT budget. The poor IT people don't have a budget.
We didn't say anything. Sorry, I'm eating. We didn't say anything. We sort of went back to our offices and had a good chortle.
Very good. Yeah, that's. I guess you couldn't have done much more. Much more than anything else, right?
A few years later, I read a story about I was told the story internally. The Council of Europe organized a meeting of European justice ministers in Athens, and the Albanian minister decided to drive because it's not very far. And he was stopped at the border, and it turned out that his government Mercedes had been stolen. And the Albanian government had bought it off somebody in Tirana, and it was stolen. But I remember once David Beckham's BMW X5 got stolen, and it turned up in I want to say Sarajevo, somewhere in the Balkans. So there is yes. Check the VINs if you're ever in that part of the world. And you're looking to buy an upmarket car, check the VINs. They can be quite interesting. It was pretty embarrassing for all concerned, because I don't think the Albanian Justice Ministry had put out a request for tender to anyone who they thought was particularly dodgy. It may well have been actually the Mercedes-Benz concession holder for the country who had been doing this.
I don't know where what car it was, but I remember, if I remember correctly, it was Skopje. I don't know what the country was called at the time. Oh,
David Beckham's car.
Yes.
Yes, I think. Well,
that was called, very big news.
It was called Macedonia if you were in Skopje. At some point, one or two organisations called the country something like Skopje or Skopje Macedonia, didn't they? That was one of the sort of attempts at an alternative name.
I think that's what the Greeks called it.
Ah,
they didn't
okay.
talk about the country. They just talked about
the city, yeah,
capital.
Hmm. In any case, I thought that was one of Tsipras's better achievements as Greek Prime Minister, was sorting that out. Because I just assumed it was one of those things that would go on forever and ever. And then somebody one day must have had a brainwave and called a friend in Skopje and said, "How about this?" And they said, "Might fly." And then it was all friends, and not quite necessarily, but it was all very civilized and all handled very well, and the problem went away kind of overnight. I thought that was quite clever.
I'm not talking to someone who says that no, it was found in Tirana, but I'm pretty sure it was in Skopje. I'm thinking maybe two of Beckham's cars got stolen and moved to two different countries. Could that be the explanation? I think that's the simplest explanation. Maybe there were two stolen cars.
I mean, I presume he has plenty of cars.
Yeah, exactly. Man with 30 cars has two cars stolen. That's quite plausible. Maybe it's in different years. Who knows? Yeah, that's it. That's an interesting one. What can I say? Other than the one computer that got infected and got returned, was there any other routine problems?
Sorry, I was away. Say again.
Other than the one computer with lots of pop-ups on it, were
Yeah.
there any other routine problems?
I mean, with the staff occasionally, there was the peak of problems caused by anyone who was involved in IT in the early 2000s. Already confirmed the peak of the problems caused by malware and other issues on office computers were kind of in the early to mid 2000s, when your office typically had better internet than you did at home. We used to run our computers with no antivirus software on them because I had established to my satisfaction that it basically doesn't work. and we decided that our baseline for an attack was not what happens if a virus gets in, but what happens if a disgruntled third-party service company worker decides to run a short 5-line script, which anyone could write in about 10 minutes, which would make all of the computers unbootable. And once we decided to treat that as our more likely attack vector, it turned out that that mitigated any virus threat automatically anyway, as sort of got swept up in it. So we war gamed this once. We worked out it would, if that person did that on a Friday evening, we came in Monday morning and 2,000 computers didn't build, we'd war gamed how long it would take to reinstall Windows on all 2,000, and we had it down to about 3 days because we had some quite neat tricks for doing it. So I'm quite proud of some of the stuff we did. We ran a very different computer network. But yeah, occasionally there was this one woman who babysat her, or allowed her 11-year-old child to play on the computer during lunchtime, and so quite regularly she'd come back to work, and we'd be getting alerts that this and this software had been installed, and after about 4 or 5 times clearing it up, we just disabled it. We just turned the computer off, and about 10 minutes later her boss phoned up and said, "You ought to come and fix this person's computer." And we said, "Well, she persistently abuses it." And he said, "Well, that's not my problem." It was quite interesting because we were working in an environment where and people may recognize this in some, where you have no possibility to impose any discipline on tenured employees. So many government employees, tenured international civil servants, tenured faculty members in a university, you typically have absolutely no possibility as the IT department to say, to raise any sort of complaint that would result in any sort of disciplinary action. So we had to live with that. So what we did instead was we decided, rather than be at war with our users, we decided to try and get them to like us. And we did various things that they liked, and we got very good ratings. And it was also a much more fun environment to work in, where you're being nice to people than when you're being nasty to people who you then have to go and sit opposite at lunch. So yeah, that was kind of how I got into psychology without knowing I was getting into psychology, really. We used to let people choose their own keyboard because we had 30 nationalities, and we bought the computers in France, and they came with French AZERTY keyboards, but you could choose any keyboard you wanted. We had like 10 or 15 different layouts. And we also had that thing. Do you remember the Microsoft Natural keyboard?
The one that's kind of broken in half and
if you have sort of severe scoliosis, or perhaps 2 broken elbows, then I guess it's natural. But we had people who loved them, and they said they'd type twice as quick on them. In fact, I remember the origin of this. What happened was, we used to, for our parliamentary assembly meetings, we got people coming over from Hansard, the British Parliament's very sort of historic record-keeping office. Hansard gets everything right.
The people who write on vellum, right?
I think it's mostly done on computer now, and they would come around, and it turned out that in London, they all have a little locker where they keep their own personal keyboard, and it's a bit like asking Brian May to come around and play for you, and not but providing him with your guitar. It's not going to be quite the same. And it turns out that they spent an enormous amount of time choosing their keyboard and caring for it, and they estimated that each of them estimated that they, when they were on an ordinary keyboard as opposed to their personal preferred keyboard, which was different for everybody, high action, low action, clicks, no clicks, certain width, etc. They reckoned they were 30 or 40% faster at typing, and so this got me thinking. And we had a few old keyboards lying around, so just they were still the same layout, but we let people choose. And people said it makes a huge difference. Some people wanted a quiet keyboard because they had an office partner. Some people didn't mind because they didn't. And we discovered all kinds of little things about what people liked about their computer setup. And the one thing nobody ever asked us for was a faster CPU or a better graphics card. So we were able, we bought the cheapest CPU, but we always put it in a massive box. So the box under your desk, because it's an office computer, we always made it the biggest box we could buy, because the bigger boxes come with bigger power supplies. The bigger power supplies have 2 advantages. One is that the condensers last longer, and the other is that the fans are bigger and turn more slowly. And so we ended up actually buying our computers from local assemblers because they could get these huge boxes that someone like Dell would never sell you because 98% of it is air. But on top of the desk, you could choose your screen, you could choose your mouse, you could choose your keyboard. So we had users, everybody in the organization had a different computer, different looking computer. But it worked really well and people loved their computer. It developed into quite a sort of cult thing. The other amusing thing was that the senior managers had the least good equipment because you had to come over and pick it yourself. You had to come into our little shop and say, okay, I'm going to test this out, I'm going to test that out. And the senior managers were far too busy. So they just got whatever they'd inherited. And it was the people who worked in the mail room had the best kit because they had plenty of time on their hands. They would come over and if they wanted the latest screen, we'd give it to them. We'd get their old one back, we'd give it to someone else. So it was a really, really interesting operation to run. We learned so much about the organization, and I learned so much about how people relate to their computers with that. The one thing we never skimped on was the mouse mat. We discovered that if you spent 8 to 10 euros on a mega high quality, 8mm thick cloth covered neoprene mouse mat, we went from 30 calls a month about mice sticking to 0 just by using a proper mouse mat. So all kinds of counterintuitive stuff. If you ever check into a hotel, you'll sometimes, the hotel desks, you know, the check-in desk, the counter's usually rather short, not very deep. And you'll see the clerk trying to check you in, and they'll be pushing the mouse and picking it up and bashing it. And I can guarantee you, if you turn them for two things. One is that they'll be using a horrible plastic shiny mouse mat that collects all of the sweat and gunk. And the other thing is, if you turn the mouse over, there will be clods of crud, of dust and sweat and whatever amalgamated on each of the 4 feet, and it isn't moving properly. And those people are experiencing unnecessary mental stress from the fact that they think their hand-eye coordination isn't working, and it's simply that the mouse isn't following orders. This is my new mouse. This is my new hot mic mouse wheel. Can you hear it?
So much better.
Good.
Because it doesn't click on every step loudly.
I tried to fix it with WD-40, but then that went through and melted the laser lens. So don't try and fix your mice with WD-40, folks. It fixed the wheel a treat, but don't try and fix your mouse with WD-40.
The wheel wasn't clicking, but also there was no more point in the wheel not clicking.
Correct. Yes. First of all, the wheel stopped clicking, but it wouldn't scroll the screen. Then the screen did scroll, but then the mouse just stopped moving. And then the next morning it was sort of moving, but it was obviously very poorly. So I went and treated myself to a wireless one because I didn't have a wireless one until then. So yeah, or because of hot miking. Otherwise, I would still be using my old mouse with the clunky wheel and the occasionally sticky right button.
Very well. Nick, question. AZERTY keyboards.
Yes.
Crime against humanity?
Don't see why. The biggest objection I have to the AZERTY keyboard is that the numbers are shifted. If you want a number on the top row, you have to hit the shift key. Otherwise, I don't think they're too bad. The one thing I find amusing is that you can't do an uppercase C cedilla. They also, AZERTY I think has, I'm not sure, my Canadian keyboard has, I think AZERTY also has, let me just have a look. Come on, Chrome is being, if anyone listening is using Chrome, yeah. So to the right of M on the AZERTY keyboard is the lowercase u with an acute accent, which is an interesting letter because it only occurs in one French word. And yet they've given it its own entire key.
What is the French word?
The French word is ou, O-U, in the sense of where, when it has an accent, as opposed to, in the sense of in which place, as opposed to as in the interrogative sense of where. So où means where, as in où est le clavier, where is the keyboard, but when you're using it to indicate the position of something, it has an accent on it. I'm sorry, no. Où is always where with an accent. Sorry, où, the other meaning is or, and then it doesn't have the accent. Sorry, I've been reading stuff in Spanish this morning. My French brain isn't up to speed. Yeah, so où meaning where has an acute accent, a grave accent on the U, and that key, that letter has its own key on an AZERTY keyboard, and presumably had it in the time of the typewriter, in case you needed to type that word. I mean, it's a relatively common word, but nonetheless, it's the only word in the French language that has that. My favorite little test for French speakers is, what is the only French word that ends in E-T-T-E and is not feminine and is masculine? I'm sure there are French listeners who've never come to speak on the space and are going to pop up now to tell us the answer to that.
Christopher, do you know the answer?
You know, I never took French. I was a Spanish individual in school. But I did come up to Nick, it is absolutely brilliant what you did, and is absolutely spot on for what we do. I will ask you, though, a question if I could.
Yeah.
So when you're looking at people's computers, I've always been fascinated by how people organize their desktops. The most anal one that I've ever seen is somebody with, 100 icons, but they are arranged in a perfect spiral.
We didn't really look at what people were doing on their desktop. That was up to them. In addition, in the environment we were in, we discouraged people from leaving documents on their desktop because it was not part of the environment that we backed up. So most people had two windows open, Microsoft Word and Microsoft Outlook, and a web browser. And they were all mostly collaborating on documents and mostly working through shared structures. They also had a personal network drive, but that wasn't the desktop. So we really didn't get involved in how people manage their files. So you could, I mean, that would be a whole nother thing. But my job was to deliver a computer to their desk that worked as advertised, and a network connection and a printer. And by and large, our users didn't need to know much about Windows. They just needed to be good at Word and Outlook. One of the nice things we did also was we had a culture of no all-staff emails. And there was only ever one all-staff email sent each year, and that was the Secretary General's annual wishes. What we did, and the way to get that is, first of all, the biggest offender is always the IT department. The IT department sends you 2 all-staff emails a week saying, update your antivirus software, blah, blah, blah. So we didn't do that. Nobody else did. What we did instead was, when you logged on in the morning, the web browser opened, and it was on the intranet portal with today's internal news from the company, from the organization. And it was up to you to read it or not. But if you hadn't read a major announcement that was on there, well, you should have done. And we managed to create that culture of not spamming people internally, and we were quite proud of that. And I know, I've seen I've seen other people's work email environments. I mean, these days a lot is on Slack. This was all pre-Slack, but most organizations spam their employees with far too much information that they haven't got time to read, and then pretend that they've all read it, and then express surprise when no one can remember that 3.5 weeks ago we announced a 4.2% decrease in the coffee allowance or something, in an email. Like, give me a break. We're all drowning in it. There's a concept called email bankruptcy now. It's like, forget it. Don't even bother sending me an email. I probably won't read it. I've got 9999 unread. That doesn't apply to me because I put a lot of effort into it, but I fully understand why people go email bankrupt.
Yeah, copy that. Our new CIO, who's been here about 6 months, he does like to send us his missives on a much of a weekly basis, and like I said, I don't pay too much attention to them.
It's just, I think, basic management, basic sort of management asserting oneself. So we just realized the harm it would do when emails started to come in. We realized, and I don't take credit for this. This was not my decision, but the then head of IT is an interesting guy. He was a little bit borderline, but his insights into technology and what was a good idea to do were in an office situation, but were quite remarkably good. And he had the idea of just saying, force the web browser to open, and we'll put a message, and we'll put the internal news page up. And at the time we were going, oh, it's a bit foisting that page on people when they've just logged in and they haven't had their first coffee yet. And we did it, and people loved it. But the idea of choosing your own equipment was mine. And I had a new boss, and he was great because he said, I don't think that'll work. But he said, Nick, you're always the person telling me what ideas that I have or other people have won't work, and you're usually right. So he said, if you think this is a good idea, then I suppose I have to give you a chance with it because, because you're normally the one telling me what won't work. And it worked brilliantly. And another thing it did, it saved a lot of calls to the company physician. So we had an on-site little medical office, and we had one or two people, complain about repetitive strain things. And it was always a major hassle because most of them were malingering. But what we discovered was when we allowed people to choose their own equipment, they could no longer say, oh, my mouse is too big or too small, or I need a trackball, because they could just come and pick one up in a non-medical context. We actually had one guy, and he had a genuine problem. It turns out that there are people with a skin allergy to cobalt, to certain compounds of cobalt. And it turns out that these are in some of the plastics that are in a mouse. So we went and bought a wooden mouse that had been varnished with non-cobalt compound. We bought it, but we told everyone that we'd been given it as a sample, and therefore please don't ask us for another one because we only give out what we've got. And we gave this guy this wooden mouse. He was perfectly happy. He didn't have to make a medical thing of it. So nothing had to get written up. We just gave him this mouse we happened to have lying around, wink, wink. And so life was much easier for everybody. So it was, you may have gathered that I'm occasionally a little bit subversive, and I didn't, I'm not a bureaucrat by nature, and working in this bureaucracy, I like to find ways around things. But it turned out that even in a bureaucracy, if you can get enough people in the room in human being mode and suggest something that, look, this is just simpler, why don't we do this? Providing you can get people there at the right time, and providing that there's no external public relations implications, it's actually, you can actually sometimes make a difference.
Oh, no, totally agreed. And we'll be doing that again today at work. Thanks, gentlemen. Slava Ukraini.
Heram Slavat.
All right, thank you, Christopher. Thank you, Nick. Rubio, go ahead. And then I'll introduce a bit of a news story from Moldova, I guess. Rubio.
Yeah, it's an answer to Nick's French grammar question, if I may. What was the question again, Nick?
The only French word that ends in E-T-T-E and is not feminine.
Okay, well,
or French
I
noun.
don't do French, much to my my horror, but I do speak Spanish. But going back to my French history O level, is it oubliette?
Nope.
Why not?
The dungeon.
Yeah, exactly. It's where
because it's
Putin
because it's
is
feminine. Because it's feminine, and it's usually in the plural.
feminine, but it's a place to forget. Women never forget.
It's la oubliette.
Okay, fair enough. Okay.
If you can get a singular one.
I stand corrected. Thank you very much, and very interesting discussion as always. And Slava Ukraine.
Good Slava. Oh my. Okay. Do you want to tell us, Nick, or do you want me to
It's
talk about
skelet. SQUELETTE, meaning skeleton. The point being that the ETTE is not implying any sort of feminization or diminutivization. It's just how they happen to spell it. It might well be a function of whenever it was imported from another language, but skeleton. The things you learn in the afternoon on MriyaReport, eh?
as opposed to skillet? Very good. Okay, Anta, good afternoon. Would you like to talk about something, or would you like me to talk about odd plane movements in an application now?
I wonder if the Romanian word for skeleton is similar and masculine.
Schelet, un schelet, doi scheleți, it's masculine.
Yep.
Yeah. I came up to say something. Actually, I've been listening, but I could not speak earlier. I wanted to kind of back up Nick. So just, I won't take long. Just a quick comment to back up Nick on his approach to hardware. We actually did that. We let I live I work in an IT company. You can say I live there. One of the things that we did was that we let our developers use whatever mouse they wanted, and also whatever keyboards they wanted. They also have a say in the computer. We have a budget, so if they go way over the budget, they have to justify why. But if not, for example, we let it was someone's birthday, and it was a she really needed a new mouse, and she said, I want something which is way over the budget. So what we did was to because it was one case and just one mouse, and it wasn't the whole computer. So what we did, we said, this is your birthday gift, and we bought that mouse. Another thing that we do is we don't recycle them unless they are out of, so they cannot be used anymore, right? So in the majority of the computer companies, and not only, you will see people recycling computers every 2 or 3 years, right? Because they are there is this program in the accounting program in which you can deprecate the value, right? So with a certain pace. And usually they prefer to change them at a certain date. Nick, you're hot micing. So what we did was to keep the computers or upgrade them when needed, but not exchange them when it was not necessary. And actually that saved us a lot of money, right? Because sometimes the equipment is good, is top quality when it's bought, and is good 5 years later. You don't need to change it at 2. So that was one thing that actually saved us a lot of money.
That we did that too, and that was, as I say, one of the reasons we chose the bigger boxes, is because it was very frustrating to have a computer that was 3.5 years old and have the power supply die due to the condensers failing. Another thing we did, we weren't, and also it's interesting in an IT company, because developers tend to get bigger and better machines with more and more memory, and then they write software that will only run on their machine, and they forget that the customer doesn't necessarily get quite so many upgrades. But we weren't an IT company. We were basically office users, And what another thing we did was we let people choose when they got their Windows upgrade. So in most organizations, you go to a new version of Windows, and for about 3 months, the entire IT department is on a war footing. You're rushing to fix bugs, and someone's going along the corridor with a pencil behind their ear and rolling up, and okay, mate, here's your new computer, out the way, please. And what we did was, once we ensured that the things were compatible both ways, mostly like Word documents, what we did was we let people choose when they got their Windows upgrade. So the first 10% of people wanted it immediately because they had the new version at home, or they had some camera they wanted to plug in. And then the great thing was, if there were any bugs in what we'd configured, they would find them. But because they were the keen computer users, they were much more likely to help us fix them. The users who would complain if anything at all broke came along much later in the process, by which time we debugged everything. And so the upgrade, instead of taking 3 months, it took 18 months, but we just did it as part of weekly activities, rather than it being a sort of, oh my God, terribly sorry, customer service doesn't work for 6 months because we're in the middle of an IT upgrade. And also what happened was, so that the first 10% would do it, and then the people who, I should probably keep up to date, but I'm a little bit cautious. Well, my colleagues got it. It doesn't seem to be broken, so they would do it. And then you go down about 4 or 5 different levels of doubt and apprehension. But as you went further down those levels, there were more people around who were using the new version and were able to reassure them that it was all fine, and actually there was this nice new feature, etc. And so we would get to the end of about 18 months, and then we'd have to go to the last 10% of people and say, I'm terribly sorry, we're going to have to upgrade your computer. But we would still be able to say, which day next week between 2 and 4 p.m. would you like? And so people felt like they were being treated as customers, even when we didn't call them customers or anything stupid like that, but people felt like they were not the victims of the IT department. The other thing was, because we had the little shop where people went to get their screens and stuff, it meant that people called or went to the IT department when nothing was broken. And in the vast majority of organizations, you only ever call the IT department when you've either forgotten your password or your computer isn't working. And so your view of the IT department is a bit like your view of the medical system, which is to say, you don't really want to call them when you do, you're under stress, you're having a bad time. And what happened was, people came to associate us with this nice setup they'd got on their desk, which they completely identified with. And when they moved to a new office, we didn't let you sort of just move and get the computer in the office. We moved everything along. And I remember we opened a whole new building, and the air conditioning didn't work and the heating didn't work, and it was very, very badly done. But a couple of people said to me, but at least I could sit in my empty office with no bookshelves yet, and at least my computer was exactly what I was used to. So yeah, it made the process. I mean, working in a 2,000 person administrative oriented IT department is not in and of itself an especially technologically rewarding experience. But if you can turn it into a succession of enjoyable interactions with people who are just trying to get their work done and make that easier for them, it is immensely rewarding.
And I will use this as a segue, because
I thought you might.
Sometimes international organizations are difficult to run. Sometimes they're difficult to administer. And sometimes their decisions are difficult to administer. And this brings us to today's story from Moldova. Now, some time ago, the Rais, the head of Tatarstan, he used to be called the president of Tatarstan, but then Putin didn't like anybody being called president in Russia. It wasn't him of anything, and he tried to downgrade the titling a bit. He went to Moldova. He wanted to go to Moldova. He wanted to go as Putin's emissary to Gagauzia, which is an autonomous region in the south of Moldova, and it's Russians, let's say, second other way to get into Moldova. in the second way of influencing Moldova, which, you know, lovely, isn't it? He was there to participate in a forum that was organized by the Gagauz people, by the Gagauz administration. So as he was going to Moldova, he was turned away at the airport. He landed in Chisinau, but he was turned away at the airport. And the quote from the police administrator is, or the Moldovan border police administrator was, "We know the intentions of the Russian Federation to destabilize Moldova. We know what tools they have. We know how to use it. We know how to use them. We're vigilant and want to assure the citizens that we know what and who comes into the country, and that we can ensure the security of the country." Russia, of course, has been using Moldova, using Gagauzia as a way to destabilize Moldova. They have various approaches. One is the occupied territory in the east of Moldova and Transnistria. The other is this autonomous region in the south. A third, gas. A fourth, there's a few other ones. Because of this, they try to leverage these areas as best possible. But what I am particularly shocked at is, or surprised at, is that Minikhanov, the head of Tatarstan, was able to overfly EU, that is to say, Romanian territory, on his way to Moldova without the question, because Russian airlines are banned from EU airspace, and I'm very curious what he used to get there, because it was his plane. It was said that he never deboarded. The way it's reported, it was his plane which landed in Chisinau and then had to go back. Rather than flying, say, commercial on Turkish Airlines through Istanbul. And I'm very curious, what happened there that caused this. Let's call it the gap, right? A break in sanctions enforcement. Or do you want to go back to keyboard discussions? I'm fine if you just want to go talk about keyboards instead.
Shall we talk about some of the many things that I have posted?
Sorry, I had my phone. Sorry, Marcus. I had my phone in my pocket, Dome, and I'm deadheading some plants here and watering, and I had my phone in my pocket, and I didn't know it. I mean, I guess you can rent a private plane in many countries that still have EU overflight regulations, and it's interesting, isn't it? Are you allowed to charter a plane to? So is this guy a Russian citizen?
Yeah. He's the head of one of the federal subjects. Let's call them that,
Okay.
of the Russian Federation. So
Is he personally sanctioned?
Yes.
Okay. So
he's like a governor of a U.S. state, kind of equivalent in terms of
okay.
rank. So yeah.
So and where did he fly from?
That isn't specified in it, but I would presume Kazan.
Via anywhere or non-stop?
Seems like probably non-stop, seeing that he flew in with a luxury plane. But again, it's not detailed what the flight path is in any of the articles that I've seen. And I know it's interesting, right? But it seems to have been a private jet going Kazan-Chisinau.
I mean, what would the question is, what is the registration of the plane? And then also, does the registration of the plane have an influence on whether sanctions would be applicable to it, or would that be the ownership of the plane? Because I'm not certain if planes use flags of convenience. If it filed a flight plan through EU overspace coming from Russia, but it was a I don't know, Irish leasing company or NetJets or someone, I presume that you don't on your flight plan have to give the advanced passenger information of all the people who are on board. So maybe we'd have to find out what the plane was and what its registration was. But my guess is it's quite likely either EU or perhaps Turkish registered private jet, which has overfly rights to the EU. And as far as I know, the EU doesn't apply sanctions to a plane merely because it's emerging from Russia. Because I mean, Chinese airliners regularly fly from Beijing to Frankfurt over Moscow. So that's I guess it just comes down to renting your private jet from a company that's not on the sanctions list.
Yeah, it's it is indeed a registration thing, right? That's why you can still have private jets registered in Ireland, for example, but owned by a Russian oligarch to fly between Russia and certain other destinations. But it just seems like a kind of an oversight, doesn't it? I think it does.
Anda?
Yes, I have some. So I have some context for this. Some fun context for this. Not regarding why and how they were able to cross Romania. I will look into that. The piece of news that I found regarding that was only at Deutsche Welle, which is actually not Romanian. Not a Romanian news outlet. Three things which I find amusing and interesting. So first and foremost, the declaration of Adrian Chiopta. He is the member of the Parliamentary Commission for National Security in Moldova. He said that Moldovan law precludes that it is illegal that politicians, artists, or priests from an aggressive country and terrorist. He added terrorist and aggressive country to campaign in Moldova. So basically, part of the program, it was on an electoral meeting, and one of the reasons for which they were turned back was not only the fact that they are from Russia, but also because they came there for an electoral meeting. So that would be one part. The other part is the fact that Minik Ikhanov is declared as persona non grata along with two others. They provisioned a vast, a vast program of activities. So this was the second thing. And the third thing, which is actually, hilarious up to a point, one of their requests was to have the Russian language, declared as a second language in Moldova. They said, and I quote, in Moldova, 80%, I don't know in which village they took this sample, 80% of the Moldavian people are speaking Russian. Of course they do. They were part of the USSR, and it was compulsory in school. So of course they do. It's like but that's not the reason, right? I propose because
97% of Dutch people speak English. Therefore,
yes, I propose that some countries which have a great English-speaking population to declare English as a second language, because they do know it. So yeah. So this was the second thing. The Congress, the diplomatic Congress that they wanted to participate was called the Friendship of the People 2023, and it was to be held in Gagauzia, the big
in the metropolis of Comrat.
Something like that. Yeah. So this is fun up to a point. I find the fun part. The most fun part for them, or not, is the fact that the Russian, two Russian, I think, so two Russian diplomats were very vehement against the border police, and for that reason and the way they treated the entire manner, I think they are on their way out of Moldova, because
they turned them straight around. They were only landed for a few hours, I think, and they turned them straight around and told them to go.
No,
pound
apart
sand.
from them, apart from the plane, in Moldova there is there is an embassy, and the embassy, two of the diplomats in the embassy were really obnoxious with the border police. They probably they didn't have the correct language and addressed in a very nasty manner, and the Moldovan authorities have on their list to see if they are going to declare them also as persona non grata. So from the Russian embassy in Chisinau is that. So yeah, good job, good. Really diplomatic. They uphold it, all the diplomatic ways of discussing.
Nick.
Of course, I mean, there's one part of Moldova where a lot of people speak Russian every day, but I imagine that they're not counted in Transnistria because they don't. That wouldn't be considered. That would be considered. They claim it's an independent country, so they have to kind of make their choice on that, don't they? I would be a little bit careful on thing about the Netherlands, though, Doman, because English is an official language in the Netherlands.
Oh, is it? Interesting.
Yes, it's the second official language of the country.
That's
formally.
Well, there we go. Maybe that's giving ammunition to the head of Tatarstan.
Well, yes, it does. This debate reminds me, of course, that when one is confronted with people, you hear this less than you did in 2014. But when you're confronted with people saying, "Oh well, the people in the Donbass really do want to become Russian. After all, they speak Russian at home." The example to give them is that of Ireland, where I don't know what percentage of Irish people speak Irish at home. It's clearly the minority. Majority of people who live in Ireland speak Irish at home, speak English at home, and I think probably the majority don't speak Irish all that well. But this does not mean that they are all queuing up to become part of the United Kingdom.
No, that's how that's how irredentism doesn't really work, right? No, but this I think is quite an interesting case. What's a good counter example then when it comes to the officialness of a language. I'm sure we can think of one, just can't think of it.
Also, of course, the fact that people are able to speak the language, I think, is an entirely different thing from how they choose to live their life. You know, there are many, which is why the Council of Europe blows trumpet. This is why the Council of Europe has the European Treaty on the recognition of ethnic and minority languages to protect the rights of people, not just because they happen to have learnt Russian at school, rolls eyes, but because their first language is not necessarily the dominant language of the country. And,
or indeed any country.
Or indeed any country. And it turns out that the country, not every Council of Europe member country signed up to this. France famously didn't, because France has a position that there are no minority languages in France. And Chirac famously refused to sign up to this treaty, but would occasionally dangle it as the prospect of signing it as a carrot in front of one or two people where it was relevant. According to, he was worried that there would be pressure to count Arabic, I think. But Chirac doesn't think that anybody in the top corner of France speaks Flemish, and he doesn't think that anybody in Brittany speaks Breton, and he doesn't think that anybody down below Geneva speaks Savoyard, and that nobody down in Hendaye speaks Basque. So not every country signed up for this, but the country that signed up to this Council of Europe treaty and that lists more languages whose status it protects, and there's a couple of levels of protection in terms of exactly how much promotion and support the government offers, but the country that lists more minority languages that the government recognizes as minority languages and undertakes to protect is, you guessed it, Ukraine. The most by this measure, and obviously there's many measures, but by this measure, the most linguistically diverse country in Europe. There you go.
Very good. And what does this entail? This agreement, this very voluntary agreement that countries can enter in.
You sign up basically to a couple of levels of promotion and support. So, for example, some languages are accepted for official government transactions, and if you only speak that language, you're entitled to turn up and speak that language as an official government sort of, or the website will be translated into that language. There may be different levels of support for teaching that language, not as a foreign language, but as a native language in schools, etc. It's a complicated treaty because these are complicated subjects. As I say, there are at least two levels. I can't tell you the exact details, but if you like, I can go and look up the page of the overall organization, and we can put it in the nest just so people can have a look at it. But I went and looked, and yeah, there you are. There, I think Ukraine has Ukrainian, Russian, and about 18 other languages. It's fairly multidimensional. But yeah, Ukraine leads on that.
Very interesting, and that's also, of course, it's a consequence of. It's a consequence of living in a historically complex environment. I think that's a fair thing to say. But I would guess that there's a few languages in there that don't have nation states elsewhere behind them, and I think that's something that's quite notable, but something that is often forgotten as well, right? Because often minority languages are thought of, the language of the neighboring countries. But in practice, the most endangered ones usually are ones that are wholly contained within a country, but it is only a very small minority that speaks it.
So it's called the European Charter for Regional and Minority Languages. And so let's have a look. Here's the table. They include neither the dialects of official languages of the states or migrants. So Ukraine lists So they cover. There are two parts, the relevant parts of the treaty, Part 2 and Part 3, and I will come to what those mean. But basically, if you cover Parts 2 and 3, that's kind of more level of protection. So the top level of Part 2 and Part 3: Belarusian, Bulgarian, Crimean Tatar, Gagauz. Do you recognize that?
Yeah, we just spoke of Gagauz, yeah.
Okay. German, Greek, Hungarian, Moldovan, Polish, Romanian, Russian, Slovakian, and Yiddish. And then covered by Part 2 only are Karaim, Krimchak, Romani, and Ruthenian. And I am going to go and have a look at the charter and tell you what that means. So, in Part, oh dear, okay, got to get a PDF. Gonna have to get a PDF. Official text English.
I have
So
to
what was
correct
that?
you, Nick. I have to
Yeah.
correct you on the Dutch language.
Yeah.
The second Dutch language is Frisian.
Ah,
official
true.
language.
Yep.
But due to the Dutch royal family, they are bounded to England and to Germany and to France. So those three languages are also spoken in the Netherlands.
Yeah.
And we have Papiamento and another few languages. Indonesian was also a known language in the Netherlands.
Okay, so basically what is covered, so there are 13 languages covered by Parts 2 and 3, and there are 17 languages in total covered by Part 2. Recognition of regional minority languages and expression of cultural wealth, boom, 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 the need for resolute action to protect them, the facilitation or encouragement of the use of those languages in speech and writing in public and private life, the provision of appropriate forms and means for the teaching of study at all appropriate stages, all kinds of, it's general stuff. Part 3, which is the more important languages, preschool education, primary education, secondary education, or at least a substantial part in the minority languages, or teaching as integral part of a curriculum. It's basically it's going to get taught in schools. In criminal proceedings, to provide that courts at the request of one of the parties shall conduct the proceedings in the regional language, or to produce documents translated, etc. Administrative authorities, radio and television services, cultural activities and facilities, economic and social life. So basically, there are those 13 languages. So, for example, including Greek and Hungarian within Ukraine, if you only speak Greek and you're living in Ukraine, you are entitled to respect for the fact that you don't speak Ukrainian or Russian. And it doesn't mean the government has to provide an interpreter every time you go into a tax office, but it means they commit themselves to make a reasonable effort on behalf of those languages. And it's a way of saying, yeah, these languages are important. It's important to our country that we have them, and that we don't attempt to sort of homogenize everybody within 2 generations down to only speaking Ukrainian. So next time people call Ukrainians, nationalist, Nazis, blah blah blah, oppressing, blah blah blah, no other country has signed up for as many. To protect as many languages under the European framework as Ukraine. The UK has signed up for 7. Cornish, Irish, Manx Gaelic, Scots, Scottish Gaelic, Ulster Scots, and Welsh. There you go.
Sounds like a secret code.
You never know when you're going to need Navajo radio operators. Actually, I think I may have told a lie. Here is a country Here is a country that covers even more languages than Ukraine. Would you like to guess what it is, Doman?
Is it Spanish? Sorry, is it Spain?
It is not.
Spain would have a lot. I don't know, Nick. I don't know. Who is
Spain has 10. And
I guessed a good one then.
Yep.
Poland? Poland has quite a few.
Poland has 14.
Okay,
all of them with Part 3 protection.
I'm picking good ones.
Let me start reading you the list of languages that are protected in this country, which is a total of 20. Let me start reading them, and you can stop me when you guess the name of the country. So Albanian, Armenian, Bulgarian, Croatian, Czech, German, Greek, Hungarian, Italian, Macedonian, Polish. Have you guessed it yet? I'm reading in alphabetical order.
Is it Romania?
It is Romania. Romani, Russian, Ruthenian, Serbian, Slovakian, Tatar, Turkish, Ukrainian, and Yiddish.
I might add an interesting stuff. Even if they have enough people or not to get into the parliament, they have one spot in the parliament at least. So every of the nations that are living in our country have at least a spot in the parliament in order to be heard and defended properly.
I'm interested in how many though that comes to in total. Romania has 10 languages to which Part 3 applies, which is the kind of big stuff, and then 10 others which only Part 2 applies, which is the more kind of encouragement rather than actual sort of guaranteed concrete steps.
There are 18 minority seats.
Okay.
That's basically the answer to that. And luckily the building's big enough to fit all of them.
Maybe they don't give one to the Czechs and the Slovak speakers, and maybe they don't give one to the Serbs and the Croat speakers.
I can tell you what active parties are in parliament that's under that. Association of Italians of Romania, Association of Macedonians of Romania, Bulgarian Union of Banat Romania, Community of the Lipovan Russians of Romania, which is who I believe do speak Russian, Ruthenians, Germans, Turks, Slovaks and Czechs, Turkish Muslim Tatars, Jewish communities, Hellenic Union, League of Albanians, Party of the Roma, Union of Armenians, Union of Croatians, Union of Poles, Union of Serbs, Union of Ukrainians. That's who is in there.
Okay. Did you say Czech?
Slovak and Czech.
Slovak and Czech together?
Yeah.
Did you say Hungarian?
No, because there's so many of them that they don't fall under the National Minorities Parliamentary Group because they have a separate party that gets.
No, because I was trying to check off the list or mentally because I don't have a marker here. I was trying to check off the list mentally and looking at the ones you didn't count. But so basically yes, if for the Jewish community we count Yiddish, if for the then basically you mentioned all of those 20 minus Czech, Slovak being together, and minus Hungarian because yes, of course, it's a more important minority language. So basically, congratulations, Romania. Apologies to Romania for saying that Ukraine was doing the best, but Ukraine appears to be second best with 17 minority languages. I think the best way to describe this is a formal public commitment in front of your European peers to do a good job with these languages. Third is Bosnia and Herzegovina with 15. So like most of what the Council of Europe does, it's a public commitment in front of your European peers to say we're going to try and do the best job we can, which frankly is all the European Court of Human Rights is when it comes down to it. You know, the worst, as I say, the worst thing that they can do is kick you out, which is what they did to Russia. So, but Romania I'm not saying they're doing better than Ukraine in that they have these minorities and they protect them, and Ukraine doesn't apparently consider that it has a Czech minority, although it has a Slovak one. So anyway, this is for people. When I was growing up, there was a map, and the map said, this is France, people speak French, and this is Germany, people speak German, and this is Poland, they're all communists. And you move to different countries and you learn that the relationship between countries and languages is very, very complicated. And I always think about this when I'm looking at a menu in a tourist resort, and the German menu will have a German flag on it. And I wonder what it's like if you're Austrian or Swiss or any other German-speaking country, and you've got to look at the German flag. And the Americans have to look at the British flag, and the Irish have to look at the British flag. And it's kind of a shame that there isn't a flag system for languages. And of course, there are ISO standard ways of denoting a language with abbreviations, but almost nobody knows them.
No, of course not. And it's much easier to do flags because visual.
Yeah, but you've still got to know. It requires you to know the flag of the next big country where they speak your language. They don't.
That's usually a lot more common.
Well, because restaurants aren't kind of political organizations, they don't tend to sort of they'll just put the British flag up if it's in Europe. They won't typically add an Irish and an American and a Canadian, etc. flag. And if they did, they'd probably get the Irish one the wrong way around, which makes the Ivory Coast flag. Or turn it sideways, which is Indian, which would work, of course. But languages versus countries is so complicated, and many, certainly British people, but also French people, don't know that. When we lived in Alsace, and whenever we drove in Alsace, almost everyone speaks two languages, and most of the people are at least aware, of the idea of multilingualism. You drive over the Vosges Mountains into France, and you encounter this huge swath of the world where nobody really has even thought about bilingualism or multilingualism. It's just like, I'm French, I live in France, I speak French. And the UK, certainly England is like that. This is England, I speak English. To the extent that part of the xenophobia is people complaining that they hear, people speaking Polish on the bus, or occasionally they hear people speaking Welsh on the bus and shout at them, speak English. And it's like, mate, I'm speaking an official language of the country. Whereas Russia too, many Russians probably aren't aware that half of their country, or a decent chunk of their country, is made up of people who don't necessarily speak Russian at home because of this kind of, the overall homogenizing myth of the Soviet Union and later the current state of Russia. Whereas people, Doman, what age were you when you realized that people in your country or around you spoke multiple languages and it wasn't just as straightforward as all that?
I know. I don't remember. So before memories are formed.
I mean,
before the age of 6.
Yeah, I mean, it's the kind of thing you discover in kindergarten, right? And the world really is divided into people who understand the idea of multiple languages and a society where you're never quite sure what language is going to be spoken in any situation, and people who come from a monoglot world and have great difficulty in understanding how it could be different.
Anda?
Yeah, sorry. I got a bit distracted. So what I wanted to say was a topic that was a bit behind. So we kind of passed it a bit. About the Hungarian population, which is because Nick asked about it. They not only have their own party, which gets at every election something around 6 or 7%, which is the exact number, the exact percent that the Hungarian people has in Romania, 6%, 6 and something. They also have, so in the regions in which they are predominant, the street signs are in Hungarian and second in Romanian, so it's easier for them to read, and it's there are two counties in the middle of Romania which have this, and there is, you mentioned schools in the national language, in the maternal language, and we have up to university. There is a section in the Babes-Bolyai University in Cluj, which actually has classes which are taught primarily in Hungarian. So not only first level classes. We what we did, and this is why actually how should I put this? Why is this important? Because it's not only, so when a country commits of accepting the diversity, which the diversity of nationalities, traditions, languages, because it's not only language, it's also traditions, right? And traditions, when you say traditions, they can vary from birth to burial. For example, very gruesome, but this is a fact. There are some traditions related to burial in Dobroja, which has Orthodox but also Muslim, and a Muslim community, and also a very diverse, we call them generic Aromani or Macedoni. So people from Macedonia, they have their own language. They speak it freely. They are a very tight community. And for example, they have their own traditions, right? Which are to be respected, which are not 100% similar to the ones which are in Sibiu, for example, which has a different approach, and you don't have the same population; you have a different population there. So yeah, and I want to bring a fun fact, and I will move from from this topic, but a fun fact, because you mentioned the German language, right? Which is actually there, but we have here Fanspans, which lives who lives in Austria, right? So hereditary, the Germans, the people which we call Germans, are actually from the old Austro-Hungarian Empire, not from Germany. So it is the German language. Locally, they are called Sash. So not German.
Saxons.
Yes. So and they speak German. But as a source, right? Where did they come from here? It was from the Austro-Hungarian Empire. There's a bit of history there. Yeah. So I think one thing that we have in common, and is important to mention, both Ukraine and Romania, is the fact that we have fought a lot of our neighbors, and we have had a lot of migration on our territory, which led to having population from different countries stabilized here, like the Greeks and the Aramin, the I mentioned earlier. I think Daniel, which is in the area, can give the. What I know about the Greeks is that they came due to economical reasons here, but Daniel, I think it has more of.
Okay. In which case, I'll say thank you, Anda. I'll note that I put Nick's European Charter. Well, it's not Nick's European Charter. European Council's European Charter. I'm sorry, not European Council. Council of Europe's. I almost did the thing. I did the thing, but then I corrected myself. Council of Europe's European Charter for Regional Minority Languages. You can find it up in the next. And unless Nick wants to comment on anything of this, we can go to Daniel and the travesty of the Tatar rice almost making it to Gagosiya.
Okay, be kind with me because it's raining. There are two types of Germans here. First are the Saxons, which were settled in 12th century by Hungarian kingdom in Transylvania, which are emigrated in Germany, most of them, except our president is just a joke. I love Saxons. But they don't love the Schwarz, which are Austrians settled by Habsburg in 16th, 17th century. So there are different types of minorities, but they speak German. So you need to protect the language. Greek come probably here before Romania existed. Romanian people existed. So Greeks have a long tradition settling around. So was never, I can say, a discontinuity of Hellenic. The big influx was in 18th century when they come because the princes of Wallachia and Moldavia buy the rank of prince from Istanbul. So 100 years were ruled by Hellenic princes, not Romanian. And I want to add two funny things. When Dobroja, the province, became part of Romania after Russo-Turco War, which was not Russo-Turco, was Russo-Romanian Turco. Because, you know, the future king of Romania, then prince of Romania, which was Charles I of Hohenzollern, he led the army, the combined Romanian-Russian army against Turks. But this is another fact of history. Interesting is, when Kemal Atatürk came to power, and before him, the young Turks asked the Turks to leave Dobroja, to come back in Turkey. And half of population go, and half stay, because they didn't feel threatened. And Tatars don't give a shit about what the young Turks wanted. So Tatars stayed also. The most interesting of all minorities, in my opinion, except, let's say, are Romanians. So, you know, our sports stars, everybody know them. They come after Balkan Wars in big numbers, but before, because were a struggle of Greek nationalists to get their independence from Turks, and they are in the middle. And they are great tradesmen, great shepherds, and they established here because the state was very, very open for everybody who assume a Romanian identity. Let me tell you which is interesting. Not the Serbs, not the Croats, not the Ruthenians, because they lived for centuries here. Small communities, but they lived. The most interesting is the Italian. Italians come at the beginning of 20th century. They come like they immigrate in the United States in mass. They immigrate from the south to the north, and they come in the western part of Romania because they were excellent. I mean, excellent craftsmen in stone, and they established around Timișoara especially, and they stayed there. And this community, like Serbian one, like Bulgar one, lived there peacefully. And in the 90s, so 40 years ago, was another big influx of Italians who come here to live, to buy land and practice agriculture. And they are very, very interesting community in Timișoara. Very, very, very interesting. And there is another point here which I need to tell it because it's important. The only problem which French president discovered with our minorities, and we cannot be proud what we did along of the history, is the Romani community. The Romani community, in fact, they were victims of what I can say, slave ownership, especially the church until 19th century. After that, were the victims of fascists. After that, victim of communists. Then past 48, they're struggling to become in a positive affirmation status. I can say from my experience, because I see the minority, they evolve a lot. People still have resentment against them, like in all Europe. But I can say they make a huge jump, and it's not our merit. We put some laws, we put schools. For example, now we can enter in special schools, in high schools, in ordinary schools with places reserved for Romani community exclusively because they were oppressed. That is the reality. The most oppressed minority in Europe. And usually when Russia now, but before that any other, and they want to blame something on Romanians or use a pejorative, they call us Romani. And I don't care. But usually Romanians, they are affected if you call them Romani. That's my talk. And about Gagauzia, it would be a nice topic.
Thank you. Yeah, I have to dash now, but thank you for putting that. It's an interesting topic. It's one that I think we've raised once or twice before, but it's an endlessly fascinating topic. It really does enable people to think about some of the issues related to Russian aggression and Russia's hegemonizing around Ruski Mir, and we all speak Russian and everyone else is inferior. The link is up in the nest. It's one of the more it's the Council of Europe's website on the treaty and why it exists. It exists in several languages, of course. It's worth your time reading. It will give you a better insight, I think, also into the kinds of things the Council of Europe does, because it's a really typical Council of Europe treaty. In that, for a start, half of its members have decided not to participate, but that's fine. That doesn't prevent the treaty from working. It enables countries to build cooperation between themselves without everybody having to be involved, or without it being some huge problem because France has decided not to, or whatever other country has decided not to. I will. Yeah, I'm dropping down now, but I hope this is useful for some people. I've had several DMs. So for the people who DM'd, if I don't answer you, have a look in the nest, and yeah, I'll try and get back later, but today's going to be a busy day. My wife is flying back from the UK, and she's just told me her flight is going to be delayed, and it's all going to be a mess. So thanks, everyone.
Thank you, Nick. If anything, it just means that you'll be busy later on than you would be according to schedule. Speaking of flights, Latin.
Well, speaking to the previous subject, I just wanted to say that Spain may have several languages, but Gallego is the best. I just needed to put it out there.
Especially for Gallego.
What's that?
Galician octopus, Latin.
Oh, it's the best. Man. We were going to go this year, but the flights are ridiculous. Speaking of flights. So anyways, maybe next year. I wanted to just finish a thought that was, we were talking yesterday around this time, we got into discussion and Yehuda was here about some of the precision guided weapons that Russia is using that has been getting a little more attention on social media. There's been, you know, some pushing of that information, I think, to show what they're doing and what on the Ukrainian side as well, right? To highlight some of the threats that they're facing. And there was just one point on that I didn't get to, which was, I think it's important for anybody who reads this stuff, is the distinction between, just a slight distinction between some of what appears to be out there that the Russians are using. One of the weapon systems that we talked about was this series of GLONASS, or satellite guided, so kind of JDAM equivalent glide bombs that they're using. There was, and somebody can maybe help me out with this, because it was about 2 weeks ago that there was a video, a very clear video, looked like it was shot from a drone, of one of these weapons. It was clearly one of these weapons in kind of the 1,500 kilogram, very large category. They're quite distinctive, and they're usually painted light gray, hitting a bridge near the border. I think it's in Kharkiv Oblast, anyways, but very close to the Russian border. A target that seemed kind of odd. Not sure what they were trying to achieve by hitting that bridge, but they did. And the Ukrainians rightly pointed out that the danger of the fact that the Russians are able to launch these weapons from a distance inside Russian airspace that makes it difficult for the Ukrainians with their current fixed-wing aircraft to intercept. So that was the Ukrainian take on it, which I totally agree with. So that's one type, and it's probably important to keep an eye on that, because that is a real capability that if they decide to push it, they do have quite a few of them and platforms to deliver them. But the other one that I think needs a little bit of deconstruction is these images that I keep seeing every now and then of an older, smaller, probably more in the 500 kilogram category. It's a FAB class weapon. There's like FAB 250, FAB 500. These are weapons. These are unguided free fall bombs from the Soviet era. And it's a picture of one that's under it appears to be an Su-34. And they've essentially rigged something like the kit that you see on an extended range JDAM. It's kind of these folding wings, and the whole thing is strapped onto the body of the bomb. And there's a lot of, I think there's a lot of, I'm sensing anyways, there's some confusion about what exactly that is. And I've gone over this with a few people that I trust on Twitter who I think have a pretty good idea about Russian weaponry. And other than and we've seen some evidence of those little wing kits on the ground after the weapon detonated. They all look pretty similar. What there does not appear to be any confirmation of is that that particular setup using the older bomb has any kind of guidance. There may be, but I haven't seen any visual confirmation of it. Regardless, it's an attempt to extend the range of the weapon, which is still a threat. It's still, I see it more as a battlefield thing rather than something they would be using more strategically. But it's important to keep those two, because there's a lot of misinformation. I think as we know that Russians like to try to make us think they have a lot more technically than technologically than they do. There's some new super weapon always around the corner. And this is not it. And neither are the larger ones, the satellite guided munitions that they've been showing off. Those have been around for a long time. And as I said yesterday, targeting is just as important as having a platform that can deliver and having the weapon itself. So important things to keep in mind. Now, Doman, if I could, I just wanted to say something about, dare I say it, MiG-29s.
Before we go to that, Latin, quick question. These so you're saying some of these glide bombs, it could just be increasing range, but without increasing accuracy. So it's kind of almost a comparison maybe to those loft rocket bombings with helicopters, but even lesser accuracy than that. However, with a big enough blast, it's still, threatening, it still delivers some sort of an impact.
Yeah, they're extending the range of, but it's unguided. In terms of its ability to hit a target, it's as good as those unguided rocket attacks that we've been seeing on both sides. So, but I have seen that picture over and over and over again. That one image, okay, so there's the initial image, and came out quite a while ago, of one of these weapons. I think they painted a shark mouth on it to make it look more badass, I suppose. It's juvenile, but I mean, it's just an FAB 500. It's a Soviet era unguided bomb, and they put this contraption on it that looks like it has little stub wings that swing out, similar to what extended range JDAMs do. And yeah, all you would be getting is maybe a little more glide out of it once it's released. But yeah, absolutely no indication of any kind of precision guidance for this kind of system. But I see it repeatedly retweeted as such, as being some kind of. I think people are confusing and probably this is the Russian intention. That particular weapon would be much more. Probably, as opposed to the much more precision guided, meant for high priority targets. There's a lot less of those, and those require some targeting and a more advanced platform to deliver it, which they have. And you need, if you're going to achieve your objective of hitting a high priority target, and they've shown so far they have so much trouble with stuff that's even fixed, that's not moving. And we had that discussion yesterday with Yehuda. Once things become more dynamic in counteroffensive, I think they're going to have even more trouble. But anyways, those are the two. They're very different things. One is an actual GPS guided precision munition. The other is some kind of contraption that they're doing in the field. I don't know what they're trying to achieve with it, but it's primitive to say the least.
Interesting. Thank you, Latin. Is there an estimate on the accuracy of these things at all? Kind of like within a kilometer, or some such?
No. I mean, I was reading a tweet today by retired Air Vice Marshal Greg Bagwell, RAF, who was commenting on the accuracy of the. He was actually kind of breaking down a video that the Russians had put out of an Su-25 doing an attack that is not unsimilar to what the Ukrainians are doing. That low profile, pop up and fire the rockets, the unguided rockets at an extreme angle, and then quickly bank and back down to the safety of low altitude. He commented that because the munition will disperse much more at that angle. In other words, you're sending the unguided rocket up, or rockets. There are some that are larger that they fire individually, but typically they're fired from pods, and there's multiple rockets. And as they go up, it's just physics. They spread out more, kind of like a tulip. Imagine that kind of shape. And that, in his words, you'd be lucky to hit anything within a couple of kilometers. It's a really wide area that would be hit by that, and both sides are doing this, right? Like they're just generally trying to suppress or give the enemy a hard time. It's not precision strike, but it's what we've seen on the, especially on the line of contact in places like Bakhmut. And a bomb would be very similar. You'd have, you would get much more accuracy by diving onto the target, but the air defense situation doesn't allow that because that exposes the release aircraft to much more higher risk of getting shot down, which is why they're doing it this way. But again, the image that I've seen over and over again, and I've shared it with others and discussed it with others to analyze it. There's no indication there's any guidance on that particular image. Zero. It's just a metal device that's been added to the bomb with these simple little wings, stub wings, rectangular wings that swing out. So take it for what it is. Like I said, I think primitive is a good way to describe it.
Okay,
I think what it
perfect.
actually is, Doman, what I think it actually is, because we haven't seen a lot of use of aerial bombs in this war, unguided aerial bombs. And I think what it probably is Su-25 pilots on the Russian side, desperately trying to deliver some ordnance, desperately trying to say to their commanders that yes, we've done
We're
something.
still useful.
With
We're still useful. Don't send us as infantry. We swear we're still useful. Look.
Oh, look, the way that particular force is going, it's not going to be long before some of those ground crews and air crews are going to be handed a Kalashnikov and off you go, because their attrition rate is very high. And I don't listen to anybody who tells me, yeah, but they had 200 in service before. No, none of that means anything. It didn't mean anything before December 24th, and it means a lot less now. How many Su-25s do the Russians have in service? I don't know. It ain't 200. I guarantee it's not that high. And they've lost, we know visually confirmed, I think it's in the 30 to 40 range so far. So they're taking a hit. They're taking a real hit. And the Russian leadership has made it clear that those Air Force units are expendable.
Makes perfect sense to me, Latin. It's a way to deliver imprecise bombs imprecisely anyway, but with a lesser chance of getting shot down. So that's kind of there. Yeah, got it. Perfect. Yeah, you said MiGs. Go with MiGs.
Yeah, I know. I mean, it's not really what anybody wants to hear right now, right? Everybody wants to hear about F-16s. That's just not happening at the moment, and we have to be patient. But I've been following what's going on with MiG-29s, and I hate to say it, but I do think there may be one last push happening behind the scenes to squeeze a few more MiG-29s out of Eastern Europe. It appears pretty clear that something may be happening in Bulgaria. The Bulgarian media that I've been reading translations of over the last couple of days. Okay, so some of this points back to those leaks that came out, where apparently part of those leaks indicated that the Bulgarians had indicated they were willing to donate their MiG-29 force, which is not huge, by the way. I think the comment I heard recently read from their defense minister is that possibly up to 18 airframes. And that's it. That doesn't mean operational, but 18 airframes. So reportedly, they were showing interest in donating aircraft to Ukraine in February. I know the backdrop of all this is that there's been a lot of political changes going on in Bulgaria. I think there's a caretaker government in right now. I don't know all the details of that. Maybe somebody on the space can help out with that part of it, because these decisions are ultimately always political. But what is happening more recently is that last week they made official statements that, and again, this is all about wording, right? It's all about the wording. The wording is and I believe it was April 12th was the comment, that we, the Bulgarians, are not going to be giving aircraft away for free to Ukraine. But Bulgarian Twitter channels and people that are discussing this and media references go back to a term that in English is translated to a triangular deal, which makes much more sense to me. Something similar to what we saw in Slovakia and Slovakia in particular.
So Latin, you know how you can't square a circle, right?
Yep.
Well, the Bulgarians decided how about we try to triangle a circle?
What they want to get a good deal. They definitely want to get a good deal. Look, there's again, I'm not an expert on Bulgarian politics, and maybe there's somebody on the space that knows more about it. All I can tell you is that from the procurement side, there's been some confusion, and I think they've made some very bad decisions. I couldn't believe when I confirmed recently that they had actually been doing maintenance on their MiG-29s post 2014 and up until last year. with Belarus and Russia, which I couldn't believe. I couldn't believe that after 2014, NATO would still just stand by and allow that to happen. But anyways, that's apparently what happened. But that's been cut off now. So they're in a position where what few MiG-29s they have operational, and apparently it's probably, again, I'm referencing their defense minister who said they may have about 6 or 7 operational at any time. That seems optimistic to me. But they had placed an order in March for overhauled engines from, not too many, just 4, I think, from Poland. I don't know if that deal went through and if they've actually delivered them. But what is clear is that they waited way too long to replace those 29s, where other operators like Romania, Czech Republic, Slovaks, they moved on it much sooner after they became NATO members. So Bulgaria is the last NATO member to have really dragged their feet on this. And then they made this half-assed purchase of admittedly very, very capable, brand new production F-16s. They signed that contract a few years ago. But anyways, they're not going to be delivered until about like 2024, 2025. So now they're in big trouble because they're unable to, they're very soon going to be unable to monitor their own airspace. Those 29s won't be able to fly much more than later this year because they're going to require a major overhaul at some point, which the Bulgarians can't do. So I think it's pretty clear that they are bargaining. They're hoping to get something that may include, they had put out a request late last year, understanding that they weren't going to get their new F-16s in time. They had actually put out a call to NATO and other European countries at the time, like Sweden, for an interim aircraft. They were asking for proposals on anything secondhand. Sweden came back with an offer of brand new Gripens, which was way too expensive, but I think something may be brewing with used F-16s. So yeah, I got a feeling there's something happening there. It's not what we want to hear. It's not news about F-16s to Ukraine, but I think that it is possible. And any rumors that anybody hears about, that would only leave, okay, Romania, lots of them in open storage since they retired them. I think those were
29s or 21s?
29s. None of those are going to be airworthy. They've been in open storage for, kind of in the range of 20 years. I think that if there was anything harvestable, salvageable in those aircraft, they probably would have been included in that early announcement about a year ago of parts being sent to Ukraine. Moldova had 6 that were operational at one time that were also in open storage. I doubt they would be of any use. Possibly they may have done something with those. And I want to dispel another rumor that keeps flying around. I just keep seeing it coming up over and over again. It's about the fairly large number of MiG-29s that were bought by the United States from Moldova. These were aircraft that Moldova in the late 90s no longer had the ability to operate. And the U.S. bought them for fear that they might get in the hands of somebody nefarious. So those aircraft were delivered to the U.S. There was all sorts of testing done. 1 or 2 of them might be still flying in, who knows, in Nevada or something. But that was a long time ago, and I would not put any money on any of those being flyable. Maybe some parts. I would again put that in the category of, if that was done, it might have been done much earlier. Anything salvageable from that lot. But that was 1997 that purchase was made, so a long time ago. And the Americans never operated them as a group. They just used 1 or 2 of them as for testing and other purposes. So that leaves right now Europe. The only possibilities are Hungary, and those are also aircraft that were retired quite a while ago. So probably only for parts. You have to think politically that that's unlikely, but they are there. They're in open storage as far as I know. And the only other one, it would be Serbia. And Serbia made an announcement last year that they actually wanted to buy Rafales. Well, if they wanted to get into something that advanced with the current geopolitics, I got to think France might push them to transfer some of their 29s. But that's just my opinion. I mean, there's no I've heard nothing official about that. But again, it's not what we want to hear, but I think there may be just it's that one last squeeze of the toothpaste tube to get just a little more out of what's left, because unfortunately that's where we're at. There's no indication that F-16s or anything like that are are imminent. So the
Other than that,
Ukrainian,
the Danish comment.
other than you mean is there a more recent one or the one from a few weeks ago?
No, in Odessa, from a couple of weeks ago, the Minister of Defense in Odessa saying that by the summer the decision will be made, right? Okay, what I just want to highlight for everyone, is the following. Bulgaria, the elections are 2.5 weeks ago. Yeah, 2.5 weeks ago. The coalition doesn't seem like it's going to get formed, but the two biggest vote getters that together have over 50% of the seats are doing something to get a speaker elected into parliament, of the parliament, at least so some parliamentary business can get done. The problem is anything like this, like transfer of planes, would be an executive thing, right? Rather than a legislative thing purely. And we already had a similar motion proposed at the start of the previous parliament after the October election. And yet, I have to say years because it's just the most recent election. It wasn't October, it's just the most recent October. And nothing happened afterwards. So it's complicated. And I don't think that that's going to necessarily help. It's still the only way forward is the F-16s for Ukraine, the only real solution here. Or rather, I don't care. Any Western jets, just any remotely modern Western jets for Ukraine.
Yeah, look, totally agree. Totally agree. That's I don't want anybody to think I'm trying. The F-16 Western aircraft, yes, they have to be there at some point, and I think they will be. But I'm just commenting on that. I think that I got a feeling the Bulgarians are pushing for, because at the end of the day, it's going to be about money, and I think that they probably are pushing for something in return, and they'd be willing to release those aircraft. If it's true what their defense minister said, 18 MiG-29s, airframes, that's a useful lot of at least parts and maybe some operational aircraft for the Ukrainians to use. Yet we have to be. I know there are people who think the MiG-29 is junk. It is compared to an F-16, especially a modernized F-16, but it's what they have, and it's what they have to fight with right now, and it is capable. It's not useless, but it's not what we want to see them have. Hopefully later this year.
Exactly. Let's go to Daniel, then to Scribe, and then I presume Raver. Daniel.
It sounds weird, but I have some answer for our Latin pilot.
Any chance you can fix audio first?
I will go in home in 4 minutes. I can go then.
Let's go to Scribe first, then, and then back to you. Scribe.
Okay.
Sorry. Mine was more of a question about I don't want to change the topic because I'm actually curious.
Just shoot, and I'll try to do it quickly then.
It's about what's going on over in the Baltic with the Russian ships being suspicious in the waters.
Okay, and the question is?
Do we have any more information on, like, other than what's been posted already about their Russian ships over in the Baltic potentially mapping out the sea lanes and stuff like that?
Okay, Scribe, go to the thread that I quote tweeted. Look at all of the various Scandi reporting, because each country's public broadcaster reported on slightly different bits of it. It's all in the video documentary thingy, but there's 3 parts, and the next part is out next week. Today, the first part's out. So there's a lot of detail to read through on the Norwegian public broadcasters and the Danish public broadcasters website. Read through all of those, and there's no more information than that, but that is a lot of detailed information already. And if you only looked at English language sources, you might have missed a lot of the details.
Thank you.
Thank you, Scribe. There's a lot. I've been slowly reading it throughout the day. It's a lot is the only way to put it. Raver, good morning.
Hi, good morning. So there's a couple of things there to pack. I'll try to answer what I can from the previous speaker real quick, and then move on to why I put my hand up. So Russia has for years maintained a very robust seaborne intelligence gathering operation. Everything from spy ships and communications and intelligence trawlers to specialty miniature subs that are designed to go down and inspect, tamper, and even destroy undersea cables and whatnot. So the fact that that's being reported on now is simply an uptick in the news, probably not an uptick in actual operations. The Russians have been active in this spheres for a very, very long time. And then,
sorry, before you go to something else, did you see the reporting from Scandinavia today?
Yes, I did, and I think that's just the government saying, "Okay, talk about it," rather than an actual uptick in operations.
It wasn't governments. It wasn't governments talking about it. This is important. It was investigative journalists being able to intercept radio comms off of ships going dark and actually going out on civilian vessels into the sea and people and photographing people with assault rifles on board of those ships, right? So it wasn't government surveillance. It was, and I agree, Russians have been doing this all the time, and now it's a greater realization of why it's so critical. But this isn't even governments coming out and messaging something. This is straight organic investigative journalism.
Yeah, that's what I guess my point was. Is this is not new activity? It's probably newly being reported on in this detail. But this is something that the Russians have been doing for a long time. What was it, last year, year before? One of these spy ships got into a toss-up with the Irish fishing fleet. And then H.I. Sutton has done stuff on their spy submarines and trawlers and whatnot going back years. So this is it's not a new thing. It just happens to be in the news now. And so my point and the reason I came up is as I heard Latin speaking. And unfortunately, I can occasionally write a good thread, but I lack the summoning skills of somebody like Verlaine who can say urban warfare, and John Spencer will show up. I tried to summon Colonel Jeff to my essay this morning, and it didn't work. But I was trying to talk about just the sheer tempo and complexity of air operations that would be needed for the Russian Air Force to have the type of impact that it could have, say, if it was as competent as what we did to the Iraqis at the Battle of Khafji. All the different moving pieces, in time and space, being stretched out. What's needed now is needed in 6 hours, 12 hours, 24 hours, 48, 72. Tankers, CSAR, AWACS, air traffic control, fire, TAC air controllers. And I was wondering if Latin would like to engage in that conversation.
Yeah, I would love to. Raver, I haven't had a chance to see your thread. Can you give me a little more info on kind of where you were going with it? You were just kind of thinking out loud about what it would take for them to, or what it will look like?
So my thoughts were, if Russia could pull out a Chuck Horner out of the woodpile, Ukraine would be in deep, deep trouble, but that I don't think that Russia can, and that even if they wanted to, they may be reluctant to do so because of the fear of losing their last non-nuclear deterrence, especially with a bunch of NATO birds sitting on the wire just waiting for a chance to pounce. But more generally, it was just trying to go in depth on the complexity of that round-the-clock NATO-style tactical air operation that we would do to support our ground forces if the balloon went up.
Yeah, so you're talking about those large combined operations that we would have seen in the Gulf War. We saw it in former Yugoslavia. That was more of a NATO operation, and then we saw it also in Iraq in 2003. It's they're not going to do it. That's the short answer. The Russians are not going to do that. They clearly would have done it by now if they were capable of it, and it became very clear from early on that they were not capable of it. And it's not a matter of finding, because they continue to live in this fantasy world where it's like it's the Eastern Front, 1944, and all you need is a strong leader to rally the troops. It has nothing to do with finding the right person to lead the Russian Air Force. That's not going to be the answer to this. It's those capabilities are built up over decades, and require constant, large-scale exercises where they're not just doing a display of firepower, but they're really trying to challenge themselves and make mistakes and learn from their mistakes. By the way, NATO, including the U.S., they need to up their game there. They've started to kind of let go because of budgetary restraints. Some of those large-scale exercises haven't been happening as much as they should be, and on the scale that they should be. But I think that's changing. There is apparently a big one happening very soon in Europe. So yeah, what we will continue to see from the Russians, I think, is their tactical air, as long as it still exists, will continue to lob unguided rockets and these whatever the hell these contraptions are they're coming up with their old bombs, their old unguided Soviet air bombs, and their more valuable assets, their multi-role platforms that can deliver precision guidance, and their combat air patrol may push in a little more once Ukrainians begin their push. But what's going to happen if they do that? Well, we've seen indications of that. And because they're not able to do it in that large combined operation where they support each other, where you have, just to give one example, the initial wave of suppression of enemy air defense to try and reduce that risk, they have those capabilities. They have the weaponry, but what they have not shown yet is the ability to use it all together, as you said. And I don't see that changing. So I suspect that we'll probably just see more of the same of 2 or 4 ship formations of some of the more advanced types trying to make precision guided strikes on the Ukrainians as the Ukrainians move forward. But as we discussed yesterday with Yehuda, and he agreed that once the Ukrainians begin moving, once this becomes a much more fluid battlefield, like Yehuda made a good point yesterday. Where was all that precision guidance when during the Kharkiv offensive? He's absolutely right. It was non-existent, because I don't think that their targeting cycle can keep up with that kind of. It barely functions when things are static. When things are moving that quickly, I don't think they can do it. I just don't think they can do it. So expect to see videos and images of, the odd Su-34, the odd strike with, and maybe greater numbers, but it'll continue to be these smaller formations. And they're going to get shot down. A lot of them are going to get shot down. To be clear, so will the Ukrainians. The Ukrainians will be experiencing losses in the air. But the Russian, and this is why the Russians, like you said, it's an asset they're probably not eager to lose. And as they start to push forward, they will experience those losses.
Yeah, Lat, and you pretty much echoed what I wrote, mostly because I tend to listen to you quite a bit when you speak. But just, that sheer complexity that I don't think the Russians have, everything from knowing the type of weather conditions and temperature and how that'll affect their ordnance when they fly into things like air traffic control, how they're going to do CSAR. I don't know if they're using any type of tanker support or not, or if they're putting birds up as they need it rather than keeping them in orbit until a need arises. And I don't know if you know anything about that either.
Not too much specifically about that, but I'll just give an example of how it's part of the reason why I think some of their capabilities have been lacking. The Ukrainian pilots, and I know a few that I've read recently have been reminding us that the Russians have an anti-radiation missile. So in other words, the missile equivalent to the HARM that homes in on a radar emitter to take out surface-to-air missile batteries and that sort of thing. So suppression, destruction of enemy air defense. They have those weapons. What they don't appear to have is units like we do in the West that are dedicated to that task. That's important because when they train, they're training only for that role, only for that mission, or at least primarily for that mission. And just the fact that you've got the weapon and you've got an advanced platform that can carry it doesn't mean that the crews are really experienced in that tasking. So that seems to be one of their big deficiencies right now, just to give one. But I think that's been the biggest surprise. And man, I was saying it a year ago. I must have been about a year ago when I was first mentioned it. Probably one of the first times that I came up on the space. was to make that comment. I remember that it was to make that comment that I'm looking at these videos of what the Russians are doing, and I remember thinking they look like the Syrian Air Force, like 1 or 2, maybe at most 4 aircraft, hit and run, and I'm not sure what they're trying to accomplish. I couldn't square that with this large Air Force that had been spending so much money, in particularly since the Putin era, to upgrade old airframes, to integrate new technologies, clearly trying to become more like the U.S. Air Force, the U.S. Navy, NATO Air Forces on paper, and in practice they've just fallen on their face.
So, do we have any idea how low Russian tactical air controllers go? How common they are, or is there just absolutely no coordination between the Army and the Air Force?
I don't. Somebody on the space might know more about Russian ground forces than I do. As far as I know, they don't have like the equivalent of what the Americans call the JTAC, or somebody on the ground who George probably has some, having been in the ground for. Raver, maybe you, because that tasking, that trade goes back quite a ways in the U.S. But no, I don't have any sense that the Russians have a good system in place. I don't know any details about it, but if they did have such a good system in place and they had practiced at it, their targeting would look a lot better. Unfortunately for Ukraine, fortunately for Ukraine, that is not the case. That's not what we're seeing.
George?
I was gonna, yeah, if we haven't seen any of that, you know, and we didn't see it in the Kharkiv offensive. They weren't able to use their air assets to, you know, limit the effect of the offensive. I mean, they just seemed like they didn't even know it was happening. It's yeah, I'm with Latin. It's mind-boggling, you know, because it's not, you know, they have the numbers, obviously, compared to Ukraine. They have the numbers. It's just that it's like they just don't have the know-how. They haven't trained in any of that stuff, or the training's been piss poor, or just you know, bad training. Let's put it this way. We've given them more credit than credit is due. My question to Latin is, though, you know, with Patriots, you know, coming in, and another Iris-T battery coming in, and SAM-T, I don't know if that's been announced, if that's in country yet, but we know that Patriot batteries are now in country. It wouldn't be a stretch for the Ukrainians to actually now maybe move a Patriot battery or even a NASAMS battery toward the front, maybe initially on the offensive, so that if the Russians do try to use air assets, you know, and those glide bombs, that they lose about 5 or 6 or 7 aircraft, and it spooks them into, you know, completely going away from trying to use that technology to stem the offensive. What do you think?
Okay, well, slightly out of my lane, but I'll say this. We speculated when those two, it was a 2-ship formation of Su-34s back in February, I think, and approaching Bakhmut, and one was shot down because they were incredibly, stupidly approaching at higher altitude. And it was credited by the Ukrainians to an S-300 unit. That they credited the kill to that unit. At the time, I remember there was some speculation that some of these Western systems might be freeing up systems like the S-300 to move forward. And I would suspect, it's just my guess, is that the Ukrainians probably, that's something they want to do more of, because Patriot we know it's an incredibly efficient system, but it doesn't have the range of S-300, at least as far as I know. It is shorter range. And what the Ukrainians are really concerned about right now is that inability to reach, or at least difficulty in reaching, Russian aircraft that are launching precision-guided munitions from well back into, in some cases, well into even Russian airspace. So that's what I think that more deliveries of the Western systems could help them with. there is also that, unfortunately, in the background of all this is the unknown but very serious issue of how much ammunition, how many missiles do they still have for those Soviet legacy launchers. Some of them are more mobile than others. Like I know that with the S-300 in particular, there are some there's 3 different levels of mobility that they have. The most mobile being on a tracked carrier. You'd expect those would be the ones that moving forward with a counteroffensive would be very valuable. So that's the best answer I can give you right now, George. I know for the U.S., like I mean, you would have seen offensive operations with U.S. ground forces, and the U.S. just didn't. If I'm correct in this, right? The U.S. over the years had just not emphasized mobile surface-to-air missile launchers, like integrated with ground forces to the same extent, right? I think they were giving that air superiority over mostly to fixed wing, is the way they did it.
Yes, yeah, you're exactly right. We had like some shore ads, things like that, like stingers and things like that, but nothing like a mobile NASAMS unit or something like that I know of.
Yeah, so this kind of leads to some of what Raver was saying, right? Or what things might look like on the Russian side in the next few weeks, because the Americans would do that. What we were just talking about, they would do that initially by sending in a wave or multiple waves of aircraft to destroy or jam enemy air defenses, and that's an important step. That's a critical step in the way NATO does this. But the Russians haven't done that. In the initial stages of the war, of February 24, they struck at some fixed Ukrainian air defense assets, some radars. Radars primarily, I think they may have hit some SAM sites. But for the most part, the Ukrainians dispersed their surface-to-air missile batteries. And it was effective because, again, the Russians can't seem to hit anything that moves. And they sure as hell can't hit anything at night. So those are the 2 things that are going to really help the Ukrainians when they move forward. And if the Russians want to achieve, if they want to achieve greater control of the airspace when all of this starts to go down, it's going to require their combat air patrol to move forward from where they've been sitting back, using their advantage in range and radar and missiles to take the odd shot, unfortunately sometimes successful, at low-flying Ukrainian aircraft. Because once they do that, they come out of their safety zone and they expose themselves much more, primarily to surface-to-air missiles that the Ukrainians have. That it won't be initially, depends how far forward they go, but I mean, as long as they're moving forward, they will expose themselves a little more to the fixed-wing Ukrainian air defense. But as we know, that has a deficiency in range, as the Ukrainians have been telling us so much. But eventually they will be within range. The Ukrainian Air Force, I think, will not be sitting back. They will take on that Russian combat air patrol at a great disadvantage, and the lower level, more like medium level, multi-role aircraft the Russians have that will be trying to deliver precision guided munitions, that will be a target as well, an easier target because of the altitude difference. They'll be operating probably at lower level. I'm expecting something that could really look like, I've said this before, and I think it's a good comparison. I think we could end up seeing something that's going to look a lot like what happened over the Sinai in 1973. If anybody's interested in really understanding what that means, look it up on YouTube or something. It's a fascinating moment in modern aerial warfare. It was kind of a game changer where a lot of new technologies were put together and things had to be adjusted on the fly very quickly. And there were losses. There were losses. As I've said before, and some of others have repeated on this space, I want Ukraine to win this war, but I'm a realist. I don't believe in triumphalism. Whatever happens in the next few months, the Ukrainian Air Force is going to experience probably the biggest losses that it has thus far. I don't say that. I say that with a heavy heart, because those are men. The pilots are men that have been fighting like lions. They deserve better. I wish they were in Western fighters at this point, but they're not. Not that that would solve all the problems. Let's be clear about that. It would not solve all the problems, but it would put them at a much better. It would do a lot to give them a greater advantage. But this is where we are. They are brave. They're committed to their cause. I think they will throw themselves into the battle, and we have to be prepared for what's coming, because it could well be the most costly. I think for the Ukrainian Air Force, for sure, it could well be the most costly phase of the war thus far.
All right, thank you, Latin. I'm very sorry to say that I'll have to abandon you all for about 45 minutes to an hour. But I have great news, because you have mockers still. So good luck, everyone, and especially on even the
What I would
somber
ask you
note of.
to do first, before you run away, Doman, is tell me the order of hands, because I was just not paying attention.
George and Raver were engaged in this conversation with Latin, and then Daniel, I think, has a non-air defense related thing, or I might be mistaken.
Me? I remember Latin talking about bombs, Russian bombs. And I remember I read a VKS report on the, was asked by a well-known general of Russia. If you remember, a guy called it Surovikin, because was the head of VKS. And the report was asked after the failed using of bombers in Georgia and the practice run in Syria, because their doctrine is about, gravity bombs. In fact, that they use, they try to achieve a circle radius of 300 to 100 meters, and they don't achieve that in 15% cases. That's why I remember very, very, very well. That report was VKS report, not something I invented. I read it. I don't know who suggested me to read it, and it was official. So the bombs they're using, because they are crap pilots, they are not precise at all.
Well, George, unguided aerial bombs, so with zero guidance, the kind of stuff they were using in World War II, and they still exist, right? They're still a thing. They never were terribly accurate. I mean, that's why precision guidance was developed, because free fall bombs just, especially if you're trying to hit a specific target, the Americans, it was all the Americans that started this really in the Vietnam War, because they would try to take out targets. There was a bridge in North Vietnam they had tried to take out for quite a while, and anyways, they were doing it with unguided bombs, and they were the ones that kind of started this whole PGM thing. So it doesn't surprise me. But in Syria, I remember that the Russians also released video at the time, I remember, of Tu-22s, strategic bombers, flying at very high level above the cloud base, just dropping bombs. I don't even think they were aiming, to be honest. They were just dropping them. We know what that looked like on the ground in Syria, and that's the other reason why to the extent that there is combat experience in the Russian Air Force, well, if that's it, that's not very valuable experience.
Reva, I think you're next here.
So I want to segue a little bit, because every bomb that the Russians drop is going to land somewhere, and unguided or not, it's going to throw a shrapnel over a wide area and endanger Ukrainian defenders, or soon-to-be Ukrainian assault troops. And I know getting those assault troops properly equipped is a really important thing. And I see Ferlane is up on the speaker, and maybe she can tell us how Toys for the Boys is going.
Hi, River. I see that George is actually holding his hand, so I feel like I don't want to get into the line. I'm going to be really
Ladies
brief.
first.
Oh, Lord.
My mama told me ladies first, and she'll beat me.
Such,
I don't want to
such
get
a,
beat today.
such a gentleman. No one wants to be beaten or beat by me. I think that's going to be a curse. No one wants to be cursed by a saint. This is like double trouble. Anyways, yeah. Hi guys. It's good to come today to the panel. Thank you for everything you've been doing. I received the first batch of the fundraiser. We got 5,000 USD for the immediate needs. Thank you so very much for donations. I have already paid for a drone for maintenance, and I have already made a couple procurements in advance. So thank you so very much. It's something small. It's relatively really small, but it makes such a huge difference. Thank you so very much. We still keeping the fundraiser. Once again, we're going to be fundraising for this specific campaign up till the end of the month because, as I mentioned, we have a really big list of things to buy. I can't keep up on my own. I just physically can't. And when the campaign is over on MriyaReport, it does not mean that I stop doing this for the boys. I'm just thinking that I should not, and I mustn't, and I will never do that. I will not monopolize the space and fundraising, especially MriyaReport for only my unit. This is the space for everyone, so everyone can like appeal to the team and say like, listen, this is the cause, we have all of these paperwork done and we would like you to support us or whatever. So I will not stop in any possible way supporting my unit. I will not stop trying to find the the supplies. It just happens that this is the end for the space because I don't want to monopolize the thing. But yeah, everything is done, so thank you so much for that.
Elaine, lovely to hear from you. Lovely to hear that you've got the first tranche of donations and you're able to make some purchases for the team. We understand that the need is immediate, if not yesterday. So I'm really glad to hear that that's working out.
Elaine, you can monopolize this space all you want.
Right. So even though I am a co-founder to everyone, I once again thank you for your trust. I have to mention something really cool. So today I happened to see two of our listeners physically. I met Scott and Lorraine, and it was extremely heartwarming. They came from Chicago. They got in touch with me a couple of days ago. They actually gonna see Renegade Relief Runners in a bit. They would like to be here for some period of time. I would like them to come and say what's happening. But they came, we chatted, discussed the things. They can also help out us. Lovely, it's just awesome individuals. And they bought me flowers. Lori bought me
You
flowers.
deserve them.
They bought me flowers saying that they resemble the Ukrainian flag, and it was so symbolic. I literally was just holding my tears. Like, it was so touching. Anyways, it's so surreal. Extremely surreal. Anyways, the fundraiser is going. I'm so happy that we managed to do this thing ASAP. It should have been done a couple of days ago, but it is what it is. And at least I'm keeping up with the pace. So thank you so much. I will come back. I need to run real quick.
No
Okay,
worries. I know
Elaine.
you are an extremely busy woman.
Yeah, she's usually just a blur, isn't she? Jerome, you've got your hand up there.
Yeah, good morning from East Coast USA to my fellow American raver, Ryan, George. George, my father was born in Frankfurt up in Philly. I love hearing you Philly guys talk. But anyway, I just want to thank Verlaine for taking me to another place yesterday with their singing. I was driving and it just took me to another place and really communicated. And it was just really special. Just want to communicate that. Thank you.
Absolutely, and thank you very much, Jerome. The thing is, it's little moments
You'll
like
have
that.
to tell her again. I think she dropped off for a phone call.
Don't worry, I'll make sure she knows.
Yeah, I'm sure yes, thank you, Ryan. Thank you. Sorry to bust any of their mothers.
No, you're fine. You're fine.
Yeah, I just realized I knew she was running. I just wanted to express that. Just needed to express it. Thank you.
She deserves all the praise and attaboys she can get. Oh, sounds like it's air raid time.
No, fun times. Kharkiv? Yeah. Raver.
Since I was already talking, I'll just
Oh,
go ahead and
okay.
walk over to the window.
All right, now it's starting to sound like a BBC broadcast from 1940.
Hey, Ryan, while you're standing there at the window, you want to bring us up to date on what 3XR is doing? That was my whole reason to put my hand up.
Sure. Chris and Julia had to cycle back to Poland so Chris could handle some of his visa issues. You're only supposed to be here, I think, for 90 days at a time, and then they get a little irritated. As far as I understand it, the penalty for overstaying a visa or for not having a visa is something like $10 or $20 US. And usually if you can demonstrate that you're here for humanitarian purposes, they'll just look the other way or give you a pass. But I think he had to do something a little more formal this time around. They're also re-registering a few of the vehicles that are in the fleet. So they had a few days to get things squared away in Poland, and they are working back into Ukraine right now. I'm honestly not sure where they are in that process because after we finished a delivery a few days ago, dropping off medical supplies to a few different medics and stocking up an IDP shelter that is primarily focusing on people evacuated from Bakhmut. The volunteer, the new guy, and the FNG, as I like to call them, and also he's a journalist in his day job, but in his spare time he slips across the border and comes over here to help. He is an American expat, but he had to bail out on Saturday or Sunday to go, I guess that was Saturday, to go back to Kyiv and deal with his day job. I hung around here in Kharkiv because the Kharkiv Humanitarian Center needed some assistance in pushing supplies out to local villages or smaller towns that are not as well taken care of as Kharkiv proper. Then we ran into Easter Sunday, and everybody needs a day to themselves, so they were off on Monday as well, dealing with personal stuff. Yesterday, we went and loaded up at least 115 food boxes and a bunch of hygiene bags for women and kids, and then some much larger family-sized meal boxes that will feed like a family of 5 for a week. We got all that stuff staged yesterday. When I pulled out of their driveway, I realized that the wheels were possibly rubbing on the wheel wells. So maybe I overloaded it by a couple of boxes, but it all went just fine. We took our sweet time getting out to a village today and dropped off all of that stuff. I got a bunch of photos and some videos, and I met a really cute dog that I want to steal, but I can't steal that dog because, as it was explained while we were dropping off at the local community center, somebody told one of the Ukrainians that I was with that when the Russians occupied their village, they assured them that when the Americans came, they would take everyone prisoner and steal the kids. And imagine their surprise when I'm the American that showed up and I didn't want to steal their kids. But
LOL. So is the Renegade Relief Runner still basically then focused on finding the people on the margins that have been forgotten, the small villages and the individual families?
absolutely. We support a few different operations in bigger cities. There's an organization we call the Baby Bus, but it's not, they don't call themselves the Baby Bus. Regardless, they have a list of new and expectant mothers in and around Kharkiv proper here. And if a parent signs up on the list, they basically make the rounds kind of like Meals on Wheels in the US and make sure that any new moms have all the baby supplies they need in the form of diapers and formula and baby wipes and baby bottles and all that. So rather than us try to duplicate efforts, we keep them supplied with stuff as we receive it and make sure they're not short on anything. We actually cleaned out all of the baby formula in our inventory and dropped that stuff off to them. That was the first thing we did when we got here. Then we ran over and dropped some stuff to Sarah Cirillo, medical supplies, and then myself and David. What else did we do that day? There was one other thing. Whatever the case, we bailed out of Kharkiv the next morning and hauled ass down through Izium and further south than that, and met up with 2 more medic units. Well, 2 more. We met with Rebecca, I think it's Mikowski. I'm going to butcher that. I don't know what her last name is. Nurse Rebecca, probably if you're on Twitter, you know who I'm talking about. Dropped some stuff off to her at actually a stabilization point, and then we dropped off some stuff to that IDP shelter. While I was going to meet Rebecca, David expressed a little concern in where exactly I was going to meet Rebecca. I've been much closer to Bakhmut than wherever Rebecca is currently residing, so I wasn't at all worried about it. I've made it as far as Konstantinivka last time I was here, so going to her location didn't really bother me one bit, but I wasn't going to take somebody who did not agree to go somewhere in a place they didn't feel comfortable, so I turned around and took him back to the IDP shelter and told him, wait here, the other unit that we're supplying will come to you. He had a missile land a couple of kilometers away from him while he was waiting there, so I think about 20 minutes after I left, he decided he wished he would have come with me. I guess after he was not feeling comfortable at where he was any longer, he got in contact with the medic from the other unit who I had told, you'll need to go to us. I can't be in 2 places at once. I couldn't get a hold of you this morning, so I'm delivering the stuff that I know where it needs to be delivered. She told me that's kind of a problem because I'm not allowed to leave my assigned area. I don't want to go AWOL, but I desperately need the stuff you've got. I told her that's fine. We'll hopefully be down in this area again tomorrow. If need be, we can make a special trip just to deliver to you. As it were, David decided he didn't want to be at the IDP center anymore, so he hopped in a van and went and made that delivery on his own. He's got a pretty interesting story about all that, but I'm hoping he will be able to join us here on the MriyaReport in a day or 2 and give a debrief of his own.
Hey, Ryan, one last question before I yield the floor. If people want to support Renegade Relief Runners, how do they do it?
There should be multiple avenues on their Twitter account. They've got some donor boxes set up for specific fundraisers or things like newly liberated villages, and they've also got one just for operational costs. Obviously, the warehouse / place that we stay doesn't come free, and things like fuel add up pretty quick. That's actually what I'm doing up here right now is instead of me going back to Kyiv or the Kyiv suburbs, I decided to stay here because Kharkiv Humanitarian said, we're basically in a bind. We've got plenty of stuff to push out. but we spent most of our fuel budget repairing a car. So we've got a car and we've got stuff, but we don't have a way to get it there. So I agreed to cover their fuel and help them push out stuff with a vehicle I have at my disposal as well. They actually ended up with that little green VW van because it blew an engine last time I was here. I think that was the end of November or December. And Chris finally threw in the towel. He'd put enough money into that thing, repairing all of the major components that he just couldn't really justify in his own head putting another engine in it after he'd already had to replace the engine once. So rather than let it go to waste, he donated the whole thing to Kharkiv Humanitarian. And I suspect the way they smoked through their fuel budget was putting an engine in that car and getting it up and running so they have a van of their own to deliver with on a constant basis. But I didn't ask for the particulars of their financial situation or how that came to be. I just saw that they had some supplies, they had a need to deliver them, and I was up here and had a couple of days until Julia and Chris returned, and we go do something else. So I elected to stay here on my own and help them push that stuff out. And we got one delivery made today, a bunch of stuff. I wish we'd been able to cram about 10 more boxes in the vehicles we had because we would have satisfied everybody who lined up. Unfortunately, we were about 5 or 10 boxes too short.
Thank you, Ryan.
Hopefully, the folks in that community will realize who didn't get anything and share with one another. If we'd had a better head count on the front end, we probably could have allocated those resources a bit better. But basically, if somebody had a kid or multiple children, we would double up and give them 2 boxes and some hygiene bags, or we were a little short on the extra large family size boxes. So we had 2 different size boxes and then some individual meal kits that they packed themselves at Kharkiv Humanitarian. So if we had a single man or a single woman, we would give them a bag size. If it was a small family, they'd get a medium box. And if it was a big family or a family taking care of elderly neighbors or elderly family members in the house, we would give them a big box. I think the big boxes were actually intended for kids or people with babies. So I didn't honestly open up the big boxes and look in them. We spent a couple of hours yesterday loading up the van with the medium-sized boxes, and they loaded the big ones and the bags after I left yesterday.
Thank you very much, Ryan. And I hope
If
that
Mockers is talking, I can't hear a word. Maybe I should cycle down and back up.
Yes, she's talking. Sorry, Ryan.
Well, that's just blaming typical, isn't it? I get that all the time. Men not listening to me. It's terrible. Ioana, I have something which is fun to talk about.
Is it a boom?
Well, it's a great big fire.
Oh, it's good.
So, yeah, today there was a huge fire in the Russian Federation. A plastics production plant in the Nizhny Novgorod region. Let's try that. Russian media writes that it reached an area of 3.5 thousand square meters inside very combustible materials, because it's obviously a chemical plant. However, it is now out. You'll be glad to know. But let me just confirm exactly how big it got. So 4,500 square meters of destruction there. And they're now trying to establish what started the fire. And I think I know what started the fire. Do we think it was a smoking accident?
I'm sure it is.
Yeah, well, it was a particularly big fire, and I thought it was nice to note that. Also, more fun news that Russian propagandist, what's her name, Skabyeva. Scab, that sounds fun.
Skabayeva, I think.
Yeah, well, she's worried about Western sanctions because, well, I can only say I've not noticed this in like the UK personally, but apparently the UK ladies of the night are now having to offer discounts because nobody has enough money to pay them. I'm not quite sure where that came from, but you know how it is. They like to make these things up. Just found that quite amusing. Yeah, fun times with Russian TV, obviously. I have something else as well, which is also quite, well, fun for us, maybe. We have heard of the fact that there is, gosh, an awful lot of injured coming back from the battlefield, but I didn't realise it got quite this bad, because Moscow hospitals are now struggling to deal with the flow of Russian wounded, despite being deep in the rear. Apparently, there is a lack of medicine, low motivation, overstretched personnel, high mortality rates, and the doctors, well, the doctors are doing okay because they're selling psychotropic and narcotic drugs on the black market, so they're fine. And let me just see what this actually says. It's been translated, so we'll see if it makes sense. So at the main military hospital, Burdenko, so this is near Moscow, it is a constant round-the-clock emergency flow of the 300s. There is not enough place for everyone at the wards. Sometimes they put them in corridors. Amputees, injured, ill, they're mainly motorised riflemen, paratroopers and National Guard. Doctors are working almost in 3 shifts. Overtime is paid very reluctantly. Mortality is also decent. The 300s go into category 200s all the time. Medicines run out. Delivery is often delayed. Problems with some medicines within the Russian Federation is already being felt. Equipment 50-50. There is some old, some new. The military medical service of the Ministry of Defense of the Russian Federation does not fully cope with its duties, even in the deep rear. But colonels and generals, military doctors, they have good incomes from the sale of psychotropic and narcotic drugs on the black market, as evidenced by their solid households and their premium foreign cars. So, sorry, I just like it when I hear them eating one another. Breaking news, by the way, folks, today, an intruder was caught at the White House. You'll be glad to know that the intruder was approximately 2.5 feet tall, a baby who had managed to slip through a gap in the fencing. Just thought I would bring you that because I found that quite funny too.
I thought it was Dr. Evil.
Did you see the way they picked him up?
No, I didn't. What I thought that the kid had like some kind of like a device on him. Like, oh my God, it was funny. I didn't see it, but
No, apparently he was thoroughly enjoying himself on the grass.
oh, good. That's good. That's good. Well, hey, I didn't realize they opened up visiting hours.
I just thought it was hilarious. Ioana, my lovely, go ahead.
Yes, Marcus, I have some other news. You know, that fire you talked about wasn't the only fire in Russia. Of course, we doubt that it was the only fire because they seem to have fires everywhere. but there is one that is mentioned in the Russian paper Kommersant. It happened in a coal mine called Raspadskaya, and apparently when the fire broke out, there were 275 people in the mine, and they say that they evacuated all the people to the surface safely. That's what they say. But I wonder what happens when a fire breaks out in a coal mine. Do you have an idea, Mokers?
I'm going to say it's probably going to turn into quite an emotional event because coal burns quite well, doesn't it, usually?
Yeah, that's the purpose of coal, to burn, I think. So, yeah, a fire in a coal mine. And apparently it's a very deep one, 600 meters deep. So it would be very difficult to extinguish such a fire, I think. Yeah, that's one of the news, and I have others. Do you want to hear some? Yeah, about the finance. You know that we heard that there are some problems in Russia with the financing and with the budgeting of the resources, because of course the revenues to the budget decreased over the course of 2022, and they are decreasing right now because of the restrictions in oil and gas and other exports, while the dependencies are increasing because of course there is a war and it has to be financed, and they found a solution, in fact, for all their problems. They will apply artificial intelligence to the budgeting. That was declared by Ivan Jebeskov, the director of the Financial Policy Department of the Ministry of Finance of the Russian Federation, and he said that he said literally, if we fantasize a little on the topic of artificial intelligence, it will be possible to imagine that some basic budget forecast and the formation of a basic budget can, in principle, be made by algorithm based on the tasks that will be set. So I guess their problems will be solved with artificial intelligence, and they will have an artificial intelligence designed budget from now on. And I'm done.
So basically, they're just going to make it up, is what I heard there.
Yeah, you know, artificial intelligence lately makes a lot of things up. So maybe there will be a very nice Russian Federation budget
So
in the
you're
future.
telling me the new budget director of the Russian Federation is ChatGPT?
I think he will be at least as successful as the current director of the Russian Federation budget.
I wasn't the former director of the budget a woman, and didn't they forget to tell her about the 3-day special military operation before they decided to undertake?
Yeah, in fact, she was the chief, or however they call it, of the Russian National Bank. And in fact, she is a very good professional. And she said that a war is unacceptable, and something like this. She was not informed. She wanted to resign several times. She is quite good, and she managed to keep, you know, the National Bank of Russia and the ruble for a certain time. But now we see that the ruble is going down, and I guess that's the limit. Even a good professional has some limits when we are dealing with a state that is spending a lot of money to wage an illegal war to a neighboring country, while in fact ignoring everything that is happening in the country.
Yeah,
because those money could have been used for something else.
I didn't mean to call her out as a woman to insinuate that she wasn't qualified. As I understand it, she's probably one of the most qualified appointees in the administration, but I thought it was kind of a head scratcher that they didn't bother to tell her they were going to start a war with their neighbor, and basically tied her hands behind her back because they left a whole bunch of money in foreign reserves instead of bringing that money back into Russia, and they more or less screwed themselves.
Yeah, it has nothing to do with the gender. I wasn't implying that you said something like this, and I know that you didn't say something like this. It has nothing to do with the gender. In general, the directors of national banks, they are a very elite circle of individuals, and they are accepted, you know, in reunions and things like this. Usually they are good professionals. Usually they are really good at what they are doing, otherwise they wouldn't resist in such a place. And it is the case of I don't know what her name, but it is her case. And he opposed, practically he opposed this decision to the war. But again, the national bank is just national bank. It has nothing to do with the political decisions that are taken higher up. And I know that she wanted to resign several times and she wasn't allowed.
Yeah, that's also a sure sign that things are going well when you're not allowed to resign, isn't it? Scribe, go ahead, my dear.
My comment was on the coal fire in Russia. When there's a fire in a coal mine, you get something like Centralia. If anyone does not know of it, it was a Pennsylvania town that is no longer existent, save for like one or two buildings because of a coal fire, and that is will be burning for a couple hundred more years, and the neighboring towns nearby may also become ghost towns and be erased because of the fact that that fire is burning hot, even though it's like several hundred feet below ground.
So you're saying that you think that their report that the fire is out and that all the people escaped unharmed, you think that might be incorrect?
They may, if people did get out, that I don't know. I just know that the town that mine may be nearby or is sitting above may not stay a town because all the heat will start seeping through the to the surface, and it will start causing damage. They actually erased Centralia because of that reason, because the U.S. had a fear that the fire will then sorry, the houses in the area will potentially start catching fire due to the fissures in the ground created by the heat escaping, and because you can actually go to some parts of the area of Centralia now, and there's areas where there's fires, more heat from the fires coming out that's well above 200, 300 degrees Fahrenheit. So that whole area may be dangerous in a couple of years from now.
Wow, there's a shock and a surprise that Russia's causing an awful lot of dramatic fires and continuous pollution. Excuse me.
The Russians managed to be able to be the first people to start a fire underground. That will not, well, they're not the first. They've actually started a few more fires underground.
Don't they have like one area which is just consistently on fire and there's like this big ring of fire in the ground?
That was, I believe that's in the Middle East or Africa. It's called the Gate,
It's
Gate to
it's
Hell.
Turkmenistan. I've been there.
Didn't they like lay it on fire to prevent the gas from escaping?
No, they
Because if
they
it did,
actually tried to drill an oil well and hit an unexpected kick of gas almost immediately, and then they realized the rig was sinking into the ground, so they had to abandon it all. And it's been on fire for about 30 years now. Well, probably 40 years at this point. I'm getting old.
I also remember that some during the Soviet times, didn't they nuke a oil well because they couldn't close it off because of how bad the fire was?
I believe so. That seems to ring a bell, but that is not the gate to hell in Turkmenistan. Similar situation though, if I recall, and I think that was like a blowout of a well, deep subsurface, and they didn't have any way to seal it off, so they detonated a small nuclear device underground adjacent to the well bore to basically get the earth to cave in on itself and shut the hole in.
Russia tends to start a lot of fires everywhere throughout its history.
They know how to make problems. They're not very good at solving them.
Agreed.
Well, they've got more problems coming because, let me see. Here we go. We have seen hacked billboards appearing in Russian cities with quotes from the mobilized. In particular, a building located in Yekaterinburg. Now, this is a place where we've had lots of people be mobilized from, so I think that's notable. According to the source, the building displayed quotes from military personnel as well as wives and mothers. So, quotes such as, "Recently, I felt like I had a seizure. I roared like a beluga and then sat and prayed. Lord, give me the strength to endure this. Please help so that Andrei is not taken to the war." So this must be from a mother. And then underneath it says, 44-year-old Andrei was mobilized despite chronic joint pain disease, tuberculosis, and the presence of 3 minor children. Which is nice. Next one, he's immobilized from Russia. "We arrived on the first day. We never even fired a shot. We were just meat in an assault group and sent with 2 grenade launchers. There was no cover. The armored personnel carrier that was covering us was burned. The tank was turreted." I think that means up in the air. "During the break, he ran around the corpse." I think that means of the tank. "I hear mines whistling. I don't know how I've got out." And that was a text from a Russian mobilized. Now we have a message from a wife of a serviceman from Russia. "The Russian military have no food. They are armed with old machine guns, and half of the equipment they had broke in half. They do not understand where they are, and when they try and retreat, they immediately find themselves under fire from their own. There are so many dead in the forest, which nobody takes away." And nice and sobering, that one. "How can this be fake if my son who is there tells me about it? Nobody wants to hear the truth. How could it be fake when a child called at 9 in the morning and shouted into the receiver, 'Mum, help me'? He never complained in his life and never said that he was sick. But here is a," and then the last bit's not translated. So I'm going to suggest that here is proof, perhaps. Yeah, this is from Natalia, mother of a Russian mobilized chap. So, as you can hear, they've been having a terrible time. Shock and surprise. However, these messages are being displayed in billboards, electronic billboards in Russia. I can only thank the people who did it. And the Russian Ministry of whatever, digital transformation, whatever they want to call themselves, I'm sure it's much longer than that. They have actually admitted it was the work of hackers. So good on you, hackers, because I think it's only right that this message starts being driven home. Absolutely correct that people who might be mobilized, people at home who won't be mobilized as well, get to know exactly what the score is, because I'm sure deep down a lot of them do, and they're trying their best to ignore it, but rub their faces in it, make it well known. I think that's the thing that we have to do. So, lovely folks, you can come and talk to me. I do not bite unless you ask really nicely. Oh, we do have another Russia fail here, if you would like that, Ivana.
Of course.
Excellent. So, Russia has refused to host the Army International Games in 2023. These games, do you remember them when they were running around with their tanks and stuff? These games include tank biathlon, aviation darts, equestrian marathon, and other contests. They apparently will now be held every 2 years. So, do you think that's because they're running out of tanks? I mean, the last time they had, you know, all their BRICS friends there, and they all got together and proved just how rubbish some of their tanks were. I believe the Armata behaved particularly well in the field.
Yeah, I don't know. Were you here when we talked about the 9th of May parades this year? You know, they practically canceled a lot of them in some regions of Russia. We don't really know about Moscow right now, but I guess one of the reasons was that they basically do not have what to show on parade, and maybe they also fear some reactions from the public.
Yeah, there's quite a lot of talk about cancelled parades. In fact, they were supposed to be holding something on the 1st of May as well, some sort of commemoration to the dead. And apparently that's not taking place. However, people can still commemorate the dead as long as they don't all get together in a parade. So that's being noted. There's also talk of changing some of these, what they called 9th of May parades into more of a sort of a civilian participation event.
Yeah, something like this. They offered some alternatives. So basically this Immortal Battalion commemoration or something like this was supposed to be like not really a parade, but a march with the pictures of the heroes that fought in the Great Patriotic War, as they call it, the World War II. And right now they won't do this face to face. They will. They offered some alternatives. For example, you can post the pictures on a site, and they will show them on TV. You can print them and put them in your car, rear window or side windows, and just go through the city with those pictures. You can wear a T-shirt printed with some symbols or pictures like this, and you can even pin some things on your clothes so that you keep those loved ones that sacrificed for the country close to the heart. And also you can put on your windows like symbols, you know, for peace, or the George how do they call it, the strip with the brown and yellow, George ribbon or something like this. So they offered these alternatives, but it seems really, I don't know, out of doesn't seem really well to do something like this. I think they want to revive this patriotic sentiment into the population by any means possible. But I see Tom has the hand up. Please, Tom, save me.
Hey Marcus, hey Joanna. I was just thinking that if on the 9th of May, that's when normally people parade with photographs of their grandfather or whoever it was that died in World War II. But the point is to basically commemorate anyone that's died. So there were people that would march with pictures of, you know, relatives that had died in Afghanistan in the 80s, for example. Given that so many tens of thousands of Russians have died, and given that this is a tradition that goes back decades to the end of World War II, it's basically a tradition where Russians are allowed to go out on the street and say, look at how many people have died. And I wonder if the reason why the authorities are trying to change it is because whereas the Russians don't normally go out and protest, you know, thousands and thousands of Russians all gathering and saying, my boyfriend's died, my husband's died, my brother's died, my son's died in the war in Ukraine, could very easily turn into a protest against the government that the government and the police couldn't really crack down on, because it's the traditional May 9th parade where you celebrate people that have died in war. And I wonder if it might be a way that sort of Russian people could protest against the state whilst still fulfilling a ritualized event of the state, if that makes sense. It's not like a spontaneous gathering that the police would crack down on. There's no way the police are going to crack down on a 9th of May like parade for the dead, is there? They're just not. So I'm wondering if that's why they're trying to change it. What do you guys think?
Oh, I guess, yes. This is one of the reasons, because they do not want people to gather together and commemorate the dead, be they from the World War II or be they from more recent events. And I guess they don't want to encourage crowds of people on the streets, especially on such a significant day. And they offered these alternatives. They didn't give reasons for stopping all the marches or parades, but they offered these alternatives because they are, in a way, contactless. When you are driving your car, you are not talking with the person that is near you. You are not shouting anything, slogans or whatever, and you are just going through the city. So yeah, I guess this is one of the reasons. Marcus, what do you think? Or maybe Dr. Nick?
Go on, Dr. Nick.
So it cut out for me a second. What was your question, Joanna?
About the changes that they made to the celebration or commemoration of 9th of May, the Immortal Battalion.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you're asking why they made all these various options, right? So I think that I mean, the first thing that struck me when I heard this was that they are concerned, perhaps, that if enough people are in one place who have people who have died in this war, that it could potentially turn into some sort of unrest. And perhaps they are hoping by creating a plurality of options on how to participate, that perhaps some people will take that option and it might reduce the number of people at the typical event that would normally have. That's just my initial sort of gut reaction to all of this. Does that make sense at all, or?
Oh, it does. It does.
Yeah, and the ribbon that you were talking about, it's orange and black, and it's the St. George's ribbon. But to me, it just seems like they just want to reduce those numbers of people who will be all gathered together, gathered together in one place like they normally kind of would be. So that's just again my initial reaction. I'd have to think about it some more, but knowing the Russian state, they really get uneasy when there are groups of people, more than one, and even sometimes when it's just one person, because we've all seen them arrest those single people engaged in protests. So if for them that is something that is potentially dangerous, imagine an entire group of people who potentially may have grievance with the state given the current situation in the war. So if they can just reduce those numbers, I'm sure that is something that they would like to do.
And while you've been talking, we've had a sneaky swap around. So Iwana's coming back, but I will go to Tom.
Yeah, I just think it'll be really interesting to see what happens because, you know, we were all wondering last 9th of May what Putin was going to say. Was he going to try and sort of escalate things? Was he going to declare war? And he really didn't. It was quite a sort of muted kind of speech because I think by May, if I'm not mistaken, they'd withdrawn from around Kyiv, but they were still in possession of a lot of the rest of the country. And I think they'd realised things were going badly by that point, but not as badly as they are now. And, you know, we were wondering if there was going to be a declaration of war. There wasn't. We were wondering if there was going to be a mobilisation. That didn't happen until September. So it'll be really interesting to see what happens this time around. You know, are they going to have more of a mobilisation then? You know, what's Putin going to do and how are people going to react? I can't really predict it. I'm not really sure anyone can, but I wouldn't be surprised if there are large crowds of people simply because they've done this every year since World War II. It's traditional. You know, there's no way the police are going to crack down on some old babushka who's remembering her dad that died in World War II. They're just not. And if people go out on the streets, I mean, this is an institution that a lot of the Russian police will believe in as well and take pride in, you know. So I don't think it's the sort of thing the Russian state can really crack down on in the same way that they could crack down on a sort of spontaneous protest. And it will be interesting to see what effect it has. I know there's been things like sort of rock concerts and stuff in Russia where people have been chanting like "Stop the War" and things like that in some cases. And it might be if you get enough Russians together, a sort of a critical mass, if you'll allow the metaphor, people might realise that actually there is more anger about what's happened to their country. I don't think that it's necessarily any sympathy for the Ukrainians, but there might be a lot of people that are angry with how their country's being trashed, or how many Russians are dying. So it'll be interesting to see what happens.
It certainly will. Welcome back, Tom.
It's as though I was never gone. Tom, do I hear Karma in the background?
Oh, sorry, did I have my mic on? Yeah, the dog's jumping on people.
No, it's all right. It's all right. It's just been a while because you know, I'm guessing the weather is a lot better now than it was throughout much of the winter. So is that you'd want to talk while you're outside?
Yeah, the weather's great now, and I'm walking the dog, so just dealing with dog shenanigans in the background.
Back to normal.
So, Donald, while you've been away, I've been reeling off some fails by Russia. I have one more, if you would like it.
Have you mentioned the great success?
Which one was that then?
Well, so you know how different sports organizations are, you know, either banning Russians or allowing Russians to participate. Have you touched on this?
Not just this minute, but go ahead.
Because there's news from two different sporting organizations. It's mixed news. So let me give you the good news first. Good news is that FIBA, the Basketball Federation, has said that Russia and Belarus will not be participating in any of their competitions for the time being, including they will not be participating in the qualifications for the 2024 Olympics in Paris for either men or women. So this is the good news. Would you like the other news?
I'm going to assume that the other news is not so good.
No, it's even better. Ukrainian Defense Ministry says that reports that Russia has cancelled the tank biathlon competition 2023 are false. Indeed, the Russian national team continues to triumph, most notably at tournaments in Vuhledar, Avdiivka, and Kremina. And currently they're playing the role of targets. What, of course, the Ukrainian Defense Ministry failed to note is the excellent results that they've been achieving in high jump.
Oh, absolutely. The torque toss, is that not officially an Olympic event yet?
That is the high jump. There's the formal name and the informal name.
I see. What happens when the turret goes up and a guy goes up with it? Is that like extra points for style?
That depends on the discipline, right? So you have ones where you have just the height, and then there's others where artistic flair is considered as well. Separate disciplines. This way you get more medals in.
Like the gymnastics, I get it.
Yeah, but it's like 100 meters, 200 meters, 400 meters, just all the meters. Or like swimming, 50 meters, 100 meters, 200 meters, freestyle, mixed, whatever. Complicating things.
Excellent stuff. Well, I'm really glad to hear that. Also, today, our friend Tatarigami, who posts, really good information.
Yeah, he's fantastic. He's a Ukrainian, currently in reserve. I think he's an armored officer. Not a he who wears an armor. He just drives around in some. Yeah, he does really good notes on what Russians doing.
Well, he does. However, Russians have been looking at his information, and let's just say I think they've just discovered that satellites exist, because they've got very upset about the fact that people can see their defensive lines online. I know.
That's just despicable, isn't it?
I know. Here is the actual wording of the grump about it. An enemy from outer space is shooting a powerful line of defense of Russia near Vasilivka on the Zaporizhia front. The first picture is the general picture. The others are detailed and closer. First, a minefield, followed by 3 rows of dragon's teeth, followed by another minefield. Then trenches with dugouts and a forest belt where anti-tank systems can hide. Behind this forest belt, there is again a field, which again could be mined. Then there is an anti-tank ditch, and again rows and rows of dragon's teeth. This is just a small section of one of the lines of defense. And then there's an awful lot of comments of, how dare they have a satellite? We need to shoot it down. 1 or 2 people, though, are going, no, it's an American satellite. We really don't want to do that. I think that's quite fun, actually. We could jam it. We could knock it from orbit, yes, but to shoot it down, that is not a good idea. I just think that the angry people online there tempering for not taking on America. Thought that was quite fun.
That's absolutely tremendous. Tom, are you going to tell us why shooting down satellites leads to space junk and why that's bad?
I wasn't, but now that you mention it, shooting down satellites leads to space junk, and that's very bad because the total mass of the satellite maintains its angular momentum, and then you shatter it into lots of little pieces, which could be going at 10,000 miles an hour or something like that. And a fleck of paint or a little screw or a piece of shrapnel hitting you at 10,000 miles an hour is not good if you're a spacecraft or another satellite. What I was wondering though was about the Russian layered defences. And one place where there's not going to be a massive amount of Russian layered defences is where the Russians are still trying to push forward, like Bakhmut. And it just makes me wonder if actually one place where the Ukrainians could smash through without having to encounter any of those obstacles would be somewhere like there, or one of the other places the Russians are trying to push forward from. And then they could just go right around them.
The slight problem is that's where all the Russians are.
Well, true, but how many of those Mobic human waves are armed with good anti-tank missiles? I could just imagine a Ukrainian spearhead going through them like a knife through butter. I'm not a military person, I don't know, but it would be very interesting if that was where they advanced.
That's it's quite a, I think that I reckon that's a pretty good idea actually. Tom, I think that is quite a good idea. Maybe not quite there, but next to it, right, where they haven't had the opportunity to do that much. But yeah,
Yeah, I mean, you know, you wouldn't steam right through the center of Bakhmut. You know, you could come from like northwest of Bakhmut by a few kilometers and just swing around and encircle them and just leave them with 5,000 troops in, you know, Bakhmut completely cut off day one, you know. And then you could just keep going south from there in the direction of, you know, Mariupol or something like that. Or, you know, they could decide to go completely around, is it Donetsk, the city, Donetsk? Am I saying that right?
Yeah.
Yeah, rather than actually trying to go into the city and take it, massive maneuver, just go right around it, completely cut off the biggest city in that oblast. You know, you could do that in a day or two, like if you were able to actually get through the defenses. It's not that many kilometers to drive. And yeah, you'd be massively extending your lines. You'd have to cover your flanks and whatnot. But, you know, encirclement maneuvers is exactly what, like armed maneuver warfare and old Blitzkrieg, that's what it was about, right? You don't directly fight people, you outmaneuver them, you outflank them, and you cut them off.
Tom, I think we are all going to be surprised once it happens. Let me just do a quick PSA for a Will from Britain who's asking about bavovna. So bavovna is indeed a word for fires, explosions in Russia. I'll explain the joke real quick. So in Russia, starting in 2014, when stuff blew up, the media didn't want to say, oh, you know, there was a big fire and explosion in Russia. Instead, they said there's a chlapok. Chlapok means kind of like a boom, a crackle, pop, crackle, snap, crackle, pop, something like that. And the reason why they say that, so they say chlapok is because they want to obfuscate that there's an explosion. But chlapok is, which is kind of spelled the same but different stress, is cotton in Russian. So Ukrainians instead are using the Ukrainian word for cotton, which is bavovna, which is Ukrainian for cotton. So I think you should now understand it, and now you know how it's pronounced. Sorry for the little intermission, but it's sometimes people have special requests that can only really be fulfilled in voice. Tom, is there a psychological undercurrent here at all? Do you want to expand on that a little bit, or?
I'm sorry, I was temporarily distracted by dog. What was the question?
No, that's fine then. Never mind. It's not that important. I'm sure we'll come onto it another time organically. But you were discussing where an armored fist could go, and Bearded Brit jumped up. So I have a hunch that Bearded Brit might want to speak a bit to your idea.
Domin, I put something in the nest. I took the liberty. I hope you don't mind. I know I'm supposed to run that through co-host.
How very dare you?
No, that's right.
You.
And Bearded?
Hello, good morning. There's a carafe of coffee on the go. I'll be back in 2 minutes. Excuse me.
Absolutely. Completely understandable. See, we have people in all time zones, and people who now at this time are still waking up, but quite rightly so. Ryan, do you want to tell us what this is in the meantime? Do you want to tell us what it is that you put pictures up of?
That's us delivering. I was supposed to be the guy counting while we loaded the van, and I maybe deliberately undercounted. Whatever the case, we filled the van up until the suspension was riding much too low in the back, and then we piled on about 60 hygiene bags as well. Took them out to this village earlier today and dropped them off. even the soldiers in that area were a bit surprised to see us out that direction. I don't think a whole lot of humanitarian aid makes it that far up towards the Russian border, but they were in desperate need of stuff, as evidenced by the line of people that immediately formed to sign for their food delivery, set up a table. I think it's a requirement of whoever provided the food kits to Kharkiv Humanitarian, but I just helped them with some logistics. While we were there, a friend of mine, Andriy, reached over, and actually he and one of the other Ukrainians were kind of laughing beforehand, and they were kind of at an impasse on how to relay to me the information that someone was trying to convey. And then they grabbed my phone and put it in Google Translate and let me know that the Ukrainian, I think it was actually a man that told them this. I started to say it was a woman, but there were lots of people talking about lots of stuff. Anyway, the story that was relayed to me directly was the people in that village were warned by the Russians who occupied them that when the Americans arrived, we would take them all prisoner and steal their kids. And Andriy and my other friend from Kharkiv Humanitarian up here said, imagine the surprise when they got Ryan instead of a boogeyman. There was also an extremely cute little dog, looked like Lassie, but 1/10 the size. And it was running around and prancing and wanting to make friends with everybody there, myself included. And I picked up the dog and played with it for a little bit just so I could assure them that I was not the Baba Yaga and I didn't plan on eating any of their kids. I even smiled once or twice, but as much as I wanted to take that dog and as much as my girlfriend just admonished me for not bringing it home with me when I got back here to Kharkiv and checked in with her, I didn't really feel right trying to snatch one of their dogs when the Russians had filled their heads with propaganda telling them that if somebody like me showed up, I'd steal their kids. If you stole my dog, I would basically be as pissed as if you stole my kid. So I couldn't in good conscience play into the Russian propaganda narrative and let them think I had showed up just to take their beloved animal.
No, of course not. Of course, that'd wouldn't be very nice, would it? Not very kind.
Honestly, that dog looked very well taken care of. He had a nice, healthy coat and pretty decently fat little belly, so he seemed like he was in good shape. There was another dog that walked up to Andriy and did his very best to make friends. I don't know if he realized that they were Ukrainian military and just wanted to join ZSU or Kraken, or if the dog was just extremely friendly. But the minute you stopped petting him, he would put his paw on your foot and then jump up on your leg and try to get petted again. And as soon as you petted him again, he would, or she would, drop down and roll over and show your belly. So I got my dog fixed today. I've been a little deprived, starting to go into withdrawals because Julia has a dog named Hilo that she brought here from Poland, and he's pretty much our house dog now. He just lays on the couch and waits for his mom to come home, but we give him all the scritches he needs while she's gone.
Bringing joy to the pets as well. I like that, Ryan. Comfort for everyone.
You know, Ryan, you've done so much good in Ukraine that you probably could eat one or two children and still be like net positive. Just a couple of kids, you know?
If you just said kids and you didn't say children, you'd be thinking of little goats like lambs, but you spoiled the Tom.
Oh, I'll definitely eat some goat. Maybe not a baby goat, but if you don't tell me and it tastes really good, then I might be okay.
I'd prefer not to eat baby
Something.
anything.
I suppose that's fair. But Tom's saying that you've balanced your karma so far that you could probably get away with being bad just once or twice in your life.
Whereas Tom has balanced his karma on the palm of his hand.
Yeah, my karma's running around. She lost a claw yesterday, and she did have a little sock on to protect her foot, but she seems to have lost it somewhere in the woods.
Oh no, that sounds awful.
Yeah, she was bleeding everywhere and crying yesterday, so it was awful yesterday, but she seems fine now.
Oh, before I forget, because I already remembered this once and forgot it again, I think everyone here, everyone listening on the space is familiar with that dam that the Russians tried to collapse with a rocket attack that the local civil service immediately went out and responded to and shored up in order to make sure it didn't flood everything south of it in Ukraine. I drove over it today.
So you think it worked?
Are we talking about the same dam? I don't think we're talking about the same dam.
Same damn dam.
No, because the dam is still on the front, so you not that dam.
Well,
because that dam is in Novokakovka, and that's on the front.
okay.
You mean the one over the
Maybe it's a different dam, but it is definitely a dam that was attacked by the Russians, because I'm 100% certain the Ukrainians didn't do that to themselves.
That dam has to get in line. There's like 7 dams that have been attacked by the Russians at various points. Well, that's what the Ukrainians were trying to do, but then the Russians went and destroyed it.
Sounds like we need more beavers in this country. Oh, that's one thing I did tell the folks from Kharkiv Humanitarian that they thought was wildly funny. I assured them that I didn't want to take any kids with me, but I said that if they had any raccoons in town, I might reconsider.
On the beaver point, Ryan, yesterday, the Ukrainian government released a bunch of sleeve insignia, new sleeve insignia that came out in the recent weeks and months and years, indeed. So there's a unit called A3955, which is a bridging unit, an engineering unit that does pontoon bridges, and their patch has a beaver on it, and it's called the Angry Beaver. So now we know what unit Sigourney Beaver wanted to join. Just got the wrong trench.
I believe Sigourney is still there as well.
I wouldn't expect anything else. I've not seen any patches of raccoons on them, man. No actual military units with trash pandas.
Do you want to know what Zelensky's been up to today?
Yes, I think it's related somewhat.
Well, indeed, yeah. He has been to the northwest border. So he was in the Volyn region, giving awards to border personnel. And I'll be honest, I watched the video earlier, and he's so sincere. He's so, honest with his approach to people. It really does make you sort of empathize with him as a human. He's not this big leader, in a crown or anything. He's just grateful for the people around him, and he makes that very clear. And yeah, it was a proper official visit. However, he was wandering around with a very small staff, shall we say. Nothing like the sort of security that he might have needed the day before, travelling to Avdiivka area. But gosh, that man, he's carrying around some cojones, isn't he?
Yes, rather. And I mean, today's visit was to the border with Belarus, which is a whole lot less of an effort, right? Compared to going to Avdiivka, much less risky. But it was nice to see some of those border areas. They're nice and flooded, in part due to the work of Ukrainian beavers, actual beavers, not a unit of beavers, but actual beavers.
Do you think that beaver unit received their beavers?
I don't know. I really don't know what order things went in.
I just wondered if it might just be, topping it all off as a very wholesome round meme. Beavers, looking after the beavers.
I think that'd be awfully useful. But seeing that the beavers are a bridging unit, the pontoon bridging unit, they kind of be doing the undoing even the work of the other ones.
I was meaning the beaver bridging units. Sorry, did I not?
Oh, I see. Because you have the angry beavers who are a pontoon bridging unit, but what you meant was the German Biber Leopard 1 based bridge laying tank modification thing.
That's the fella.
See, this is the problem when you have too many things that sound the same.
I'm not sure my accent helps either. But yeah, so obviously Putin visited the front line. No, sorry, it was the rear, wasn't it? About as rear as he could possibly get.
And it wasn't Putin.
Yeah.
So it's like a
likely.
Radio Yerevan, right? Caller calls Radio Yerevan. Is it true that President Vladimir Vladimirovich Putin visited the front line in Russian Zaporizhia Oblast or Kherson Oblast? And, well, in principle, it is true, except it wasn't Putin, it was his body double. He didn't visit the front line. He visited a city really far back where the command post is, as far away from the front as theoretically possible. And it wasn't in Russian Kherson Oblast, but it was in Ukrainian Kherson Oblast. It needs some workshopping, but the format is there.
Indeed, but you see the absolute night and day difference of Zelensky walking around here, meeting people, talking to actual frontline soldiers who are, guarding their borders, and making a point of giving them all a little bit of time. He was even taking selfies with them because that's what they were asking him for. And just being a bit human. Whereas the other guy, I'm not sure. Would you ever ask Putin for a selfie?
No, how would you get close enough to do it, to do that in the first place, when it's the real Putin?
Exactly. But even when it's not the real him, I'm not sure. I'm not sure that would be dignified enough for the situation. Iwana, what do you think?
Well, I'm really revolted that you and Doman don't believe that the great man Putin was visiting the LPR and DPR regions. Really, how can you say something like this about the person that is on religious icons lately? And there were consequences of the visit. And I'm reading from Kommersant. President Vladimir Putin was very angry because of the state of the roads in the region, and he instructed Kushnulin to solve the problem because it is impossible to drive there. In some section, there is almost no road. There is an urgent need to put things in order, he said. This is in general easy to do. It does not require any additional effort. It will be soon impossible to pass through there if you do not do something. Everything is narrow, and secondly, there are practically no roads there, said Putin. So you see, he did visit and he did drive through LPR and DPR to the Gukovo checkpoint, and he was so upset that he instructed the Deputy Prime Minister Marat Kushnulin to solve the problem immediately, because he wants to go there again and again in the future.
Has he tried checking out the roads just outside of St. Petersburg? Because I would say he's probably got enough issues at home for them to be getting along with regards to road building, surely.
Yeah, I guess he didn't visit St. Petersburg lately. I don't know. But the fact that they published such an article in Kommersant, which doesn't say much, it's like they want to enforce the idea that he really was there and he really is the man who, you know, if something has to be done, Putin will make sure it's done, something like this.
International man of action. Yeah, I get it. That's why there's all these videos coming out of these poor mobilized men going, please, Putin, please do something to help us because you're our only hope. Yeah, it's a bit Obi-Wan Kenobi, except without the happy ending.
I've got some good news and some bad news for those guys. The bad news is
Yes.
Putin's not going to help. The good news is they can shoot their commander and call the surrender line, or just take themselves back across the border and they might survive.
Well, that's a really good idea. It's a really good idea, Ryan. Perhaps we should tell them a bit more. You never know. They might even figure it out for themselves eventually.
If somebody wants to hack more of those billboards in Russia, I'll be happy to learn enough Russian to explain it to them.
You needn't worry, Ryan. We've got plenty of people here who can probably help. Go on, Doman. I've jumped on you about 3 times now.
That's okay. Ryan, do you like TikTok?
Negative, Ghost Rider.
Do you like 155mm shells?
Love them. Only if they're heading in the right direction.
In that case, I have one piece of good news for you, which is actually 2 pieces of good news all at once.
Lay it on me.
So, the Norwegian ammunition manufacturer Nammo is going to have enough electricity available to expand their production line at Raufoss.
How many shells are we getting a month?
Unclear, but it's quite a few. Probably, you know, not a lot in the big picture, but it's quite a few for a country of 5 million. And the reason why I mentioned TikTok is because Nammo was in a queue of industrial users, and it was in a queue, and it was behind a data center for TikTok. But it is said that I think this is from the Energy Minister of Norway, saying that we're embarking on a major development process with both national security, jobs, and billions of dollars worth of money at stake, because we don't know about it, but we are prioritizing socially critical functions here, and this way we have a new action plan that will prioritize ammunition production over the TikTok data center.
Amazing. Yeah, I would suggest any and all listeners to avoid TikTok like the plague. A few of my friends from college are a lot more tech savvy than myself. And one of them specifically refused to continue communicating with us in any group chat form when Facebook acquired WhatsApp because of his personal security concerns. Basically, he didn't want Facebook data mining our conversations for whatever they're going to use it for. But he very effectively and single-handedly convinced us all to switch to Signal a couple of years ago. He, as much as he seems like a tinfoil hat guy from time to time about his information security protocols, if he tells me to run like the plague from an app like TikTok because somewhere buried in the end user license agreement, they grant themselves access to all of the information on your phone, I'm inclined to believe him. He used to work for a startup book company based out of Seattle. That startup book company.
How did they end up?
The startup book company was actually called Amazon. And after he worked for them for a few years, he got headhunted down to the San Francisco Bay Area and promised a king's ransom in the form of salary and stock options. And that startup cab company he went to work for after Amazon was called Uber. Jack knows, well, shouldn't have said his name. Doesn't matter. He's retired now. He knows a hell of a lot about IT security and computers and everything else. And if he tells me to run away from an app like TikTok, I'm going to do what he tells me to. It actually gives me a bit of heartburn to know how many Ukrainians and other people who volunteer on the ground have a TikTok account and the app downloaded on their phone. But if you're comfortable with the Chinese Communist Party having anything and everything at once off of your phone, then be my guest, download TikTok. Before I forget, this Georgian wine that you helped me pick out is splendid.
Did you uncork it a couple of minutes ago?
Actually did. I was wondering if you heard that because I realized I was off.
Okay, because I've had 3 different people now thinking that I opened the bottle of wine and were accusing me of it because it was while I was talking.
Doman doesn't drink on the
and
job.
It was actually you all along. Yes, exactly. That's part 1, but part 2, I just didn't, and I didn't know why everybody was asking me that.
No, I decided to treat myself to some khachapuri and a bottle of Georgian wine and whatever the hell it is they call these giant Ukrainian burritos. And I'm going to eat very well this evening. And I also have a really good bottle of wine that I probably shouldn't finish by myself. But we'll see how that goes over the next few hours. You might get a really chatty Ryan this evening.
Quick response to Ryan.
Yeah, Steven, please.
Yeah, it's amazing how much apps know about your phone. Yesterday, for instance, I was using the Uber app and made a phone call, typed in the address in my notes, and Uber simultaneously suggested it as my first trip. I gave them no information on where I was going to go, except they took it from my notes that I just typed in. And if one app can do it, they all can. So just be very careful what you have on your phone if you're in any security situation.
Absolutely. Better safe than sorry. Jury's still out on whether or not China is supporting Russia in its conquest ambitions, but I certainly wouldn't want to give them any freebies, so I won't be installing TikTok anytime in the next decade. mean, honestly, I don't want to ramble on about this for too long, but any app that when someone tries to send you content from that platform, it shows you exactly half of the video and then instantly takes you to a page where they try to get you to download the app on your phone, you should probably be concerned. That's one of my largest pet peeves about TikTok is you can watch exactly one video and then they try to force feed you their app, hoping you'll click that button. When somebody's that adamant about getting their grubby little fingers on my data, I'm going to be just as stubborn about not allowing them.
All right. I really
What was the
gonna
wine?
trying to highlight the.
Doma, before you go further into TikTok, Ryan, what was the wine you sent a photo? I couldn't see this. Is it Saparabi or what?
It's a Georgian Saperavi, yes.
Perfect. Good choice.
Why is it especially good choice for tonight, Axel?
Ah, that must have to do something with a former Georgian acting prime minister who will be joining us here to talk about the good cooperation, the dedication of the Ukrainian and the Georgian people to each other, since Ukrainians came to the rescue and to the aid of the Georgians in their war of defense against the Russians. And since the Georgian Legion, under Mamuka and others, has been working, there has been perfecting their commitment and lethal work in Ukraine against the Russians as part of the Georgian Legion. And Georgie will be here with us with our colleague and friend Mace, and we'll be talking about exactly what they're doing, how they're doing it, what impact it has, what happens in Georgia, and why this is a good fight for freedom. So the Saparavi is more than adequate today. But then again, Ryan inadvertently and without even any consideration, concern for this, always makes the right choice.
Even a broken clock's right twice a day.
Even an Okie lives without a twister.
In Oklahoma, we say every once in a while a blind squirrel finds a nut.
Alrighty, good. Dominic, I interrupted you when you were adding to the vengeance with which our friend Ryan has already eviscerated the Chinese Communist Party's operations through TikTok. Do you want to add anything to it?
Yeah, no, I wasn't even trying to go that way. I was highlighting how Namo got the electricity and the TikTok data center wasn't standing in the way. So the point was more artillery shells. I wasn't even trying to make a TikTok point. TikTok was, but a flourish on the edge of it.
Yeah, there's two arguments currently as to TikTok and Telegram in Ukraine still in terms of Ukrainian cyber defense, and this is a very, very difficult topic to breach and to broach in that regard. And Ryan knows this fairly well. Telegram is still most prevalent in Ukraine next to Facebook. Facebook is a system easily hacked, no matter what Meta and people tell you that. It is not a secure system for messaging, but it is still the predominant version of overall social media in Ukraine. And the other one is, of course, Telegram, because Telegram has been around in most of Central Eastern Europe, Russia, and funny enough, the fintech and financial services arena for the past years. And Telegram had made great strides in terms of operational adaptability, interoperability with other software systems and platforms, and was very effective as a very lean, fast, and seemingly reliable tool. But the problem is that Telegram has been compromised massively. They deny it, they decline it, but Western security services have already warned against it, and a vast amount of people have migrated away from Telegram, with the notable exception of those who are currently in that conflict zone. And that includes many, many Ukrainians who are using Telegram for sheer simplicity and because there's so much content which both is published in Ukrainian as well as in Russian. And there's a lot of Russian channels which they watch with glee, horror, as well as in order to differentiate between the various information sources and not necessarily out of, it's not just sensationalism and the likes, but Ryan knows this quite well. Having said this, Telegram does allow for localization, even if you disable it and the likes. And the Russian security services in Russia have been using this most recently already, specifically when people are subscribed to a Telegram group chat or a channel. And this is the key element. Most people here and most people in the United States have not really experienced Telegram as what it originally is and was, meaning a chat system where you chat peer-to-peer, one-to-one, or within a smaller group of people. You use it often also in professional circumstances. It has been used as a, say, internal chat system, which you could easily add people from the outside too, which is why it was so prolific in software and financial services software systems, because people had to work with other partners and in outsourcing circumstances and likes, and they needed something which works quickly and easily. This, however, unfortunately leads to chats and chat groups, and these chat groups then allow those who actually are in host control to localize where people are, and they can triangulate your position. That's not good news, as you can imagine, in a war zone, and which is why Telegram on smart mobile phones can become quite a boon and a very, very difficult securities setup. What is more important, however, is TikTok. Both its localization option is bad, but the fact that the Chinese control the system. Technically, as part of this wonderful new military aid and support, they could just swap the data with the Russians and hand pretty much the whole data of the Ukrainian society to the extent that it actually is on TikTok, and many are on TikTok, and also many Ukrainian armed forces have installed it on their phones. And that is danger per se, because the way TikTok integrates itself into the OS of the phone is insidious and deep, and which is why in the US Congress there's a significant motion in that regard, and the DOJ has been pursuing that as well, to eliminate TikTok from being spread in the West, specifically starting in the United States of America. The land of the free needs to be protected from those who abuse the freedom. And that's where it is at. And as Ukraine habitually still has both TikTok as well as Telegram in wide use, this is a difficult addiction to wean yourself off from. Ryan, maybe you want to say something about Telegram and TikTok, unless you're chewing.
I'll leave Telegram alone. Other than to say I don't trust it. I deleted it from my phone because I followed a few of the wrong channels and thought it wasn't good for my mental health. I have just on this last trip decided to reinstall it, and I utilize it only for direct two-way communications between individuals that I trust here who may not have WhatsApp or Signal, but
Tell
won't
them
be
to
joining any
deinstall
group
it.
chats.
Tell them to deinstall it quickly, because the chat function, the so-called peer-to-peer encrypted function, is not functioning anymore, and it can be used and abused.
So I should be encouraging everybody to migrate to Signal here and stay away from both TikTok and Telegram.
If to the extent that you want to proselytize, I would highly recommend for them to go to either Signal, which for the time being has not been broken into, and the other one is Threema, as you may know, the Swiss-German version, THREEMA. But that's where you would go to. Unfortunately, there's no other thing. WhatsApp is not a secure system.
Understood. The majority of people here use Viber, Signal, WhatsApp, Facebook, and Telegram.
And Viber is a system which is prevalent in Russia, as you know, because it gave people the opportunity to make calls for free with their relatives abroad and amongst their friends because they didn't have enough money. And it was an alternative to other systems, and Viber has been compromised as well. Happy go lucky.
Good to know. Well, I wouldn't touch Viber with a 20-foot pole. I am real.
Well, you'd miss it, right? Because it keeps vibrating.
I'm real sparing in using WhatsApp as well. And yeah, I will try to stay off of Telegram, or at least not communicate on it as a primary method. I stick to Signal just for sake of simplicity. I can't keep up with all the Signal group chats that I have as it is. I'm kind of afraid to fall asleep because when I wake up, I'm hopelessly behind.
Speaking of all this telecom stuff, then John?
Oh, anytime we want to segue into furry animals, I went ahead and posted a follow-up tweet to the original tweet I shared in the nest. And I hope everybody likes dogs as much as I do. They're far superior to cats.
You're absolutely wrong, but carry on.
Well, cats are pretty autonomous and aloof, and they could care less if you disappear for a week or two, as long as you leave enough food in their bowl and some water. But cats will happily eat your face within 24 hours of your expiration date if they're not provided enough food. A dog will at least lay there next to you for a few days before it decides it's hungry and you're made of meat. Sorry if you don't understand my dry humor, but if you don't laugh, you'll cry.
Oh, Ryan. You've been, unfortunately, around the wrong cats. That's all.
I've seen enough
My
cats
cat,
to know the
my
score.
cat would play fetch. She would, I don't know how the hell she knew what time I was coming home, but she would be sitting at the window.
You know
waiting for
what
me
you're
to come home every
missing
day.
in this equation, George, is that
What?
that cat would happily play fetch with the person who broke into your house to steal all of your things.
No, not this cat. No. This cat would rip you a new one.
George,
This cat would have
let me
ripped
tell
you a
you
new
one
one.
thing.
She did not like new people at all.
Oh, so it'll go
Let me tell
hide
you
under
one
the
thing,
bed while
George.
they steal all your things, and it won't even bark.
Yeah, okay.
Still a dud.
I wish you. It all depends on how much time you spend with a cat. Cats need a little bit more attention when they're younger, right? But they're just as good as a dog. It's all about the training.
That's another side joke. Myself and some of the folks I was volunteering with today were making kind of in the background while we were working to distribute the food. I picked up the puppy and loved on it a little bit just to try and dispel the notion that Americans are evil. And Andre leaned over to me and said, "Don't hold that dog too close. They might be afraid you're going to eat it." And I told him I absolutely would not eat a dog, but if it were a cat, they might be in trouble.
See, that's just wrong, Ryan. I'm just going to leave it at that. That is just wrong. And I'm not going to go there.
It was.
You know what? You would have spent an hour with my cat. That's if she would have liked you. You would be, damn, I want to take this thing home.
Julia rescued a cat and brought it home from God knows where a few weeks back. It had an injured front leg, and she took it to the vet, and they decided that it probably had been hit by a car, but it was hiding in a ditch as they were driving down a back road somewhere and was too far from anybody's home to hear that it belonged to anyone. Looked a little thin, so they put the car in reverse, backed up, opened the door, and this cat immediately jumped in the Jeep with them and then sat down in the floorboard as though it knew how to ride in a car. Anyway, the cat has grown on me a little bit over the last few weeks. He's got
a horribly bad temper, but we're not sure if that's because we won't let him out to meet all the women in Bucha, or if he's just a little bit feral. We couldn't figure out why he always kept trying to bite us when we would pet him. And it finally dawned on me that he doesn't like belly scratches or rib scratches. He only likes it when you pet his head. So if you scratch his head, you're just fine. If you scratch his ribs or his belly, his tail will start twitching really irregularly, and then he will wake up out of a dead sleep and latch onto your hand. But it occurred to me he's ticklish, and the telltale sign is the tail.
It's also a trust thing with cats. Won't show you their belly unless they really trust you. And even then, if you touch it, you might still get chomped.
Oh, this
You see,
this
Ryan,
cat. Go ahead.
you're possible for rehabilitation, bro. See,
Working.
that cat hatred is coming out. It only took a couple of trips. It only took a trip to Abuja to get you out.
I don't hate cats. I just don't have any particular affinity for them. But my dad and my brother were both highly allergic, so we never had any cats around for very long.
Okay, guys, let me give you some advice. I grew up on a farm. We had about 40 cats, and they dealt with everything outside as they should, because they're really, really good at it. And we had nice trenches surrounding the farm, woods, everything. So we had a lot of the friendly rodents which live in areas with good food, meaning really big fat rats, what we call bizarre rats. They're beaver sized, so you need some very particular cats. I wouldn't let those cats into the house ever.
Well, the thing is, we were concerned that this particular cat would get out and run amok around the neighborhood, and seeing as how he had a bit of an injury to one of his front legs, we didn't think he had much of a fighting chance. All that said, he's gotten out at least a half a dozen times now, and the little bastard comes back no matter what I do. He knows where his bread's buttered, and he knows where a full bowl is, and he's probably put on a couple of pounds in the short period of time that we've had him. So basically all he does is eat and sleep and claim the futon in the living room.
So you're doing the Lord's work.
Cats do do. That's exactly what they do. We've got some hands up, so I'll go to Rich. Go ahead, Rich.
Thanks. I just wanted to chuck my 2 cents into cat and dog gate. My take on it is very much like I try not to discriminate. Dogs are very much like toddlers. They're just full of big emotion, and they just love endlessly, and they all just lick you to death. Whereas cats are a bit more like teenagers, and they'll give you attitude. They are very, very intelligent, and I used to go away for 2 weeks, come back, and my cat would be there waiting, and then my cat would go away for 2 weeks, seemingly just to piss me off, and then eventually come back. I saw that cat chase a full-blown short-haired Alsatian at one point. That was quite funny, giving it all sorts of shit down the road. And a cat is also the only one point when I was deployed, I walked in, this was out in the desert. I'm not going to say exactly where, but I went to walk in the office, and there was a small set of stairs, and I took the long way around this set of stairs to go in the office and do my paperwork, because there was a big fat camel spider sat there, and the local dogs were renowned from staying away, and there was a bit of a problem with camel spiders in the area, and I came back out about 5 minutes later, and I shit you not, in exactly the same spot. The camel spider had gone, but there was a cat sat there. So I can only surmise that either because it was 3 a.m., stuff was playing tricks on me, and the camel spider morphed into a cat. The cat is badass as hell.
That's what Sandland does to you.
True.
Rich, for people not aware what a camel spider is, do you want to explain the significance of why this wasn't just the daddy long legs?
Sorry.
Think you might be having audio issues.
Give a minute. Hello. Can you hear me all right?
Try again now, Rich.
Say again.
I said try again now.
Okay.
You just broke up the last thing you said.
Okay, yeah. They're basically a very big daddy long legs. I was told, I don't know how true it is, that they're closer related to scorpions than spiders, but there's no tail. But anyway, they are reasonably big, about as big as your, I mean, I say as big as your fist, it depends how big your fist is, but as big as your fist. They were renowned for being the best friend of anyone who's deployed to Sandland, and everyone knew about them. They were the scuttlebutt that everyone knew about, the big bad boogeyman, the nasty that was in the region, that you didn't want to come across, but you'd come across them kicking out a drip tray from under a helicopter, and one scuttled halfway across the hangar before changing 90 degrees to come straight at me once. That was fun. They're quite large, very big spiders, basically. They, I believe, have some sort of affinity for camels, hence the name, for attaching to the underside of camels. How true that is, I don't know. Matlows being Matlows managed to capture a few and put them in a box together, and I've seen one literally cut clean through another one. Probably not the nicest thing in the world in terms of animal cruelty, but then people do strange things. Yeah, they're just generally not very nice things. They're like wasps. I've no idea why they exist, or why, if there is a higher power, why they were created, but they exist for some reason. I just don't know what.
Well, thank you, because I'm now itching and checking under furniture.
It's the best way I could kind of describe it, aside from people obviously Googling it. If you've ever seen Alien, if you imagine a face hugger without the long tail and the big baggy bit, and turn it into a spider, it's kind of like that. They kind of gives off those kind of vibes.
Do they have those in the Philippines? Because I think I've seen one and it was absolutely terrifying.
I couldn't say. I've never been to the Philippines. I've only been places where there are a lot of sand or a lot of water.
I don't know what the hell that thing was I saw, but I wouldn't go near it.
Yeah, there was. Oh God, when I was the one place I was deployed, they had this big info sheet. Obviously, they give you pretty sensible, saying like, if you see these things, don't keep it to yourself. So there was like brown recluse and a couple of other things, and then just casually on the end, oh yeah, big fat camel spiders, they'll bite and it'll fricking hurt, and you'll be in pain and some discomfort for quite a while. They weren't like necessarily venomous or anything. It's just the bites were nasty as hell. Yeah, I may have accidentally saved one of my shipmates from I don't know, something, because I caught a very, very small scorpion randomly about an inch behind his foot once. That was fun. Like barefooted. He was quite happy with that. I got a beer out of it. Worked out well.
Okay, I Googled it, and whatever I saw in the Philippines was not a camel spider. I guess I should have known there aren't any camels in the Philippines.
Now I just want to know what you saw in the Philippines.
Give me 2 minutes.
I knew it. Ryan has a photo.
This feels like it's going to be the weirdest segue to something random going in the nest.
Quite literally in the nest.
That probably shouldn't be in the nest, you know.
I'll put it up there for 2 minutes, but I have to go dig up a photo first.
Doman, do you want to change the title of the space to Ukrainian arachnophobia?
No, I'll leave it as it is. Because then don't forget to change it back. I see we have a Carl back for the third attempt at getting a word in edge, right?
Does he now finally have the
And,
car? Carl, have you arrived already?
No, not yet. I'll talk in a minute. I'm kind of just driving, and I went down because I didn't have good signal. But I was talking about 2 or 3 minutes.
Are you already on our end of the pond?
Oh no. I start my flying on Saturday.
Well, ding me when you're there.
Will do. I mean, I can talk now if it's not too noisy. Can you hear the sound of my car?
Perfect.
Not at all.
Okay. Yeah. So I was just going to talk about the likes of Telegram and that. Digital security is just so hard because it's so hard to not be at least a little potentially compromised. When you look at layer after layer after layer, the way things have been designed, it's just really hard to be owned, right? In most cases, it can be okay and not too hard. But for example, I do use Telegram, but people really need to be aware of what's what. Like as you said, the channels. Anything that goes on a channel and your involvement in it or is public. And then the regular Telegram chats, because for convenience, you can access on multiple devices or even the web. Whatever encryption, whether it's broken or not, is still going on their servers, and so they have their keys, right? So, the only thing that is barely trustable would be the what they call the secret chats, the one-to-one secret chats, which is just between one device and the other. And whether that's compromised or still is an issue, but it's going to be less compromised. For me personally, when I do come over to your side of the pond and enter into Ukraine, I will not. I'll be uninstalling it, right? Because the risk-reward trade-off just isn't there for me. However, there are a few uses that I will still use it for, and therefore I will remote into a desktop that's either in the cloud or back in America for those kind of interactions, which does seem over top, right? It's a lot of effort to have to jump through 3 or 4 hoops to do something, but when you kind of it's just what you have to do sometimes. But for things that are even more secure, right? I trust Telegram, but I don't trust my operating system in a sense, right? Like on my Android phones, I wouldn't install any sort of app other than a few of the mainstream ones, because I know that I can or the code can jump out of the sandbox of the Android phone and kind of have access to everything on that phone really easy, right? Because even the most secure app isn't secure if something is able to see what's been put on the screen or what's been typed in. iPhone, its sandboxing is better, right? There's still vulnerabilities, 0 days that are discovered from time to time, but by design, the things are sandbox better between apps. So you can kind of install random app here and there, and as long as you got your permissions right, and as long as there isn't like some 0-day vulnerability or that the entity you're trying to hide from is the US government, as long as it's not that, you can be pretty generally, what's the word? Secure that, no, faithful. I don't know. Generally sure that it's going to be okay. For me personally, like when I have the most secure things, I don't even trust a signal on my iPhone. I will use things that on devices that are never ever touching the internet. Yeah, I call it like a third device where like my Signal chat is using a custom version of Signal, and it is encrypted on that device, which never touches the internet, and transferred to another device that only communicates pre-encrypted stuff. But that's way over the top for most people. But I think the biggest point is, yeah, you just have to be aware, and you have to be able to develop mental categories. And sometimes you have to bifurcate things, right? Because there are trade-offs, and sometimes that the trade-off for convenience in a certain area is not a big deal, but in other areas it is a big deal. Anyway, I just wanted to talk about that for a minute. That's all.
So, what's your recommendation, Carl? Because this might have gone over a few people's heads. What would be your distilled recommendation?
Just be careful, right? And to the degree that you know and understand stuff, that impacts how careful or not you should be, right? So, avoid things that you have heard as risky in any way, unless you really, really understand it. And then when you understand it, you still don't get too cocky, because there are things that may be different than your understanding that can get you in trouble. But the main thing is think about categories of things, and then think about the trade-offs, and think about the risks and the rewards of things, right? I think for people who are going into country, having multiple phones for different purposes, could probably be some good advice, because physically separating things between multiple devices can allow you to be disciplined in those categories. But in general life, it's really hard, because you almost have to be a Luddite and avoid technology to not be compromised in one way or another.
Well, you don't have to be a Luddite necessarily, Carl. You and I know that you can, as you just explained, take the necessary steps to make it sufficiently difficult, because we need to recede back to the position that the individual user is a needle in the haystack.
Yeah. And one of my advices, which I don't want to give to people because it's quite hard, is to kind of avoid Android. I mean, it has gotten better in times, but for me, like as a power user, I used to love Android because I can do things that I can't do on iPhone. But I realized that 90% of my digital life, I don't need to be a power user, and I really just want something that I can trust more. But I understand that it's kind of expensive, and if you don't do the digital hygiene anyway, you don't want to get a false sense of security in using an iPhone as well, because that's only one dimension, right? So that kind of more trustable sandboxing, you can still totally own yourself on many different ways with an iPhone. But it's hard. One of the things I do like let's say you have a group of people, is sometimes there's this concept called security by obscurity, which when people mention this, that they're actually downplaying it, that it's a terrible thing, right? So like you basically do something that is kind of different, but it's not really secure. It doesn't actually have proper encryption or whatnot. But when like an enemy or something is targeting a mainstream use of things, like they're targeting TikTok or they're targeting Telegram or Facebook or something, right? They're putting a lot of effort to automate, try to attack against this one thing. So even if you have something that's half-heartedly secure, that's really obscure, that can actually be pretty good for a group chat too. So for me personally, we use Slack for work, which is really good for businesses, and it has a pretty decent security for that purpose. But because each individual Slack environment is kind of segregated, it's not one big pool of Slack like our Telegram is one big pool of Telegram. It can be good if you want to have kind of a more secure group chat with 10 of your closest confidants when you happen to be going into another country. And I know I'm kind of waffling from here to there, but it's been kind of quiet.
No, what you're saying is completely correct. I'm absolutely with you, with the notable exception that I really have an issue with Slack being such an energy and space hog. But there you go. And it's this immediacy affliction of the modern age, which, yeah, I don't know, instant gratification and distraction.
Yeah. I mean, for work, I actually I love it because we have a dev team and we work asynchronously anyway. But yeah, you're used in a certain way with constant interruptions. It's not necessarily the greatest, but if you can actually use it for asynchronous communication and without that expectation of instantaneous response, it's great.
Absolutely, 100%. I can see that our friend Colonel Jeff has arrived, and he would probably already highlight as to how we're going to use time shortly.
Hey, thanks for passing it to me, Axel. I truly appreciate it. For interviewing Two Dogs Dan Hampton today, we're gonna have to use a Zoom because he doesn't have a Twitter account. So I was wondering if I could just really quick. I've got Zoom up, I've got YouTube up, and I'm just gonna do an audio check real quick. I'm gonna turn on the audio from my computer, and you guys tell me turn it up or turn it down, okay? So here's the audio from the computer.
For many people, the Amazon is a symbol of the Earth's greenery.
Can you hear that?
This is good. This is good.
All right, we're good. All right, so I'm all set up. I'm ready to go. Let me do some prep for my questions, and I'll be back in a little bit, okay?
All righty.
I'm just going to recycle the YouTube so that if anyone wants to be able to have that interview in a shorter time, we'll be able to have a small video that's started around the time of the interview and again after.
Excellent. Thank you, Carl. Rich, you just had your hand up. You just took it down. If you want to go ahead, go ahead.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, it's just I thought we were going to go to the Colonel quick there, and I was picking up the kids quick. I just wanted to ask very quickly again for the names of the apps you were mentioning earlier. I know there was a joint German one, 3 something. I just missed them earlier on.
It's Threema.
That one was
THREEMA.
Sound wonderful. Thank you.
So Jeff is just here sorting his audio out, is that correct?
Yeah, and he's preparing. We're all good, and he's just readying some questions, and then we'll be set to go in 15 minutes.
Awesome. Well, in those 15 minutes, we could talk about a couple of things. There was apparently a drone attack in Bryansk last night. It appears to have been reported that it hit the military registration and enlistment office of the urban district of Novosibirsk, whatever the heck. Yeah, so I don't know. That seems like an inside job to me.